sit here now. This is your spot. I mean, I sit here next to him because... Exactly. Maria!
Good, thanks. How are you? Yes. I wanted to ask you. I did. I wanted to ask about the Phahlane thing and the extra copies that needed to be printed to supplement.
I think we just have it on SharePoint unless there's anything specific. Oh yeah. I think my back is here. But we used to. Yeah. The last time, Baba, you were sitting. Yeah. Me and Bongiwe and then Maria. Okay. No, it's fine.
Where would I sit?
No, I thought you are here.
But we three of us.
Morning. Good, thanks. How are you? Good morning.
Are you good?
I'm good, thanks. How are you, Chairperson?
Are you going to have any remarks you want to make before we start? None of the men is still under. It's just for you. If there's any remarks you want to make, you make those remarks.
But Andy was here. So what we're going to do is very, very short.
But then we are still going to come back at the end. Yeah. That's okay. Good morning.
From a whistleblower. What did you get this one? This one says application for citizenship for the information document.
Can you run it with
Yeah, I just want to join all the documents into one of us. I just send
Send them to me.
Do I have your number?
Is it an iPhone?
Yeah, guys.
Honorable members, good morning. May we have everyone seated so that we can go ahead with today's proceedings. It is 10 o'clock now, and I see Honorable Breitenbach just right in front of me. Thank you so much. Honorable Chief Whip, good morning. Good morning, Honorable Ntuli, the Chief Whip. Good morning to you. Good morning, Honorable Ngola.
Good morning, Chair.
Honorable Sokanyile, good morning.
Morning, Chairperson.
Honorable Breitenbach, good morning.
Good morning.
Honorable Cameron, good morning.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Chopper.
Morning, Chairperson.
Good morning, Honorable Nomvalo.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable David Mandla Mazolman Jali Skosana.
Ngithokoze mgcini sihlalo ngithi lothani sitshaba sakazimu namalunga wonke wesibetha mthetho esiphezulu.
Good morning, Mkhalaka.
Swata home.
Good morning, Honorable Matthews.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Bangazita.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson.
Good morning, Honorable Sols. Good morning, Honorable Vessels.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable James.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Sangoni, as you sit down.
Good morning, Chairperson.
And you pass the microphone to Honorable Sols for a good morning.
Good morning, Chair.
Thank you so much, Advocate Arense.
Honorable Chair, honorable members, everyone present.
Advocate Mkize.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and everyone present.
Advocate.
Advocate Mfwayetsi has just asked for a 5 minutes. She's excused herself for 5 minutes.
No, ma'am.
The microphone that side must be off. Yes. Yeah. You can do your good morning.
Okay. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. Chairperson Advocate Mfwayetsi has just stepped out for about 5 minutes. She will join the hearing once we've started.
Thank you so much. Honorable Shongwe, good morning.
Good morning, Chairperson. Sanbona in South Africa.
Mr. Robert Paul O'Sullivan, good morning to you. And welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. Good morning, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. Mr. Techana, we are greeting Mr. Paul O'Sullivan.
Morning, Chairperson.
We are greeting Mr. Paul O'Sullivan there. Mr. O'Sullivan, good morning to you.
I thought I said good morning.
Eh?
Good morning.
Morning, and welcome. Good morning, Mr. Tejana, Dr. Tuli, and all the staff of Parliament, the staff of the political caucuses that we have in Parliament, members of the media, Mr. Palet Gwebu sitting here with me, and Mr. Bonani Ramano. Good morning to you, gentlemen. Honorable members, thank you so much for your presence, and I must also thank you for the work that was done during the week. First of all, I must thank you for unanimously agreeing to elect Honorable Ngola as the interim chairperson. Thank you so much. You did very well.
No, this is too good an opportunity to let it slide. Please note that there was not one member of the ANC here to even nominate the poor man. He bought a new suit for the occasion, and not one of them was here. We had to do it for them. Just please make sure you mention that.
It shows a complementarity, Honorable Breitenbach, that when we work here in the name of the people of South Africa, we don't see ourselves as political parties, but we see ourselves as Parliament of the Republic. And Honorable Ngola, thank you so much for the sterling work that was done. Yesterday, when I met Honorable James, she was asking me if I was coming today. Then I said, no, I will be there. Then she says, but you know the chairperson that we had the previous day, if my time overlapped by a minute or two, he would allow me to conclude my sentence or the witness to conclude answering. Then she says, no, I'm taking the tag of benevolence away from you and attaching it to Honorable Ngola. So it means there is something good that you were doing. And we want to thank you so much for that, the team spirit that we have seen from your members. Good morning, Honorable Pambo. When we were greeting members, you still had commitment outside. We want to thank you for your presence and for being the mainstay in these proceedings. We have two witnesses today, honorable members. That is Mr. Robert Paul O'Sullivan, who is going to be with us from now until 1 o'clock. We had 3 members that were left on the speaker's list, that is Honorable Ntuli, Honorable Skosana, and Honorable Cameron. Then after they would have concluded their questions, which is 30 minutes per speaker, I'm going to do a round with yourselves in the form of political parties to check if I can allocate you between 10 and 15 minutes. So it means there will be 1 speaker per party, just to check if there is anything that you may want to raise. And then from there, we will hand over to the legal counsel to conclude with Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, and then we will release him 1 o'clock, and then allow the new witness to come in after break. Is that okay? Can I check, advocate, before we take apologies, if there are any remarks you want to make?
Nothing specific, Honorable Chair. Just to say we did miss you, but your replacement did very well. So, you know, it's like when you play in a team, you get substituted.
Yeah.
Could be the end. But seriously, it did very well. Proceedings went very smoothly, and Mr. O'Sullivan is back. You did direct that he appear on Tuesday past, but when we changed the schedule, he was willing to accommodate the change and is here today to conclude his evidence. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. I have 2 apologies from the Democratic Alliance. Honorable Kola Barnett is going to join us a bit late. I think the report we have is that she has a breakdown on her vehicle. Honorable Breitenbach and Honorable Cameron have an urgent constituency matter to be attended to. They will be out here in an hour's time, and they will rejoin the proceedings once they have attended to those commitments. So, Honorable Skosana, we were going to ask that immediately after the Chief Whip, you allow Honorable Cameron to field his questions, and Honorable Skosana will be the last. That is the plea from the table of the chairperson. Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, we want to thank you so much for creating your time to be back with us here. And we...
Chair, my apology.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to leave early also.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I think around 5. Very important constituency work.
Okay. Yeah. 5 o'clock, I think, yeah, it's still early for today. Because, in fact, you remind me, this is the request that I was going to make to the members, that the senior counsel has said that he needs about 2 hours with General Phahlane. So if we do our work in a smart way, we can conclude with General Phahlane tonight. And that is the request that I want to make to the members, that let's do it and finish tonight. So the apology is recorded, Mkhalaka. The Chief Whip is also going to leave us once he finishes questions. There is an ANC caucus today in Parliament. So he has to go and preside over that caucus. Honorable Vessels.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just, I also have to step out at 11, just for a short while for a caucus, and then at 1:30 also just for half an hour for a meeting with the AG. Thank you.
Okay. Bangazita, welcome. We missed you in the many days that you have not been with us here.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Yes, I had to attend to first the party business engagement, and later there was just illness in the family, and it's still there. And I would like to crave your indulgence, Mr. Chairperson, to ask that I be released around 4:30.
Yeah.
To attend to that as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We have you in our prayers. Thank you so much. Any further apology? Okay. Let me check with you. Mr. Andile, did you want to say something? Okay. Mr. O'Sullivan, do you have anything to say in 5 minutes before we proceed?
I have nothing to say, Chairman. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Yes, we read apologies when we read apologies when you had other commitments, and one request that we made was that instead of you coming immediately after the Chief Whip, we request that you come after Honorable Cameron because he has to leave.
No, it's fine.
Yes.
I just wanted to check if the witness has the hearing. Oh. Yeah, the hearing aid at least, you know. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. And the last thing to do before Chief Whip is just to remind you, our witness, Mr. Robert Paul O'Sullivan, that you are still under oath. Thank you so much. Chief Whip, good luck.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to you. Good morning to all honorable members. Good morning, Mr. O'Sullivan. I'm here. Thank you very much. I think firstly, let's appreciate the fact that we have succeeded to come back. And it seems to me that you are much more better than you were at the time. And we wish you a speedy recovery to fully recover from the sickness. Now, Mr. Sullivan, I want to start off by the question about... I'm sorry, Chief. Sorry.
Just before you proceed, Chief, Honorable Malam.
I just want to check, Chair. There are 2 documents which have been discovered. One from AXA and one from Home Affairs. Have those documents properly been processed, because some of the questions are going to be based on those documents?
Yeah. Yes, the document from AXA is a document that the witness knows. Because when we left last week, we agreed that in his presence, that we are going to request that advert. And the document from Home Affairs, has been submitted to the legal team. What we should do is to allow the 3 members to conclude. Then the members, before we check with yourselves if there is anyone who wants to ask questions. If it requires that we take a 5 or 10 minutes break for the legal team to run that past the witness, they will do so. But be assured that any matter that members may want to raise pertaining to those documents, an avenue will be created for them to be in a position to raise those questions in a way that does not infringe on the rights of the witness, but also in a way that does not impact negatively on the work that members must do. Yeah. Did you want to say something on that, Advocate Mkhize? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I can confirm that the witness has all the documents, the Home Affairs letter, the AXA report, as well as the letter from the NDPP. It was circulated to him last week.
Okay. Thank you so much. Yes, Chief Whip.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I want us to go back to your statement, Mr. O'Sullivan, just as part of beginning the interaction between the two of us and, of course, with the committee. On paragraph 32 of your statement, you made references to the fact that Mr. Jackie Sleby used his influence as a member of the ANC to lobby for the airports to fall under the police in terms of them being controlled as national key points. And you said that in that statement, Sleby chose to use his role as the National Commissioner and the African National Congress NEC member to lobby for the National Key Points Act to be amended so that the control of security at the national key points would fall under the police. How did you get to know that? That he used the fact that he was a national commissioner and that he was a member of the NEC of the ANC, but also what was wrong with an approach whereby the police will have a significant role on the airports as national key points? What was strange about that? And how did you know that he used that influence of being a member of the NEC of the ANC?
Thank you. Thank you. If I could just get that paragraph number again, please.
It's paragraph 32. I can read it for you. Sleby chose to use his role.
It's okay, I can read it.
You can read it, okay.
Yeah, I just need to get the paragraph number. Okay. So, Chairman, at the time when this took place, which is now 25 years ago, the late Jackie Sleby was not only the Commissioner of Police, he was a member of the NEC of the ANC in breach of the Police Service Act, because the Police Service Act made it clear. That was the 1996 Police Service Act, which was amended following the version 2, if you like, of the Constitution, which is the current Constitution that we have today. Made it clear that no serving member of the police may be active in any political party. It doesn't prevent a member of the police from being a member of a political party, but the Act makes it clear that a person may not be engaged in political activities within any political party. And I think that's a safeguarding that was put in as a result of political involvement in the police during apartheid. So what happened, Chairman, is that after I cancelled the contract with Phahlane Security. I was informed, I think 2 days later, that the Commissioner of Police wanted an urgent meeting with me. And we attended to that meeting at the VIP lounge at the then Johannesburg International Airport, which is now OR Tambo International Airport. And when I attended to that meeting, instead of Jackie Celebi turning up for the meeting, his 2IC, which was a Deputy National Commissioner of Police, Lieutenant General, in fact, they didn't have that rank then, they had another rank, which was Deputy Commissioner of Police. They changed the ranks later. And Andre Price turned up in place of Jackie Celebi. And when I asked, well, where's Jackie Celebi? I was informed, now we'd cancelled the contract in October, and I think this meeting took place on the 2nd of November, 2001. And when I asked where is Jackie Celebi, because he called the meeting, I was informed that he's in a meeting with the CEO of AXA. So there were 2 meetings going on at the same time in parallel. And I said, oh, but so what is the purpose of the meeting if Jackie Celebi is not coming here? And Andre Price informed me that he will be here shortly, but you know he's a member of the NEC, of the ANC. I said, no, I didn't know that. He said, well, he is a member of the NEC of the ANC. And he is now going to propose to change the National Key Points Act with a view to removing the responsibility, the reporting line for the National Key Points Act from the South African National Defence Force to the South African Police Service. And I said, oh, why is that? He said, because he believes that the national key points should come under the police and not the army. So my view on that was quite simple. I have no political view on it. And if I can answer the second part of the question, which is, do I believe that national key points should be under the army or the police? To be frank with you, I don't think it matters, as long as there's some sort of security cluster member that's having a tight control over national key points, because apart from airports, we're talking about power stations, including nuclear power stations and nuclear research facilities. And it's important that those facilities are properly treated as national key points. So it didn't really bother me at all. But if you look at the context of my statement, this was not supposed to be a slight or a criticism of the ANC. It's supposed to be a criticism of Jackie Celebi, because Jackie Celebi was now abusing his position on the NEC to switch authority from military to police. And by that stage, Jackie Celebi had been almost 2 years the Commissioner of Police, and there had been no moves
Chair, sorry,
before
Chair.
that.
Sorry, Mr. O'Sullivan. I thought you were about to finish, because I wanted to say to the chairperson, I'm worried that the prolonged answers are eating on my time. So as much as we need information, but I would like to request that you, maybe at the moment, you pause at that point with the answer you are providing.
And thank you. I'm prepared to finish there, but it's also important to remember, Chairman, and I'll say this very briefly, that we are listening to evidence, and if I'm asked a question, I should be allowed to answer the question. I'll do it as factually and as properly as I can, and I'll do it as quickly as I can. But
Yeah,
it's important to get the facts out.
No, I respect that, Mr. O'Sullivan, but I also would like you to respect the fact that we don't have the whole day, at least me and you, let alone my other colleagues, so that we manage this well. And then on paragraph 37 of your affidavit, you made reference to what you call the Mbeki Pinar plot or Mbeki Pinar plot in relation to the ANC Polokwane conference, and that Silebi was working with Mbeki to get Zuma arrested, and the plot did not materialize because of what happened in Polokwane. Can you briefly say something about that, just for us to understand what you mean?
I think, Chairman, I did explain this before because the question was asked before. And we had this situation where Richard Ndluli, who at the time was the crime intelligence head for Gauteng, acting on the instructions of the then head of crime intelligence, had tapped the phones of Leonard McCarthy. And by tapping the phones of Leonard McCarthy, they had uncovered what they later referred to as the spy tapes. And I got a copy of the spy tapes from one of the journalists that published a big story about the spy tapes. And the spy tapes were used later to ensure that the criminal charges against Jacob Zuma were dropped. But prior to that, what came out in the spy tapes was the conversations between Leonard McCarthy and Andre Pienaar, a sort of ex-boss agent who is now living in London. I believe he's now living in the States, but at that time he was living in London. And he was having these conversations with Leonard McCarthy and also with what he referred to as number one, which was Thabo Mbeki. And he was acting as a middleman and passing instructions to Leonard McCarthy about how important it was to arrest Jacob Zuma before the Polokwane conference. And he also made it clear that it was important to make sure that Jackie Selebi was not arrested and not charged. And at the time I was quite antagonistic towards Jackie Selebi. And on those spy tapes, and anybody can go and look at them because they're online, on those spy tapes it makes it clear that Andre Pienaar said they were going to bring somebody in from outside to deal decisively with the O'Sullivan factor.
I'm glad you are talking to that because I took time as well to go and do some research about what exactly is contained on the spy tapes. And in my own information that I discovered following your interaction with the committee last time, is that in actually the facts in terms of what is contained on the aspect of the conversation between Leonard McCarthy and Andre Pienaar, there are no specific references to the fact that the then President Mbeki issued an instruction that there must be actions taken against, or that Silebi must act to ensure that the then Deputy President Zuma is arrested. Now, I wanted to understand because when you made reference to this point last time, you refer to it as per what was reported by the media or in the media or journalists. Have you had access to the actual spy tape report? Because the spy tape report, the exchange between the two do not have that information.
Chairman, in fact, the spy tapes themselves, they're transcriptions. So I don't have the tapes themselves, but I have the transcriptions. I don't have them with me now. I had to limit my submission. In fact, I managed to get it down to, I think, 1,200 pages. If I had to add all these other peripheral things in, we would have been looking at 3,000 to 4,000 pages. But the reality of it is that they use code words. They don't mention Thabo Mbeki. They don't mention President. They don't mention Jackie Selebi. They don't mention Jacob Zuma. They use code words, and the code words, if I can recall correctly, were Oyan, Obut, number one. These were the code words they used. So there was no specific instruction, by the way, President Thabo Mbeki said the following must happen. I think he was referred to in the spy tapes as number one. And then they had reference to Jacob Zuma, which was either Obut or Oyan, and the other person, which with either Obut or Oyan, was Jackie Selebi. And that interpretation on the spy tapes played out by interpretation by the media, who had contacted Andre Pienaar, and then he clammed up after he explained what was going on.
I want to suggest, Mr. Sullivan, that if it is possible, even beyond our interaction today, that you favor us, the information I have, I'm saying the information I have, which is as a result of my following up on the matter, is that the spy tape reports, not what is reported about it, many of which was distorted in public at the time, the actual spy tape, the exchange between the two men, makes no references to President Mbeki directing Silebi to act in a certain way against the then Deputy President Zuma. So I'm going to request that beyond today, if it is possible, you make that information available to us, because from what I have had an opportunity to access, following what you said in the ad hoc committee, I couldn't find that information, that evidence. So I'm going to request that maybe we don't debate it, but you help us with whatever information you have in this regard. I'll tell you why it's important. It's because you are advancing this argument in the affidavit before us in the context of the manifestation of political interference in the work of the police, and to some extent, the manipulation of a state institution to advance personal interest. Because the actions that we are attributing to President Mbeki against Deputy President Zuma at the time would be seen, at least by some of us, as a personal actions intended to advance a particular cause on the part of one against the other. So that's why, for me, it's important that to the extent that you can, you give us that information as evidence, not what was reported about by other people. I thought if you have the main source, because from what I was exposed to, that interaction or that exchange has never occurred between the two.
Chairman, we're talking about tapes that were produced in 2006 or 2007. I can't remember the year, so we're talking about almost 20 years ago. I will have to go back and look at them, but remember, the purpose of my affidavit, Chairman, was not to specifically highlight any single one issue. It was to deal with the title of this committee, which is an ad hoc committee inquiry established to investigate wide-ranging allegations on security matters, blah, blah, blah. And the reality of it is that the allegations were made of political interference in the criminal justice system. And I didn't just leave it with the spy tapes. I then went on later in my affidavit to deal with the appointment of General Phahlane and the appointment of Sean Abrahams and the appointment of Burning and Clemerza. So it wasn't just that little bun fight that took place before Polokwane, but subsequently to that, we had more political interference, and that was my evidence that the more political interference was coming from Jacob Zuma's side.
Okay, thank you very much. The other question related to that issue of interference, you might have said something about it, and if you did, also I ask you to be very brief at the moment. It relates to your paragraph 42, where just the first line there would be enough for you to help to answer the question. The first sentence: to stop me from exposing corruption, certain politicians, including but not limited to President Zuma. I want to stop there. Do you recall who are the other politicians who intervened to stop you from exposing corruption, working in partnership with President Zuma? Who were those?
Chairman, the then Minister of Police, the then Minister of Intelligence, I think his name was at that time David Mshlobo. We knew about all of this because after the attacks on me started, by 2016 or 2017, I'd been arrested unlawfully several times. And this led to a so-called off-the-record meeting between my legal team and people representing Jacob Zuma and David Mashlobo and the Commissioner of Police, which was Phahlane, General Phahlane, and the head of DPCI, which was at the time General Khomotso. And what they had done, and sorry, there was an involvement by the NDPP as well, through a prosecutor, a deputy director by the name of Malochwa, JJ Malochwa. And what they wanted me to do was to surrender my South African citizenship, and they would take me in a blue light convoy to OR Tambo Airport, announce to the media that I was leaving the country and that I apologized for being a spy, which of course was absolute rubbish, and I wasn't prepared to go along with it. But that meeting took place, and that meeting made it very clear that there was overreach from Parliament into the criminal justice system, and that's what I was meaning to say there in this paragraph 42.
Okay, no, I got it. Maybe let's take further that discussion about you being suspected to be a spy. If you remember when we adjourned last time, I had asked you a question about, in your own knowledge and experience, do spies declare themselves? Can somebody walk in here and say, I'm a spy? If I remember very well, you part of your answer was that, no, they won't declare themselves.
Well, I think...
Because if they do so, it defeats the purpose, am I right?
I didn't see what happened yesterday, but I understand Mr. Mokotsi walked in and volunteered that he was a spy. I don't know. I just saw it in the media, but the reality is that if I was a spy, and I pointed this out several times, if I was a spy, I haven't done a very good job of keeping a low profile. And this is very important, Chairman, because it seemed to be the nexus of the allegations which led to me having to be at this committee, is that we had General Phahlane, General Mkonazi, Cedric Nkabindi, all of them coming with this narrative that I was a foreign agent, a false narrative and a dishonest narrative. And the reality of the situation is that the first time this narrative popped out of the woodwork was in 2007, when Jackie Selebi had a meeting with then President Mbeki. And President Mbeki then had a meeting with the religious leaders in South Africa. And during that meeting, the religious leaders put to Thabo Mbeki that there were allegations that the police commissioner was corrupt. And Thabo Mbeki told these religious leaders, you have to trust your president. Who are you going to trust? Your president or a foreign spy? And then we had Jackie Selebi telling a media conference on the 5th of November. I thought it was unique because 5th of November just happens to be Guy Fawkes Day. And on the 5th of November 2007, he called a media briefing and told the media that I was a foreign spy. So that was like 20 years ago. And the next time the allegation came up was in 2016, and we had General Phahlane having media conferences and telling the media that I was a foreign spy. And the next time it pops up is 10 years later. So it's like every 10 years this is going to come up. Probably in 10 years' time, when I'm 80, I'll still be a foreign spy. But the reality is I have never been a foreign spy.
Okay.
And I took, let me finish, please. I took the oath of allegiance to South Africa when I became a citizen in 1995. And that oath of allegiance is based on the new actually, it was based on the Act 2.
No, thanks, Mr. Sullivan. So, thanks, and my apology for disrupting you. I have a few questions to conclude with you, otherwise I won't make my time. But this question about, well, let me not be specific about the people who are accusing you of being a foreign spy, whatever the motives or the information at their disposal. But the question that arises, I'm not accusing you to be a foreign spy, but the question that arises, which I would like you to comment on, I tried to engage you with this question last time and we couldn't finish it, is the fact that in your early stages of your life, you were part of a UK military intelligence. And then you came to South Africa. You know the UK position towards South Africa at that time. Even at the time when you decide to come to South Africa, you are coming to South Africa fully understanding the relationship and the position between the UK and South Africa at the time. So the question is that obviously, whatever you explain motivated you to come to South Africa, but in reality, is that you were not a person that, as you say, you started being, after you settled down, a man that fight for injustice or fights for justice, fighting against injustice. So the question would naturally arise because you come to a country, majority of the people are oppressed, and at the time of your arrival, the intensification of the fight between the regime and the majority in this country is at the highest level. I mean, between 1980 and 1989 is at the highest level. And here walks in somebody like you, a former intelligence operative of another country, whose relationship with South Africa, as I referred to earlier on, and then come and settle down in South Africa. So I think it's inevitable that people would be interested on what is it that would have motivated you more than what you are explaining or what you are willing to explain when you are engaged on the matter. Do you think that is unreasonable for some people to make a conclusion like that?
Yes, Chairman, I think it's unreasonable. The people
that was your last question.
The people that come with these conclusions do so for criminal purposes. And all the allegations that have been fired at me have come via criminals. So you've got this criminal underworld that create this narrative and try and run with it and try to poison the well, try to shoot the messenger instead of the message that's coming across. The reality is I've spent 36 years of my life fighting crime in this country, not infiltrating this organization or that organization. I spent 36 years of my life fighting crime. Nobody paid me. I've done it because I wanted to make South Africa a better country for all, and my record will show that.
Thank you so much. Honorable Cameron, your time starts now.
Thank you, Chair.
It expires at 11:15.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to try and finish before my time is finished. Good morning, Mr. Sullivan.
Morning.
Thank you for joining us again. I'm not going to repeat everything that was said before. I want to refer back to your relationship with Mr. Zunaid Morti. I want to understand, you previously described yourself in the media as Mr. Morti's friend, or business associate and consultant. But in 2012, and I know you have explained some of it, but just for the record, in 2012 you called him the head of a private army of thugs and accused him of conspiracy to commit murder. When did you stop investigating Mr. Morti and start getting paid by him?
First of all, it's not a case of getting paid by him because that's now following another narrative. But I've got a
apologies. No, let me say it right. I don't want to create a misperception. We started doing business or working for him.
So I've got a timeline here. So a criminal case was opened against various parties, one of which was Zunaid Morti in 2011. And we that's my forensic practice, we were hired by a chap by the name of Naeem Kassim. In those days, my practice was called Paul O'Sullivan Associates. It's now called O'Sullivan Brosnan and Associates. And between late 2011 and you can say probably mid or early 2013, I was under the impression that Motti and some of his associates had a case to answer in respect of a case of attempted murder, where a Mercedes motor vehicle with Naeem Kassim in it had left, what do you call it where they gamble? A casino on the West Rand, and on his way home to Harderbeersport, he was ambushed. And we followed up on that ambush, and we were able to draw a link between certain individuals that were involved in the ambush and Mr. Zunaid Motti. So a docket was opened, and as a result of that docket, a number of people were arrested, one of which included Zunaid Motti. And then what happened in August 2013, the state, and I've got the name down here, in fact we know her today as Advocate Andrea Johnson. At that time she was Deputy Director or in the office of North Gauteng. I think she reported under the Director of Prosecutions in North Gauteng. She made a decision not to proceed against Motti. And she did that, and there was a kind of a 2-year period there. She did that after his lawyers made representations. And I was then supplied, because we were lobbying for all of them to be prosecuted, and I was then supplied with a copy of that representation. And when I saw the representation, it made common sense, because it just happened that he was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and I'm not defending him on that. But then what happened in 2014, which is the next year, I terminated the relationship with Naeem Kassim. And the reason there were 2 reasons I terminated the relationship. The first reason, he hadn't paid his fees. He told me he was short of cash, and he gave me an envelope full of post-dated checks. And when we started putting the post-dated checks through the bank, they all bounced. So I then went to him and I said, listen, your checks are bouncing. And then what we found out was he had been committing the offense of extortion. He had tried to manipulate a settlement, a civil settlement, on the alleged criminal charges against Zunaid Motti, and the amount he wanted was 100 million rand to make the case go away. So I said, we're not prepared to be involved in anything of that nature, and your checks are bouncing. So I then issued a summons against him, and I terminated the mandate. And as a result of issuing that summons, I got judgment. And the judgment was taken on the 5th of February 2015 against Naeem Kassim in the amount of 1,543,505 rand and 7 cents of unpaid fees based on the bounced checks, plus interest and legal costs. So we have that judgment. I can show it to you. So that was kind of the end of all that. And then what happened, I didn't go knocking on the door of Motti and said, now I'm going to be your friend. I had invested in a company called Old Fashioned Fish and Chips. And I had lent that company, I can't remember the exact figure, so don't get me perjurious for remembering, it's a long time ago, but I had lent that company approximately 6 million rand. And in return for the loan of 6 million rand, I took security. And the security I took for the loan was an amount of, the security I took for the loan was the shares in the company. All of the shares with signed blank dated share transfer forms. So now they had I think, 6 months to repay me this money. And if they didn't repay me, I could then sell the company. And as it got towards the end of that 6 million rand loan, I think they still owed me they had made some repayments, but they still owed me 4 million. And they asked me to release the shares. And I said, no, I'm not going to, because that's my only security. And I went and dealt with a company, I can't remember the name, it's a public company, and I offered to sell them old-fashioned fish and chips. And the price we were closing in on was about 15 million rand. Now, I didn't want to make a profit out of the loan, so my arrangement, and I put it to the owner of old-fashioned fish and chips, you owe me 4 million, I'm going to sell your shares in 3 weeks' time for 15 million, and I'll refund you the difference that you owe me, because I don't want to make a profit. I just want what we were going to do. Then that lady, elderly Portuguese lady, she then said, leave it to me, I'll be back in a week with the funds. And a week later, I got an unsolicited phone call from Zunaid Motti. And he said, Paul, I don't know if you want to talk to me or not, because we had some strange moments. And this was now in 2014. And I said, what's the issue? He said, well, the issue is this. I've been offered to buy your loan in old-fashioned fish and chips. And he said, I understand that you've got another buyer lined up and you can sell it and make a big profit. I said, I'm not interested in making a profit. I made a loan, I just want my money back. So he then said to me, would you have any objection if I go and I pay them the money to buy those shares or to lend them money? It won't just be your 4 million, I'll lend them more and I'll take security of the same shares. I said, I have no objection as long as I get my 4 million. And then what happened was the lady phoned me and she said, we've decided to sell to Zunaid Motti, he's going to pay us the money. So I phoned him and I said, listen here, my advice to you is not to pay them the money, because if they don't pay it to me, I'm not releasing the shares. So he then got some attorney involved, and the attorney held the money, and then I got my 4 million, I handed over the shares, and that was the deal done with him. So I then, at that moment in time, met with him, and then I explained to him how I had fired Naeem Kassim, and that the reason I'd fired him wasn't just over the bounce checks, that he owed me 1.5 million or 1.6 million because there were costs involved. And I said, but he also tried to extort you. He said, yes, I know, he wanted 100 million. So I then said, you know, that's really bad. You shouldn't be doing that. So after that, Zunaid Motti has, I believe, plus minus 250 companies, and they're involved in very diverse areas: logistics, shipping, import, export, mining, transport, aviation, all sorts of things. And he then said to me, I'm quite impressed with your level of ethics, that you didn't want to profit on this fish and chips deal. I said, from time to time, we have forensic work that needs to be carried out. Would you be prepared to render those services for one or other of the companies? And I said, well, I have no objection. And at that point in time, we did what we always do, which is a due diligence, which includes getting the criminal record checks that we do, because we don't act for criminals. So he had a clear criminal record. We got the, what do you call it? Police clearance certificate. I asked him for a police clearance certificate, which he gave us. So I was satisfied that we could do business with him. And I think between the period of 2015 and now, we have carried out investigations for various of his companies. And not only that, in 2015, I think it was, or 2016, or maybe 2017, 1 year there, I identified a property opportunity and I didn't have enough cash. I said, listen, I've got a deal here. I can buy 10 properties for whatever million of rand, and I said it's a deceased estate. I've met with the executor. He'll take an offer of that amount, and I don't have enough cash. If you want to come in on that deal, you can, and we'll split the profit down the middle. And that's exactly what happened. So I then got involved in a property transaction with him as well.
Okay, but thank you. So we have that for the record then. I want to move to the relationship, or whether you know anything about the relationship between General Shadrach Sibia and General Feroz Khan. And if you don't, it's fine. Again, it's to determine if there is a significant relationship.
Well, I'm bound under oath, and I'm going to tell the truth. So the truth is, as I mentioned in the last, I don't know if you call it a meeting, I suppose you call it a meeting, but in the last session, I mentioned that I have a relationship with Shadrach Sibia, and it's purely a professional relationship. I mentioned that I don't even know where he lives. I've never had a restaurant meal with him. He did attend, while he was working at Joburg City Council, he did attend a braai, a Christmas braai. Feroz Khan, I know of. I've had several meetings with him. I'm not sure what he does now because I haven't seen him for a while, but at one stage he was involved in crime intelligence in Gauteng. And it appeared to me at one stage, and I didn't get this from the horse's mouth, so neither of them said anything negative about the other to me, but it appeared to me at one stage that there was some kind of a fallout or toxicity between them, but it's only from what I read in the media.
And then, were you at any stage introduced to a Mr. Rashad Ismail by either Mr. Moti, General Sibia, or General Khan, or a combination of the likes?
I don't know who Rashad Ismail is.
Okay.
Is it, I meet a lot of people. If you can tell me what this profession is or what he does?
I'll come back to it now.
Okay.
Just for the sake of time, I want to ask you a little bit more about your comment on General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi after the press conference. And then after that, I want to ask you one or two policy-related questions. In terms of General Mkhwanazi, you, as I remember correctly, said, you repeated it several times, that he's not a task force member and that he had no business in wearing that uniform. Just for clarity, you're aware today that he is in fact qualified to wear that uniform and is authorized to.
Is that a question?
It's a question.
So, the point I made at the time, Chairman, was that he wasn't a task force member. He was a divisional commissioner for KZN. And he had previously been a task force member, some years before that. And the point I made at the time was that this whole media conference, and it's, by the way, somewhere included in my statement, and I put a picture in one of the annexes, where you've got a person dressed in combat uniform, task force uniform, and you're not a task force member, you were some years prior to that. In my opinion, and this is just my opinion, it's my personal opinion, and bearing in mind at that stage, I knew already of his involvement in trying to sabotage the investigation into General Phahlane by soliciting and hiring people from IPID to come and work in the police and leave IPID and in return give information against Robert McBride. So I was aware of that. Now, at the same time, I was also aware, although I had no specific prima facie evidence, there was a media article which has been repeated in my sworn statement that identifies the relationship between General Masemola and General Mkwanazi, back in 2012, when an alleged amount of 35 million was spent on buying luxury motor cars without going through any tender process whatsoever. And I was able to identify that one of those cars was a Mercedes ML350 that found its way into the hands of the then Minister of Police for private use. And the regulations, internal police regulations concerning the purchase of motor cars from the slush fund. I still call it the slush fund. We call it the Secret Service account, whatever you want. I call it a slush fund because it's been a slush fund for 25 years. The cars purchased from the slush fund are never supposed to be given or used by registered, known publicly police officials. And they bought 35 million rands worth of cars and shared them out, which included cars that went to people at police head office. And there's no doubt about that. And the whole thing was brushed under the woodwork. So I made the comment that appearing on the 6th of July media conference with 8 armed men with automatic weapons dressed in combat uniform and masks, was it a media conference or was it an operation that was going to take place? And it gave the absolute impression to me, when I looked at the presentation that he did, it gave the absolute impression to me that he was creating a red herring for the criminal activity that goes on in crime intelligence. And I think that is a fact, and it can be proven, and it will unroll when we see the criminal trial taking place of the 5 generals and 2 brigadiers from crime intelligence, because I believe what he was effectively doing, and I have no axe to grind for any of the generals in the police, whether it's Sabir or whoever, I have no axe to grind. But the reality of it, that media conference was not only dishonest, it was divisive, and it was intended to distract attention away from what's been going on in the police in KZN.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. 2 more questions. The one is, can you confirm how you obtained, or from who you obtained the affidavit purportedly deposed to by Mr. Nangi, particularly given that the specific affidavit appears to be identical in substance and form to the affidavit previously circulated by General Sonona to Kat Matlala?
Okay, so I don't know General Sonona, and the first I heard about Kat Matlala was what I saw in the media. But what I did see last year was a story in the media. I think it's included in my statement, and I can't refer to the paragraph right now, but I've attached a copy of the media article, and I think it was Sunday World. I can't remember which. I think it was Sunday World. And when I saw this article, it piqued my interest. Now, you know, most journalists, they write articles based on what they have in front of them. And if you can get a trusted relationship with a journalist, you can get them to supply you with some information. So I found the journalist in question, and I said to him, I'd like to investigate this a little bit further. And the reason I wanted to investigate it further, Chairman, is because one of the people named there is a Colonel Dawood. And that's the same Colonel Dawood that kidnapped a member of my staff. And it's the same Colonel Dawood that was involved in taking my cell phone unlawfully, which Phahlane then read out in Parliament. And it's the same Colonel Dawood that threatened to assault me. So I realized that there's somehow a link there. So I then asked that journalist, I would like to investigate this matter a lot further. Would you be kind enough to share with me the affidavit? I first of all phoned Ricardo Angelico or Angelo or something, the attorney because his name was mentioned in the article. So I tracked him down and I asked him, can you share that affidavit with me? He said, let me check with my client. He checked with his client, he phoned me back, he said, Paul, the client doesn't want you to see it. So then I got the journalist to supply it. After I got it, I then phoned the attorney again. I said, listen, I've got it, but I'd like to actually meet face to face with your client, because there's a few issues I have with this affidavit, and I'd like to just unpack it. And he said, let me come back to you. And he came back to me and he said to me, it seems to me that the client doesn't want to see you. I then formed the opinion, Chairman, that some parts of that affidavit were probably truthful and some of it probably not. But I wanted to get to the bottom of those aspects of it that I was interested in, which was what he referred to in his affidavit as the torture and the assaults that took place at some farm somewhere in KZN in front of General Mkhwanazi, where General Mkhwanazi was alleged to have made comments. And then the tape recording of the wife of Nangi, or Nanji, I don't know how you say it, the tape recording, which was included in the affidavit, of how Dawood phoned this woman, and she tape recorded the call, and Dawood is saying to her, if we don't get the truth out of you, we're gonna chop your husband up and send him back to you in a cardboard box. So that was what I wanted to drill down into. I had no axe to grind for Nanji. I've never met him, spoken to his lawyer. If somebody asked for my personal opinion would probably be that, you know, the truth is there, but there's some fabrication stuff there. He denies being involved in certain events, but I would imagine if the police had gone about it the correct way, instead of torturing him and assaulting him, they might well have had a conviction by now, but that's not the way they went about it. So they poisoned their own well.
Then, in terms of policy, if you were to have a magic wand and you could tackle the organized crime crisis being run from inside SAPS, sadly, in some cases, 2 or 3 things that you would kick off with to try and resolve this?
Yeah, thank you. That's a really great question, and I want to refer quickly, if I can, to paragraph 171 and it's not long, so I can just read it out. Bless you. I said there's only one, sorry for the typo, there's only one way to fix it. The question is, how can the criminal justice system be fixed? I said there's only one way to fix it. It needs a zero tolerance campaign together with a change in legislation. So I'm grateful to have the opportunity to present to this committee my ideas, because I'm not a legislator, you guys are. Together with a change in legislation, so that any police officer or prosecution official, no matter the rank, is immediately and automatically suspended following being arrested or charged with any offence involving dishonesty. And I'm particular about offence involving dishonesty, because sometimes they might be arrested for drink driving or and I'm not saying that that should be condoned, but it shouldn't stop a person doing it. And then I said, any employee in the CJS, that's the criminal justice system, convicted of any offence involving dishonesty should be automatically dismissed. And that would require a change in the legislation. Then I'm also saying probative tests should be carried out on all candidates for senior appointments in the criminal justice system. There's no probative tests being done. If they did probative tests, Masamolo wouldn't be chief of police today. Phahlane would have never been chief of police. You know, they need to do these probative tests. And I'm saying we need to develop the law in South Africa, the common law offence of abuse of public office, because it is a common law offence. There's no act. So it's a common law offence. Believe it or not, there's lots of offences which are common law, and they've been developed through trials and appeals and stuff like that. It's time we woke up in South Africa and developed the common law offence of abuse of public office. Because overseas, if you abuse public office, you go to prison. In this country, you get nothing. You might get fired if you're unlucky. But the chances are you can abuse your office and carry on working. And then if you start sending people to prison for abusing public office, it's going to send out a very clear signal. And I think I also said that, and it's probably not mentioned here, that it should be a criminal offence for any senior police official to ignore a DPCI judge report. And I've included in my submission 2 DPCI judge reports with scathing attacks on generals in the police. And nothing happened to any of them. They were covered up, they were protected. And I'm saying that should be a criminal offence. DPCI judge recommended disciplinary proceedings. Nothing happened. The counting officer of the police should have been criminally charged for that. Those generals could have been gone. And if you get rid of people out of the police with bad ethics, you're going to clean up the police. And you don't start at the bottom, you start at the top and work your way down. And if we could do that in South Africa, we would turn the ship around, and we will get the rule of law back in South Africa. You know, I talked to some really, really good cops, career policemen, fantastic, the salt of the earth. And they feel so betrayed by senior police management. And if we can get the stability back into the police and get the ethics back into the police. Once upon a time, a policeman was proud to be a policeman. Now they keep quiet about it because they're seen as a scum of the earth. For what? Because 5 or 10% of their leaders are corrupt. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you so much, Honorable Skosana. (11:43).
Pardon me?
Thank you, Chair. I was listening to our witness lecturing us how to run this country, that overseas, this is what they are doing. Some of us, Mr. O'Sullivan, we don't have dual citizenship. We are South Africans. Our DNA, which runs in our blood and vein, we are not Europeans. We are not settlers in this country. And it's unacceptable for you to lecture us about how things should be run in this country. You've been doing this for many years, unabated, unprovoked. And I'm not even sure whether, because you're journalists, which you say there's good journalists, they give you news. I guess we are talking about your Marian, who's the, Marian Tam, Karen Morgan, Passon, the STATCOM journalists who are misleading you. But let's start here, Mr. O'Sullivan. Are you the same Paul O'Sullivan who was born on February 17, 1953, or you were born in August 1955?
Chairman, I was born on the 26th of August 1955.
Thank you. Now,
sorry, let me finish.
No, I'm fine. Remember, you are responding on me.
What I cannot accept is a 30-second question or 10-second question preceded by a 5-minute lecture where you defame me. I have never, ever lectured. I was asked a question and I answered the question. That's not a lecture.
No, you were lecturing us.
We really need to keep our decorum here, because
Yeah,
if you're going to sit there and defame me and lecture me, I will respond accordingly.
No, I will as well. I mean, you made an interview on NCA. You said that we must leak our asses. You said that on NCA, you using your language.
Sorry, I said what?
We must leak our asses.
I must eat your what?
you must hear again. I think those hearing devices are not doing justice to you. You said on NCA that we must lick our asses.
Eat your asses.
Lick our asses.
Who said that?
You.
Rubbish.
Yeah, let me tell you, for maybe you've forgotten. We are going to play that video here.
Okay.
Yes. I think we'll play it at the end. I can tell you now, you are going even not to disclose. You said as well, when you wrote, to say that you don't want to be interviewed by MK Party, EFF, and Action SA. Am I right?
Chairman, those were, shall we call it, interactions that took place before I decided to come and testify. And those interactions were supposed to point out that, by the way, I'm not happy to be interrogated by people who belong to a party formed from what I consider to be a criminal syndicate.
Yeah, now, hence I'm saying that your attitude, the way you behave like, you are talking to your, I'm not sure, I don't even say to your workers. We are members of parliament here. Every 400 member in this house is a member of parliament. You can't dictate who you want to speak to. You can't say to us that we are not capable of getting and probing you like any other witness. You are not a special person here.
Now, I don't know what your question, you're making statements. Chairman, the reality of the situation is the MKP went on record before I came here to give evidence, insulting me and defaming me. So, whatever they may do in this house, they have privilege for. But what they don't have privilege for is insulting me and defaming me on social media, and they become experts at it. And the reason they're doing it is because, and this is the reason why I've asked the Madlanger Commission to investigate certain members of this committee for actually being involved in protecting criminals in the criminal justice system.
Chair, I'm going to say this. Paul O'Sullivan has been doing this for many years. And as members of parliament, what we are telling me now, you are telling about members of the MK, I don't know where, or members of this parliament. You must give me a name and not just cast aspersion. You must say who has done so here. But be that as it may, I'm going to start now. You went to Czech Republic with Brigadier Giniza. Is it true?
I went with Brigadier Giniza and a prosecutor. I can't remember the name of the prosecutor now.
Who paid for that trip?
I paid for the trip.
Don't you think that's you are interfering with the work of the police?
Definitely not. In fact, I can explain it. And when you get there, what you're not going to do, and I've warned you about this before.
No, Chair.
You're not going to make allegations and not allow me to answer.
Chair.
I'm not going to complete my answer like this. Chairman?
I haven't said anything.
The inference is, he's trying to make an inference that it was improper. And I want to give an explanation, and I will give that explanation, Chairman.
Chair,
wait, both.
With your indulgence, I've asked a question. I need an answer, period.
My answer is very simple.
Wait, both of you. Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. Wait, Honorable Skosan. You know, the two of you had a frenetic start. The manner in which your conversation started, it started with sparks flying. And it can never be a way to sustain a conversation. It can't be. Can you calm down? Both of you, calm down and have a conversation. He asked you a question about Brigadier Gininda, and is it Brigadier or General Gininda? Yes, and somebody, you said you paid for them.
And then I was told, do you not think this is interfering in the work of the police?
Yeah,
and that's what I'm responding to, Chairman.
No, then there was a follow-up question, because we are also investigating public interference in the work of the SAPS. He asked you that question, following up on the question that he earlier put to you.
Yeah.
So
that's what I tried
so
to answer.
now it's time for you
to answer that.
to answer. Don't breathe heavily on each other's necks.
No, absolutely
Yes.
not. So we need to have a little bit of context, though, because what had happened at the time, this related to an investigation into a criminal enterprise being run by Mr. Radovan Krejcir. And Mr. Radovan Krejcir, we have the information, how many people have been murdered, how many crimes have been committed, the drug cartel he was running, all the rest of it. I brought that case to the police. The police didn't find out about it accidentally. I brought that case to the police. This man was running a criminal empire out of a pawn shop in Bedford View. People's homes were getting robbed, people were getting murdered. So I came to the police and I laid it all out. I also went to see Brigadier Gininda. Why? Because Brigadier Gininda...
point of order, Chair, please.
Brigadier Gininda was outside my house on the morning that Radovan Krejcir tried to kill me. And there was an attempt to murder me. That was on the 9th of January 2014. I then sat down with the police and I explained to them what needed to be done. They applied for permission to go and interview a witness who I had identified in Prague, in the Czech Republic. I'd flown to Prague myself at my own expense, and I'd been able to provide the outline of the statement this witness would make. I then went back. I got them I got them to agree to come to the Czech Republic. They applied for the funding, and the funding was only granted for them to travel to London.
Chair, point of order, Chair.
I need to finish, please.
No,
And I'm nearly there.
Chair, it's 10 minutes, he's explaining one thing, Chair, please.
No.
I don't have the luxury, Chair. I've asked whether you went with Kiniza, and he said so. I don't need anything further than that.
Let me tell you, Honorable Scott, it's you who is asking the witness questions. You can't call a point of order because the witness is responding to the questions.
Chair, need an explanation. I wanted he gave me an answer that he went with Kiniza and somebody else.
What you need to do is, where you get satisfied, just inform him that...
He's refusing, Chair. I said I'm fine with the answer.
I'm nearly finished, Chairman. No. I would have been finished if you hadn't have interrupted.
Okay. Yeah.
No, Chair, he must stop. When I'm saying I'm satisfied, I'm okay, Chair.
Yeah,
I'm the one who's asking the. If I'm not satisfied, I'm going to really ask again. But I'm fine. He confirmed that he went with a Brigadier Kiniza and the prosecutor or whatever. And my follow-up question will be simple: that was illegal as well.
Okay.
Because we have SSA in this country. Brigadier Kiniza as well. It was not right for him even to go to Czech Republic.
That is not true, Chairman. He's making statements now, not asking questions. And if I can finish answering my question, the member will fully understand what took place.
No, Chair, I'm happy with that answer. I'm fine.
It doesn't work like that. I'm not going to take any more questions until I can finish answering this question.
No, your arrogance is not going to help you with me.
Yes.
You can play that with other people, not with me.
Not playing a game.
No. Your white supremacy arrogance is not going to help you with me. You must answer what I'm asking you. You can't dictate to me.
What I'm not doing is...
No, we are doing exactly that. What we are doing to the security clusters. Dictating, you can dictate to them. No, not to members of parliament. Your arrogance is not going to help you.
Honorable
If you are attacked, you are attacked.
Honorable Skosan, just a moment. Honorable Malim.
Chair, I will ask you to prevail over the witness because he can't speak to members of parliament in a manner he's doing. To an extent that he even points fingers and that he even interrupts you and get into exchange with members of parliament at this level, because all he needs to do is to answer the question, and if Honorable Skosana says I'm satisfied, he must plead with you that I need to expand on this point. I'm asking for indulgence, Chairperson. That's what a dignified visitor does. Not to come here and engage in a manner he's doing with us and try to threaten members of parliament and all of that. That's what gets some of these members of parliament agitated. There's a chairperson here. He's been invited here and he's going to respect the chairperson and obey the rules of parliament. When he's not satisfied with a certain conduct, he gets his turn, which will not eat on members' time, and say, Chair, there's certain observation I want to make, which I'm not happy with. And he does that. Not to exchange with us and point fingers at us and tell us, some of you must be investigated by Madlanga, whatever. We have heard that nonsense before. It will never move us. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much. Honorable Skosan.
Thank you, Chair. Because of time, really, it's unfortunate that our history as well, it pains us to see someone who displays this arrogancy and think that we are just a piece of what he said. When he said, we must, we must leak her ass. Now, you said that all your activities which makes you to come into this country is because there was a rule of law. And I believe that during apartheid time, there was no rule of law at all. In the 80s, you said yourself that you moved from UK, where there is a rule of law, to apartheid South Africa, where there was no rule of law. Why?
Chairman, which paragraph did I say I moved here because there was a rule of law? Which paragraph of my statement? I said that the actions I've taken since I arrived here, which included joining the police and spending 36 years of my life in South Africa fighting crime, was to ensure that we have a rule of law. I never at any stage stated that I chose South Africa because there's a rule of law. And if the member can point that out to me, which paragraph he's referring to, I'd be grateful.
I will, at a later stage, I will. I've got it on your statement, right. Now, you have a business called O'Sullivan, Brosnan and Associate, am I right?
That's correct.
Who is your co-director in that company?
Ashley Brosnan.
When was he registered?
I don't have the records in front of me.
When did you start working with her?
I think she's been employed 6 years, 7 years.
Yeah, but when was he registered as a quota? You don't know.
I have a secretary that handles all that.
So you don't know when she joined your company?
She joined my company 6 or 7 years ago.
Now, are you aware that she was not registered with CIRA? Yes, she is.
She applied to register with CIRA. She had problems with her fingerprints, but if you look at the legislation and the rules of CIRA, she's a certified fraud examiner, so she doesn't have to be registered with CIRA.
No, then why was she registering with CIRA if she was not supposed to?
Nobody said she's not supposed to. I prefer to have her registered, but she's not obliged to, because there's a ruling between the ACFE and CIRA that stipulates how certified fraud examiners do not need to register with CIRA.
No, I'm talking about your company. Remember, your company is registered with CIRA, am I right?
The company is,
Yes. And yourself registered with CIRA?
I'm registered because I don't just do forensic investigations, I give security advice. And
So-
if you give security advice, the law requires that you are registered with CIRA.
Now, so you are comfortable that your court director is not registered with CIRA?
Correct.
So do you think that you were operating legally?
Correct.
Okay. Now, of all the countries in the world, why did you choose to invest in apartheid South Africa? And you break the intentional sanction and boycott of South Africa, then why?
Pardon? I didn't quite hear you.
I'm saying you chose to invest in South Africa. Am I right?
Correct.
And you know that there was international sanction and boycott in South Africa. Am I right? And you moved to South Africa so that you could enjoy the apartheid South Africa. Am I right to say so?
Definitely wrong.
So why did you choose South Africa when there was international boycott, but you chose to come in here?
Because the winds of change were taking place and I could see that South Africa was moving towards a democracy. I already owned properties here and I wanted to come and stay here and become part of that movement to move towards democracy.
When did you own properties in South Africa? Which year?
I can't remember. In the 80s, in the mid-80s, I bought some properties here.
Now,
investment properties.
Now-
I bought properties in different parts of the world.
and you haven't mentioned St. Helena as well in your affidavit, am I right?
What paragraph? I don't know.
No, I'm asking. Did you mention St. Helena, the Iceland?
Iceland?
Yes, St.
I
Helena.
have no investments in Iceland.
So these journalists you trust who publish all those things here, they are lying.
Which journalists do you trust?
No, you were talking about, I don't trust journalists. I told you, those journalists are Stratcom.
Sorry, Chairman, I'm not raising my voice, and I'd appreciate it if the member would cease to raise his voice and talk to me like I'm a little child.
I'm not raising voice. I'm talking to you because we've got this problem of hearing.
It's coming louder through here.
Yeah, you can take them out. It's fine.
No, I don't need that, Chairman.
Yeah, so it's up to you. So don't dictate to me.
What is your question?
My question is simple. I asked you that you didn't declare St. Helena, your investment there.
Well, I must declare all my investments around the world?
No, I never said you must. I'm just saying you've declared others. Why this one was not declared?
Because it's not, it's a public company based in London.
Let me tell you why.
Sorry, you know the problem, Chairman? I'm starting to answer my question and the member is interrupting me. And I can't
because you know why.
No, you can't tell me why. You let me finish answering.
So
tell me why you think.
So you will tell me to dictate to me.
You see, Chairman, this is the problem I'm having. I've got a very antagonistic person here who wants to. I'm
a member of Parliament. I'm not a person. You can say a member of Parliament here.
Very antagonistic member of Parliament here, who is trying to talk me down, belittle.
No, we are back. Anyway, we are back.
And be as arrogant as he accuses me of being.
Yeah, but we are back.
The reality is, my investments in St. Helena have got absolutely nothing to do with the reason we are here.
Because you are a spy. You are hiding things because you are a spy. And you will never accept here, like any other spy, besides the other witness we had yesterday. Paul, is it your UKM number 24302-818?
I don't know what he's talking about.
No. I'm asking you. You must say no if it's not true.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about your army number in the UK.
Chairman, I'm being told now that I'm a spy.
No, you're a spy, yes.
Sorry, Chairman. I'm not going to put up with this rubbish. I am having this being repeatedly told by this member that I'm a spy. Now, I say to you, if you believe I'm a spy, produce the evidence.
No, you know the evidence is that, like you say that some people are giving you won't disclose them. They told us that we are a spy. You people which we are working with. Hence, I'm asking you, Mr. O'Sullivan, your UK AM number, is it 2430288? Yes or no?
I don't know what he's talking about, Chairman.
I'm talking about your army number.
I don't have an army number.
So it's not true.
It's not. I don't know what he's talking about, Chairman.
Okay, it's fine, Mr. O'Sullivan. Let me come back to you. Are you a woman abuser?
Just a moment. Honorable Malam.
Thanks, Chair. Just a quick follow-up. When you are in the military, you are given a military number, a force number or a military number or anything of that sort. He's asking if your military number, when you were young in the UK military intelligence, is the one that is reading out or not. Or in the UK, you didn't require any force number or anything of that sort.
Oh, there probably was, but I mean, we're talking 50 years ago. Chairman, I can't remember a number from 50 years ago. How?
Yes, this army number.
Yes, so then you're not supposed to have answered by saying, I don't know what you are talking about.
Well, I didn't know what he was talking about, Chairman.
You could have said that the answer you give now that it's about 50 years ago, I would have forgotten.
The member over here explained what he was talking about. I didn't understand.
I'm still on the platform. You have been in the UK Army. That is what...
50 years ago, Chairman.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what?
And then Honorable Malema is checking with you if you were once designated a number. That's what he's checking.
Yes, Chairman.
Is it a practice in the UK Army to designate force numbers?
It's a practice throughout the world, Chairman.
Okay.
But I can't remember any number from 50 years ago.
And then Honorable Skosana is reading a number there to say, I have this number with me. Can you confirm is this number could have once been designated to you or not?
Okay, and my answer is I can't remember 50 years ago.
Okay. Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. On that, Chair, let me put it on record. Paul O'Sullivan, UK Army number was 2430288. He served from 1972 to 1977. These were provided by NIA in 2002 for the purpose of...
Sorry.
Wait, please.
I can't hear what you're saying. You're talking fast.
No, you
Provided
choose.
by who?
You choose sometimes not to hear me. I'm saying, Chair, Paul O'Sullivan, Army number is 2430288. And he served from 1972 to 1977. This was provided to then NIA in 2002 for the purpose of verification with the British and the part of his vetting process when he was employed at AXA. I'm not saying that, I just wanted to find out whether it's true he's got an army number, nothing else. Now, let me pass check because of my time. He's got that army number, even if he deny, like every other spy denies that he's a spy. So I'm saying to you, Chair, we are going to waste time on that because he's going to deny it. But let me come to this. My question was, are you a woman abuser?
Definitely not, Chairman.
Because your ex-wife here, do you remember that case which was opened in Randburg?
This was in the last century. That's 20.
It doesn't matter when, Chair. I'm asking a quick question. Are you a woman abuser because your wife complained, he opened a case against you?
And the answer is no, Chairman.
Odena Jadet O'Sullivan.
I'm not a woman abuser.
Yeah, but your wife says so here. And you paid as well. You admitted here.
Chairman,
I've got this with me here. I'm stacking it.
This matter was discussed at the last time we were in session.
No, but you're asked by me now. It's me who's asking you now.
And I want to explain the answer I gave then, which is the same answer I'm giving now. An allegation was made after an incident took place. I denied the allegation at the time. And my attorney advised me, Paul, you just pay this admission of guilt fine. I think it was 500 or 600 rand.
No, it's not true as well, that money. It's not true.
Well, I can't remember that. Have
Yeah,
you got the amount?
because we are lying. You know how much you paid. It's here.
So perhaps you'll enlighten me.
No, but I'm saying to you, why are you lying to us? Because you know how much you paid.
Chairman, I can't remember back 26 years. It was 500 or 600 rand.
It's not true.
So what is the amount, Chairman?
So, Chair,
what is the amount?
unfortunately, we have here a witness who's stubborn, who behaves like he wants to dictate to us, how we should question him, and he will respond the way he wants, because he wants to mislead us here. We have facts here, Mr. O'Sullivan. We do research. But because we are a spy, we are not going to accept anything from us here.
Chairman, I have had this member unlawfully and dishonestly calling me a spy at least 10 times. And if he calls me a spy one more time, I'm going to stop answering his questions.
It's fine. I'm happy with that.
He's trying to make his point, and he's lying through his teeth. I am not a spy, and I've never been a spy. I've served this country well and faithfully, risking my life for 36 years.
You are believing your own lies.
Not to come here and have a member of this House unlawfully accusing me of being a spy.
Chair, my last minute, which I'm going to finish now. Mr. O'Sullivan said he filed an affidavit to the high-level review panel on Fraser. But the review panel was an internal SSA investigation. Who invited you to file an affidavit?
Chairman, the internal review that took place invited public comment. They made, in the media, they invited public comment. And the reason I came in on Mr. Fraser was because I opened a criminal docket at Rosebank Police Station against Mr. Fraser for perjury after he wrongly and falsely accused me of assisting our current president.
Chair is not answering my question. I'm sorry.
Wrongly accused me of assisting our current president of helping to catch and torture people who stole money from the farm parlor. And when I saw that statement, I made a docket against Arthur Fraser, and I went a step further. I sent a copy of that docket to the Honourable President, if that's His Excellency the President, and I also provided that information and more information about the allegations concerning Arthur Fraser and his links to
Chair, he's not answering my question. I said that he does not qualify to be part and parcel of the person who is doing an affidavit. Public participation, we know about that. My question was simple to you, that you are not qualified to do that.
I'm not what?
We are not qualified to do that. That was an SSA internal thing.
They invited public.
No, we know that.
So I made a sworn affidavit, Chairman, a very detailed sworn affidavit, which set out the links between Arthur Fraser and the founder of the MK Party and others. And those links in my affidavit, Chairman, proved beyond reasonable doubt
for you.
Links.
Chair, thank you very, very much for intelligence. But what I want to say to Mr. O'Sullivan is that you are a conman, you are a thug, you are a thief, you are everything which this country does not need. I thank you, Chair.
And I'm not allowed to respond to those insults, Chairman.
I'm looking at you. I want to hear if you have a comment, what is being said.
Well, my comment is everything the member just said, Chairman, is an absolute lie, and it's intended to protect criminals. Thank you.
Thank you.
A spy is always say so, Chair. A spy is always like this.
Thank you so much, honorable,
thank you, Chair.
Honorable members who are going to do this. The documents that we we have circulated must remain confidential. They must not be made available or circulated to anybody outside the committee. Can I check with the political parties that have questions to ask?
Chair, before I wanted a point of clarity, hence my hands was up. My hands was up for a point of clarity on Mr. Paul O'Sullivan.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you didn't note me, but you saw my hand. Can I speak? Can I ask him?
May I get another water? Thank you.
Babu Paul. Yes, sir. Babu Paul. Gila.
Thank you.
I just want a clarity here, Mr. Paul. You say you were accused by Mr. Atta Fraser of assisting who?
Sorry, accused by what?
Mr. Atta Fraser.
Yes.
Of assisting who?
He accused me, Chairman, in an affidavit which was published in the media, and in that affidavit he accused me of assisting the current president and the presidential, I think he's a major general, Wally Roeder. I was accused of, by Arthur Fraser, of assisting the president and Wally Roeder to track down the people who had allegedly broken into and stolen $5 million or whatever the amount was from under a couch. And that was a complete fabrication and a lie.
Okay.
And because of it, I decided to open a docket against him. And I went to the media and I used my right of reply. And I explained to the media that Arthur Fraser actually needs to be criminally charged, and so too does Walter or Wally Roeder, the Major General in the police.
Okay. And then another one is that, who is the founder of the MKP?
My understanding, Chairman, is it's the ex-president Jacob Zuma.
Oh, okay.
Am I wrong?
No. I noticed at first when you labeled, you called President Ramaphosa Honorable President, and at one stage you called President Zuma Jacob Zuma, just like that. So I wanted to ask whether, are you taking sides, or are you a certain faction fighting for certain people in that regard? That's what I wanted to understand.
No,
I'm clear.
Chairman.
Thank you.
Well, I must answer the question. When the
When the excellent President Zuma, you can say it.
When Jacob Zuma was...
No, it's your excellent President Jacob Zuma. As you say
when
with
the
Ramaphosa.
ex-president Jacob Zuma was president, I referred to him as President Jacob Zuma. And it's really semantics at the end of the day. But when he was president, I actually took steps and opened dockets against the people that were conspiring to have him arrested back before Polokwane. And that's made clear in this submission of mine. The fact is that I was seeing, whether it was right or wrong what they were doing, I was seeing that the interference in the criminal justice system was wrong. And that's why I highlighted it. So even if I didn't like Jacob's then president, well, he wasn't president then, he was about to become president, even if I didn't like him, I still saw what was being done to him as being wrong. And in the same way that if I see even a criminal that's been charged with something being beaten, it's wrong. And therefore, I was talking about protecting the criminal justice system from having them being interfered with by politicians who want this person arrested quickly or that person to be let off the hook. And that's what I gave evidence on previously, Chairman, that the narrative before Polokwane conference was to get Jackie Selebi off the hook and get Jacob Zuma on the hook. And I tried to highlight that, and I opened the docket about it.
Okay. Chair, can we play that clip for a minute, which I said, he said we must leak as.
Is it ready?
His as, yes. Ramano?
Okay, when we are still waiting for that, can I check, honorable members, we said there would be parties that may want to speak to the documents that have been circulated. Can I get indication which parties want to speak to those documents? Hello?
Is not come up. Thank you very much. No, just to get clarity, in this time that you are giving us, is it to focus solely on the new documents, or if there are other follow-up questions that we did not get a chance to ask, we may do so?
Yes, I said I'm going to allocate 10 minutes. 15. Not more than 10 minutes, so that speaks to whatever a member may want to use that time to, but it's per party, not per individual member. Yes. You want to ask? Okay. Can Honorable Malam? Yeah, I'm seeing it's the ANC, the MKP, the EFF, and the PA. Bangazita. Okay. Can we start with the ANC?
No, thanks, Chair. No, I just wanted to use this opportunity to conclude on the questions that were not done. The first one, Mr. O'Sullivan, do you perhaps have any knowledge or information about what was called the Browse Mall report?
Chairman, the only knowledge I have of the Browse Mall report was what I read in the media about a certain person, I can't remember his name, who apparently produced a report. And that's really all. I have no other knowledge about it. So, and to be honest with you, it never really stuck in my head what was going on at that time. So I can't even tell you what the allegations were in the Browse Mole report, other than I believe the report was subsequently discredited and became pro non scripto.
The second one, Mr. O'Sullivan, is I think in one of the question and answer session, one of my colleagues, it must have been Honorable Ngola, had asked you about what the former National Commissioner George Fivers had said about you. And at that time, the question was, were you aware that Mr. Fivers had said I mean, he had essentially said that you are somebody like an information peddler who's seeking attention. But I want to establish from that question. I picked it up somewhere in one of the interviews, or reported about his interviews, Mr. Fivers, that he says, or is alleged to have said that at some point you wanted to influence him to become or to take up a role of a police commissioner or something similar to that or equivalent to that in Ireland, and that if he takes that responsibility, it will do a great job for him to bring you along as his advisor. Do you know about that?
Chairman, that's complete fabrication. No such discussion. I understand, I don't do social media, but I think it was last week somebody brought to my attention that George Fivers had apparently done an interview somewhere, and he said I was a name dropper. But the only time I mentioned him in Parliament was I talked about since the days of George Fivers, because he completed his term, and it had nothing to do with whether he was a good cop or a bad cop or whatever, but he completed his term as Commissioner of Police. And I was making the point that since George Fivers, which didn't say I was heaping praise on George Fivers or name-dropping George Fivers, I was merely pointing out that since George Fivers, we haven't had stability in the police. And that would be from the year 2000, which means for 26 years, we haven't had a police commissioner that completed his term or a police commissioner that did not get involved in unethical conduct. That's all the point I was trying to make, Chairman.
The last question, Mr. O'Sullivan, is when we had Mr. Nkabinde, when Mr. Nkabinde came before us, obviously he made some references about you targeting him. And I think he made references to a message allegedly from you when he was engaging with the committee. So my question is not whether that happened or did not happen, but are you planning, post your interaction with this ad hoc committee, are you planning to target anyone who came before us and said things that you were not comfortable about? If yes, why?
Sorry, targeting, that's a very strange term. I have opened a criminal docket against Cedric Nkabinde, and that docket is got a Cape Town registration number, and the docket has been opened against him for perjury because he lied to Parliament, and his lies before Parliament, I linked it to his previous position when he was a senior investigator at IPID, and he crossed over. He became part of the infiltration of IPID by General Phahlane and General Mkhwanazi. And they had secret meetings to try and get other IPID investigators to stop investigating Phahlane. And that's mentioned in some detail in my statement with the supporting documents. So it's not a case of me targeting him. It's a case of bringing him to justice, which is what has to happen. You can't come and sit in this committee and lie through your teeth, as I've been accused of doing, which I haven't. But you can't come and sit here and lie through your teeth and then, through those lies, implicate somebody that was doing nothing more than exposing a corrupt chief of police, which is what I did.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Mr. O'Sullivan.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you so much, Chief Whip, Honorable Nomvalo. It's at 8 minutes past 12, your time expires.
May you please switch off the mic here? Thank you. Good morning, Mr. O'Sullivan.
Good morning.
Have you ever investigated a white person since you assumed your responsibility of being they are saying you are a forensic investigator.
Correct.
And you are not, in my belief. That's what I'm telling you. But
okay, so if we can just get to the question rather than...
Yeah, that's where I'm going. That's where I'm going. Have you ever investigated a white person?
Lots of them, and I put them in, well, I haven't put
can
them
you
in.
name
The courts
one?
have put them in prison.
Can you name one?
Well, one classic example is Ryder van Kretje, who got 35 years. I spent 3 years investigating that matter. I investigated a crooked lawyer by the name of George Michaelides, who stole 40 million rand from his clients. I investigated.
No, I think that is,
you asked me to name.
No, but I think that is enough.
Yes,
so I'm satisfied.
Lots of them. Lots of them.
Okay, I'm satisfied. Now, you are saying that people who were fighting against you because you were fighting against corruption took you by a convoy to the airport and reported that you are leaving the country while you are not. You said who are those people who took you by the convoy?
So, Chairman, I think there was a misunderstanding. What I said was my legal team had a meeting with representatives of Jacob Zuma, ex-President Jacob Zuma, and with the then current Commissioner of Police, the head of crime then
Okay.
head of crime
Who were those
intelligence.
representatives of the former
I
president?
would have to go back at the document, which I would have to find and get their names.
So on what capacity were they coming? Were they his legal representatives or they were working in the presidency?
Chairman, I can't remember whether, because I wasn't at that meeting, my legal representatives went to that meeting. And that meeting took place after I was informed I had, I think, 6 criminal trials that I had to face. All of them trumped up criminal charges.
No, but I just want to satisfy.
I'm trying to finish answering the question. No, Chairman, I cannot
think you have
answer the question if
answered.
I'm
No,
going to
I
be
think you have
interrupted.
answered. You are not going to do to me what you have done to Honorable Skosana. I am the one who's asking you questions here. How did you satisfy yourself that those people were representing President Jacob Zuma?
The meeting was recorded and the people stated who they were and what they were there for.
Who initiated that meeting?
Those people did.
They initiated it. So when who sent the invitation?
Chairman, I wasn't at the meeting. So what happened was we had in 2016, General Mokateri from the DPCI in Gauteng, together with a prosecutor by the name of Jabulani Malochwa, and they told my legal representative that they've got all these charges against me and I'm going to spend the rest of my life in prison.
Okay, so
let me
no, the question
I
was
can't
who
answer-
initiated it. I
So
think
I'm
you have
trying to-
answered.
I'm trying to answer.
No, you have answered. I'm satisfied. Now, did they say that they are representing Mr. Jacob Zuma in their representation,
Pardon
in
me?
their letter?
I didn't catch
In
that.
their invitation, did they say they are representing Mr. Jacob Zuma?
They say he was present. He wasn't present.
I beg your pardon?
Ex-President Jacob Zuma wasn't present at the meeting
Why are you saying they were representing him?
because one of the persons at the meeting was from the National Intelligence Agency, very high up in the National Intelligence Agency, and he said at that meeting he'd met with Jacob Zuma and he had authorized this process to go forward.
Okay. You have repeatedly said that you have repeatedly characterized the MK party as a party of criminals. Who is a criminal in the MK party?
I have not said the MK party is a party of criminals.
What did you say?
I've said the MK party was formed and came into being through a criminal.
Through criminals. What do you mean by that?
Pardon?
What do you mean by that?
By what?
By what you are saying?
A person who is a criminal.
Who?
Jacob Zuma.
He's a criminal.
He was convicted
When? Where?
by the Constitutional Court and he had to go and serve time in prison.
So he's a criminal.
For what crime? I'm not the criminal.
So he's a criminal.
So, Chairman, if this is going to become a political discussion, it's not something I want to engage in.
Okay.
I'm
Now
not,
let's move
I'm
to
not a member
let's
of
move to
that
another
party or
question.
this party.
You are saying
I thought we were going to have
you are saying your relationship with General Spear is professional, and you have held all your meetings with him in your offices.
No. I said most of the meetings took place in his offices, and occasionally we had meetings in my office, but most of the meetings took place.
Who was organizing those meetings?
Whichever of my staff were dealing with the projects that we were dealing with.
No, I'm saying the first meeting that you held with him, who organized it and how?
I don't even remember when that first meeting was, but it was after he was brought back into the police service. He had previously been head of DPCI in Gauteng, and he was unlawfully dismissed. The Constitutional Court found, or the Labour Court found, that he was unlawfully dismissed. And
when you have
subsequently,
when you
he
have
was brought
meetings
back
with
in-
General Speer in your office, what were those meetings about in your office with General Speer?
They were about corrupt police officials and prosecutors.
So he came to your office to report other police officers.
No, Chairman, he didn't come to my office. You're trying to put words into my mouth. He didn't come to my office.
No, I'm asking. I'm not putting words.
No,
It's a question.
No, it wasn't a question. You said, so he came to your office.
And then I expect your
So
response.
the reality was, we had a meeting because of whatever the project was, and he happened to, and I said, we'll come to you, or he was going into Johannesburg, and he said, no, I'm coming that way, I'll meet at your office. And it wasn't General Sabir on his own. There would have been other, like, I can't remember their names now, but there would have been other brigadiers or generals.
So
with him.
those projects that you were discussing about, what were they related to?
Corrupt police officials and prosecutors.
So that's why I'm saying he came to your office to report other police officers.
No, you see, Chairman, when you open a docket, and it doesn't just finish there. There are aspects of the docket which come up. So I said we needed an urgent meeting because one of the accused in the matter were doing unlawful things, and I needed to bring it to his attention. And it wasn't something I wanted to do over the phone. And I said, we can have a meeting, or we can come to you. He said, actually, tomorrow I'm going to Johannesburg. I'll come there with the investigating officer. I can tell you, I think his name was Klopper, Captain Klopper.
Yeah, you are saying even after you left AXA, you continued to have a relationship with good police officers. Who are those police officers that you continued to have? Just name a few that you can remember.
That we have good relationships with.
Who are those police officers?
Lots of them. Lots of them.
So what made you to keep a relationship with them, even when you were outside the institution?
Outside what institution?
You are saying after you left AXA, you continued to have a good relationship with good police officers.
Because after I left AXA, Chairman, I opened criminal dockets against Jackie Celebi and others within the police. And actually at that stage, my relationship was not with police officials, it was with members of the DSO, which is the Scorpions. So my relationship wasn't with police, it was, and then what happened in 2010?
Thank you so much, Honorable Malam.
Thanks, Chairperson. I finished what time?
I didn't hear.
Okay.
12:18.
12?
18.
1-8.
Yeah, 10
Okay,
minutes.
thanks. Mr. O'Sullivan, I asked you about your qualifications and you said you're not prepared to discuss them, and I told you that you had already told us that you were electronic engineer. Me and you had a bit of a difference, and the chair came in to remind you that you said you've got an electronic engineer from some institution in the UK. You remember that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You don't have electronic engineering. You're not an engineer.
Chairman, that's not the case. I was registered as an engineer, and if you even go to, you're obviously referring to the what do you call it? This 90 whatever page document that AXA supplied.
No, I'm not referring to that. I'm referring to our discussion, me and you. You confirmed that you're an electronic engineer. I'm saying you are not.
I am, yeah. I'm not now. I ceased practicing.
No.
many
Qualification
years ago.
doesn't matter now or in the 50s. Or if you're a teacher until death.
Not necessarily.
You are qualified.
No, it's
you
not.
might not be teaching, but your qualification is teaching. Is a teacher.
Yeah, so in engineering, Chairman, you have to do what they call CPE, which is continual professional, or CPD, continual professional development. And
No.
you have to register so many hours each year the way you've continued with your professional development as an engineer. The same applies to lawyers, it applies to accountants, applies to that.
That's a professional engineer. You don't have a qualification in electronic engineering that makes you an engineer.
Yeah.
Whether you're still practicing or not, that is material, because that thing you are referring to, it's required when you are continuing to practice so that you can be regarded as professional engineer. You are not, you do not have a qualification in electronic engineering.
No, it's not true, Chairman. Unfortunately, the member is wrong. And if you look at page 34 of the documents which AXA submitted, it's there very clear, and this is not me that submitted this document. The Association of Supervisory and Executive Engineers, I was a member from the first day of March 1979. It's on page 34. There's another one. If I can find the page quickly, I saw it there somewhere. But I was registered with 2 institutions in the UK. I was registered with that, and that registration fell away in the 90s because I no longer practice engineering.
My guy, I'm saying, Mr. O'Sullivan, I'm saying there is a difference between having a qualification on electronics, which makes you a technician, and a qualification in electronic engineering. There's a huge difference. So, if anything, if we're to go by anything that you said and accept it, you have a qualification in electronics, not in electronic engineering. And you are a technician.
Wrong, Chairman. I was registered with the Institute of Engineers. With this and other qualifications, I was registered. So if we're going to sit here and pick through the bones of something 50 years ago or 40 years ago, I'm just not sure where this actually goes, other than a further attempt to discredit me as a witness.
Now, Mr. O'Sullivan, we are sitting here to investigate interference, and there are allegations that you have infiltrated us, and therefore your character is very important. You are not going to try to destabilize us here by saying, if we are sitting here for 50 years ago, you came here so many years ago, we are trying to find out how did you enter here. And to enter here, you would have made certain declarations, and we're trying to probe you on those declarations. There's nothing that is not has expired here. It's extremely relevant to the question of you being an infiltrator in this country. And an infiltrator will misrepresent the credentials. And this is relevant in that context. So, when you applied for your citizenship, you declared your highest qualification, which we now understand that actually that qualification you completed it within a year. You become an engineer through a qualification that is done within a year.
Chairman, when I became a citizen in this country, it wasn't based on any qualifications. I was accepted as a permanent resident in 1989 based on being a person of independent means. I didn't come here to work as this or work as that. I came here as an investor. And in 1995, when I became a citizen, I didn't make any declaration about what I was or who I was. My only declaration was that I'd lived continuously in the country for more than 5 years, and I took the oath of allegiance to South Africa based on the interim constitution, which was that I would faithfully serve the country and respect the country and not assist any foreign entity to do anything unlawful.
No, but I'm saying you cannot just walk in without filling in a form. You tell them who you are and where you went to school and all of that. But the reality is that, in fact, you were employed by Chubb Security as sales engineer when you came into the country.
No, that's not correct, Chairman. I later contracted with Chubb Security whilst I was still involved in my property developments. And by the way, Chairman, if you look at page 20 of the submission of AXA, because it's clear we're going into these documents that the member is talking to. Page 20 says, I'll read it to you, it's a letter dated 29th of October 1982. This is to certify that Mr. Paul O'Sullivan worked for our company during the period 6th of July 1981 to 29th of October 1982. This is from a firm called Wilkinson & Wilkinson Building Services Consulting Engineers. During this period, he has proved to be an excellent engineer and a very responsible person who gave 100% at all times. From an electrical point of view, he is easily capable of dealing with any aspect of design and installation in all types of commercial buildings, and is particularly meticulous with the administration part of his work. So it's not true, Chairman, to say that I'm not now an engineer, because I ceased to practice as an engineer, but I was an engineer. And
But when you were in the UK, you were not a property investor.
I was doing property investment.
No, you sold one house before you came to South Africa. How is that a property investment?
It's not true, Chairman. I did a lot of development in the UK, so...
But that's what you made, that's a declaration you made in Home Affairs.
No, it's not true.
You sold your house to come to South Africa. There was no any property investment that you declared.
The selling of my house, that was my private property.
Yes, it's not investment.
That was the house I was living in. That was after I came to South Africa. So
you were fired at AXA for not having a collegiality with your colleagues and your supervisors.
Is that a question?
Yeah, I'm putting it to you.
Okay, well, the answer is quite simple. I had highlighted that the CEO, the new CEO of AXA, had conspired with Kusalani Security and Jackie Celebi to overturn the cancellation of the contract. And in 2022, I discovered that she had taken a gift from a company called Kinet.
No,
Chairman,
you can't make such allegations against. I'm asking you.
It's not an allegation I'm making.
It's in the letter.
Proven.
You are terminated because you don't have a good relationship with colleagues, and you don't take instructions from your supervisor.
No, Chairman.
All because all of them were black, and you wanted to report to a white supervisor.
This is absolute rubbish.
The time has expired. Can we take Bangazita?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good day, Mr. O'Sullivan. I just want to clear my mind on one...
Sorry.
Just a moment, Bangazita.
I'm worried that if you don't play that video that Honorable Skosana said he has, when that video is played, we may have questions on that video. And it would have helped us if that video was played much earlier before we ask. I don't know if it's ready. Let it be played.
I have checked it if it was ready. Okay, let's have it played.
Oh, Chair, the problem with the Secretariat, they say they can't play it on the screen, that interview with NCA. I must play it here. It will be the voiceover of his interview. I'm sorry?
Share it, it's on the video.
Yeah, because Ramano, you can respond on that. No, I'm not hiding it. I mean, I gave it to them. Ramano, you can respond.
Chair, I think the issue is the venue that we are using. I spoke to the technician so that we could play the video. They only brought us the speaker there. So I followed up with them and they said, no, we should be playing it from the phone against the microphone.
No, Chair, that's unacceptable. We've been playing videos here. We've been playing videos here. This video must be played. What is this thing that we get to be told by technicians they can't play video?
And they are bringing us a Kumba fire.
And then they bring a speaker or must
Can't use
listen
a Kumba fire.
through a speaker. We've been playing videos here. It must be played.
Chair,
Can we play the
please, let's play the video, Chair. Please
Can
let
we
them
play the
play the
video?
video, please.
You want the Kumba fire, Chair. Chair. You want the Kumba fire.
You are giving us some few minutes, Chair.
Yeah.
I'm going to.
Bangazit, I'm going to allow you to go ahead when
I need
we.
to go in 35 minutes to go to the
Yeah.
airport.
So that we.
I have a flight to catch.
That's what. What? That's what I'm saying. Can we?
Well, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. It's such a pity that by the time the video is played, I would have actually exhausted my chance to ask any further questions. But my interest is to know whether Mr. Paul O'Sullivan had any previous, airport security management experience before he was appointed at AXA.
Thank you. Chairman, the experience I had was because of my injuries, I was no longer engaged in active policing. So I was doing fraud investigations, and then I ended up at the airport in the border police, and I was working in the border police there. And there were probably about 10 reservists working in the border police. And I sat down with the commander of the border police, and I said, if we can get additional reservists that can speak additional languages, we are going to be able to improve our ability to interview people who don't speak English or any African language. And during that process, we developed what we called an airport security improvement plan. And in order for me to understand what was going on there, I paid at my own expense to go on a course at ICAO in Vancouver in Canada. It's a 3-week course where you learn about aviation security in some detail. And then I came back, and that was as a border police. I wasn't working for AXA. And then what happened, I started a project to reduce crime at the airport. And that project came to the attention of the then chairman / acting CEO, Mr. Mashuda Romano, and it also came to the attention of the then Minister of Transport, Dalla Oma. And it was that led for them to invite me to throw my hat in the ring for this position at AXA. So that was the, and of course I've been in the aviation industry myself, because I also, apart from being a pilot and having my own aircraft, I also had shares in an airline. So I knew a little bit about what goes on. And yeah.
So when you were appointed, what was the role of Khuselane Security? Because then I'm seeing a dual kind of roles now. There is this project that you were implementing, which also had to do with the issues of security or aviation security at OR Tambo.
Yeah.
But at the same time, there is this Khuselane Security,
Yes.
which actually was contracted to do virtually the same as what you actually wanted to do.
No, so Airports Company chairman was responsible for the security at 10 airports. Some of the airports were national airports and some of them were international airports. And AXA was responsible for managing that process. And in order to carry out that, we needed manpower. So Khuselane Security supplied it plus minus 5,000 heads over the 10 airports. And they had a contract for doing that. And that would include things like perimeter security, mobile patrols around the airport in itself, and that had to be managed by AXA. So each airport had a security manager, and each of those airport security managers reported to me as the group executive for aviation security.
Well, there was this committee or a structure you were serving in, which actually was looking at the security of the airport, in which Jackie Selebi also was serving. And some people there actually were not quite happy with you. And you are saying that in your statement, that Jackie Selebi started a campaign to have you actually have your contract terminated because he suspected you of being a spy. Is that correct?
No, Chairman. The allegations of him suspecting of me of being a spy only came 5 years later when I had the criminal docket going against him for corruption. At the time, Jackie Selebi did not sit on any committee, which I was involved in. He went behind the doors, the closed doors, and had the rules changed of the committee, that everybody sitting on the committee should have security clearance. And his motivation for that wasn't because he thought I was a spy. It was because he was friends with Khuselane Security and I had cancelled their contract, and they still had another 300 million. If the contract had run its term, they would have made another 300 million.
So was it not the case of you retaliating to what you actually allege to have actually been done by Jackie Selebi to get your contract terminated, that you also then initiated investigation against him, which actually came first? Was it you investigating him
Chairman,
first before he then, started this campaign to have you actually your contract terminated?
Chairman, I opened a docket against Jackie Selebi whilst I was still working at AXA because of his involvement in trying to stop the cancellation of the Khuselane security contract. So that docket didn't allege corruption, it alleged unlawful interference. But later on, I found evidence of corruption, and that was included. So I think you could say that when I realized that he was conspiring with somebody to have me removed, it came much later than I had identified the things that he was up to.
General Fivers is regarded as one of the best police leaders that we have had in this country, and this is a point which was also, which you also collaborated.
I didn't say he was one of the best. I said since General Fivers, we didn't have a police commissioner that completed his term and completed his term with integrity and honesty.
What is that? What is the import of that? If you were to unpack that,
The
about
import
general
of it
fibers.
was, I was drawing a line in the sand with the date, which was actually the date, would have been December the 31st, 1999, which is the date upon which...
But to me, it implies that general fibers was the best of the generals that actually came after him. Is that what you actually
No, it's not what I said.
implying?
What I said was, since General Fivers, there had been no police commissioner that had completed his term and done so with integrity.
Okay, that's not my issue. But my issue is what he said about you.
Well, I don't know what he said or what somebody canvassed him to say about me.
Well, many people actually know what he said because they were listening.
Thank you so much, Pangazita.
Oh, thank you.
The last speaker is going to be Honorable Sols. Can we take 1 minute and play that? You said it's 1 minute or 1 second. Can we have it playing?
Were being done virtually, and that's it. So those crooks in Parliament that wanted me to get there in person, in Irish we say "pop my horn," and I'm not going to translate that, but I'm not going there. I'm not.
Was that it? Am I to respond to that, Chairman? Okay.
There is something that was said
Sorry,
in a
must I-
language through you, Chair. There is something that was said which was not clear in what language it was. Can it be
Irish.
unpacked for us?
It's Irish.
Yeah.
Irlanda.
Can he actually interpret that for us?
Pugmahon, it's a bit like you have to use an analogy because it's not a direct translation. But the Honourable Malema would be able to understand this analogy. It's like saying kill the Boer. Now, does that mean that everybody must go out and shoot? Or what does it mean? And we've seen what the defense was to kill the Boer, that it's a song and that it goes on, however wrong it may be. Pugmahon is also an analogy. It means, literally translated, it means kiss my backside. But it's an analogy.
Okay, thank you. I've heard
It's an analogy, Chairman. It's not. It
So-
mustn't. It doesn't mean you must come and do it. It means
when you do the interview on that video,
yeah.
when you make those statements, they show me there. So did you mean to say I must do what you say?
Absolutely not. Unless you've cleaned your teeth first. The reality of the situation is, Chairman, that little excerpt that you've seen there came just before a statement where certain members had publicly stated, I must be brought here in a donkey cart. Now, I can assure you, Chairman, I didn't come here in a donkey cart. I came here in a car.
No,
But
it's fine. I think what we wanted to hear was the interpretation of what is it Pugmahon?
Pugmahon.
Okay, Honorable Sols.
Mr. Sullivan.
Yes.
I want to state for the record that I still believe everything you've done in this country is heroic. I still believe it.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. You believe what?
That everything you've done in the country is heroic. I
Thank
still believe it.
Thank you.
And I will not move from that based on evidence. So I still believe you're a hero. but you are a hero with holes. Nobody is perfect. Nobody can say that you only do things right. And I want to use my few minutes to say that I also still believe that because of your race as a white man and because of the system of apartheid that governed our country at the time, you had some benefit because of that, because that's systematic. And that contributed to some of the excess that you have received during that time. You've benefited from apartheid like every other white person has, but you used it to sacrifice and serve the country and fight against crime. I want to conclude with something that I believe in. I want to read something for you out of the Bible to make my point, and then I conclude. Ephesians chapter number 6, verse number 14. It says, put on the full armor of God. But then it comes in verse 14 and says, put on the breastplate of righteousness. The NIV says, in place. The reason why the words in place in the NIV is added is because there's the righteousness of God and then there's self-righteousness. So your breastplate of righteousness can be out of place, exposing your heart. When you come across in public as arrogant, as disrespecting authority, you run the risk of all the good work that you've done, all the righteous works that you've done, you run the risk of that display of arrogance and disrespect for authority. You run the risk of people losing sight of the good work that you've done. And that is the caution. Put your breastplate of righteousness in place so that it doesn't elevate self to make it look like you look down on others. I thank you, Chair.
So much. Do you have any comment you want to make?
Chairman, nobody's, as the member mentioned, nobody's perfect in life. And the times at which I may have appeared to be arrogant, there would be times when perhaps I was arrogant. And that was because, Chairman, when you are fighting evil, you can't turn the other cheek. You have to confront it face on. And it's no good being Mr. Nice Guy when you're fighting evil. And when you've got senior police officers, and it's included in my statement, issuing public statements that I'm going to be arrested for this and that and charged with this and that and that. What must I do? Sit and apologize? I come out fighting. And I come out, and it'll be somewhere in that book, and I can't quote it as well as the member does, but somewhere in that book you come out with a sharp sword and you fight back. And if you sow the wind, so you shall reap the whirlwind. And that's the point I was trying to make to some of these people that attacked me unlawfully. And I don't care about the title of hero or anything like that. I care about trying to achieve what I set out to do, which is to unwrap the corruption, the high levels of corruption in this country. And if we can crack that, we have a great country to live in.
Okay. I must give the senior counsel now.
We're going to run out of time.
2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. What I'm saying, Chair, we should not be misled here. The interpretation of what we played here is not what the witness is telling us. And the witness must withdraw. You can't call us, this parliament, we are crooks. Yeah. And we must kiss his ass. It cannot be allowed, Chair. You can't just leave him like that. We cannot be undermined by a settler.
Thank you. Honorable James.
Thank you, Chairperson. No, I concur with Honorable Skosana here, because this witness before us always seems to be in people's backsides with all his insults. He even told Moti to get the Vaseline ready, and today you are telling us that we must lick your ass. I think you owes us an apology. And then also just a clarity-seeking question. When you said that Action SA was formed of criminality, I need you to explain what you mean by that.
Okay. Honorable Ngola.
No, thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm also worried about the kind of S that we are instructed to kiss. What kind of S is that? I mean, that actually requires a serious apology. And I see he's laughing. He thinks we're playing. He thinks we're playing here. He's laughing. It's not a joke. What kind of S is that we're instructed to kiss? He must withdraw now and apologize officially.
Mr.
Thank you.
Paul O'Sullivan.
Chairman, everything has to be placed in context. And if one wants to analyze the whole of that interview, you will see, Chairman, that allegations were being made by members of this committee or the parties representing members of this committee. Allegations were being made about my integrity. And it was in response to that that I made that comment. And if you take the whole interview and you place it in that context, it's not something that requires an apology. However, in the interest of peace, I withdraw the comment and I apologize most humbly. And I will retract that statement.
Thank you.
Chair.
Honorable Maliam.
Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, please, thank you very much for that. And will I advise you to also go to the same platform and retract it from there? Because it was said at the ENCA. Can we agree on that?
Chairman, if I can do it, one thing I've never done is prescribe to the media. But if I can do it, I will do it.
Once you use a platform to say something, there's no way that platform can deny you to come back and retract it.
Chairman, I didn't use any platform. I got contacted by somebody and they insisted on doing an interview. I didn't phone them and say, listen, I want to say these things.
No, Mr. Paul, we are at the same level. You have withdrawn, you have retracted, you have apologized. I'm asking you to do a simplest thing of going back to the ENCA and say, guys, I said this thing on this platform. Can I be given an opportunity to retract and apologize unreservedly?
Chairman,
if you are genuinely meaning what you are saying.
Now I'm trying to answer and then what somebody else is talking. Chairman, I'm prepared to cut a deal. I'm a negotiator. If the honourable member withdraws and undertakes not to use the statement "kill the Boer" again, I will.
You are out of order.
Okay.
You are out of order.
No, you have withdrawn without me saying I'm going to withdraw for that. You know there is a judgment. Now you are challenging courts. I'm not going to do that. And you are not in agreement with me. I'm saying to you, you have already done it here.
I'll do what I can, Chairman, to withdraw.
To withdraw that thing at the ENCA.
Thank you.
Mr. Paul O'Sullivan?
The problem is, Chairman,
it was said at the ENCA. Are you going to withdraw it at the ENCA?
If I can, I will.
Thank you.
But the problem is, Chairman, I just need to mention that we're going to run out of time soon.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I was going to also suggest that he also withdraws the reference he made on members of parliament being crooks, because
Those
he's
crooks.
painting everybody, all of us, with the
crooks in
same brush.
Parliament. Yeah.
Unless he knows one specific member who is a crook, and then mention that, not just a blanket, painting of all members as crooks.
We can be here for another 2 days discussing this, Chairman, because I have actually...
No.
I know for a fact that there are some crooks in Parliament.
Name them, please, Chair. You must name them. You must not go here casting aspersion on us.
You could have said some.
I think I said some.
Yeah.
Tell us who's the crooks.
No. You have agreed that you are going to withdraw those statements that you made, isn't it?
That's right, Chairman.
Thank you. Honorable
If we can
Ngola.
move on, because I'm going to run out of time.
No, Chair, I'm covered on the first aspect of the crooks thingy. And I think put in correct context, the interview was solely about us calling for his testimony. So saying I am not going to go to those crooks in Parliament means it's the committee, whoever it is. So I also support that it must be withdrawn. Lastly, Chair, ENCA is seated there and they are willing to take him at lunch for an interview. There is the guy for ENCA. I have already negotiated with him that they must take Mr. Paul O'Sullivan during lunch. He must apologize in ENCA. Thank you.
Thank you for that arrangement, Honorable Sols.
Mr. O'Sullivan.
Chairman, I didn't hear, somebody said something?
Yeah, no, the ENCA is there. They're going to grab you by the hand just for 2 minutes.
They're going to have to jump in my car and travel with me to the airport,
No,
Chairman.
no, it's fine. They are here. They will escort you as you go out.
Mr. O'Sullivan, when the scripture talks,
Sorry, there you are.
when the scripture talks,
Yes,
it's not asking you to be weak. The violent take it by force.
yes,
But don't ever mistake meekness for weakness.
no.
So what you've just done now, by withdrawing, already it will have the impact on the focus being on your evidence rather than your arrogance. So you're doing the right thing when you withdraw. You are on track by putting your breastplate of righteousness in place.
Thank you.
Okay, Advocate Mkhize. Kevin, you'll be ready. You'll be ready, ENCA. By the door side, I will accompany him. When he speaks, I'll be nodding my head to say this is our agreement. Advocate Mkhize.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. O'Sullivan, just for the purposes of completion, following your testimony 2 weeks ago, some of the averments that you made or submissions that you made when you were testifying had no supporting evidence. So I'd like to just start with that aspect, and then we can complete the questions that were still outstanding. If you could just turn to page 5 of the AXA bundle. Yes. That bundle contained in that AXA pack would have been your complete application when you were applying for head of security at AXA. That's correct.
So I don't know, because I didn't, it's long, it looks like.
Okay.
But the reality, Chairman, is that was 20-something years ago, but it looks like,
Yeah.
it looks like it,
Okay.
yes?
Well, the documents, you will confirm whether they are correct, what I'm going to put to you is correct or not. It's got your personal details. There's no reason why we should read out your ID number. But what I'm quite interested in is at this, in the middle of the page where it says education.
Further
There-
education.
Yes, before you get to further education, it just says education. It says that you were educated at Westminster City Grammar School in London and you did O-levels, which is exactly what you testified. So you've passed O-levels, because you couldn't quite
Correct.
remember whether you'd done
Yes.
both O and A.
Yes.
Correct.
I later did
Okay.
A-levels, but I didn't put it in here, but anyway.
Okay. And then when you furthered your education, it shows that you went to City and East London Technical College, where you got a certificate in electrical installation. In the previous page, it's more elaborated that you started off as an apprentice. That would be at page 4.
Sorry.
So in the beginning of the the first paragraph?
Yes,
that's correct.
yes.
So that basically, what is narrated on page 4 in the previous page is just basically listed on the next page
Yes,
at page
yes,
5.
yes,
Okay.
yes.
You then continued to study at Oldham College of Technology.
Mm-hmm.
And there you did Technician Education Council of Certificate in Electronics.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that was, and then you proceeded to City of London Polytech, where you enrolled for a BSc in Electrical Engineering. However, that was not completed. So you don't hold a BSc in Electrical Engineering.
I've since completed it, but at that time it wasn't completed.
Okay. But that's what's in your application.
Yeah, but that's 26 years ago.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But at the time of the, I'm asking these questions based on your employment at AXA. So at the time that you were employed at AXA, those would have been your qualifications.
Correct.
Okay. So you did not study this at Manchester Technikon College,
It's there in Manchester, Oldham College of Technology.
but it's not called Manchester Technikon. It's called
No,
Oldham
it's
College.
in Manchester. I couldn't
Okay.
remember the name.
All
That
right.
was 40 years ago.
Okay. If we can then just proceed. On the next page,
But the qualification is electrical installation.
Yes. Electrical installation initially, apprenticeship.
Is the
and then-
wiring and the
Yes,
plugs. and-
exact, apprenticeship.
And the switch on and off.
Indeed, Chairperson.
Under supervision of a technician.
Indeed, Chairperson. But the following year, he then enrolled and did electronics for 1 year.
Yeah, and I should mention that was a 2-year course. Actually, a 3-year course, I did it in 1 year.
Okay. If we can then move on to the next topic, it's just to show that the evidence is now before us. The next topic relates to your application in 1982. That is not on any page before you.
What page is that?
It's not on any page before you,
sorry.
but it is regarding the letter that Aranza SC read to you, which would have been your application for permanent residency in 1982. And now I'm just going to deal with just 2 questions on that topic. I haven't asked the question yet. So in that letter, you confirmed that you had applied for permanent residency in 1982 as guided by...
I think it was work permit.
It was a work permit,
Okay.
yes, to come in and
I
work
only
in South
applied for
Africa.
permanent residency in 1989.
You applied to come and live in South Africa and work.
Okay,
Yes.
work permit, yeah.
Both live and work.
Yes.
Yes,
But
okay.
that's a work permit. To live and work here, you need a work permit.
Okay. You also testified that in that period you were working for IBM
Overseas.
overseas in London.
Correct.
Okay. Is there a reason why you didn't consider getting a transfer as an expert into the country, into South Africa, because South Africa also had IBM offices in Sandton?
Chairman, it's ironic because the offices IBM had in Sandton, I later owned those offices, but the reality is back then in 1982, which is 44 years ago, Uncle Frank, as we called him, told me that he wanted me to come and live in South Africa, and he offered me all sorts of activities that would be good for me, and in the belief of it, I thought, okay, you know, that sounds good, let's do it. And that's why I wrote out, he told me what to write, and I wrote out the letter, and I'd completely forgotten about it.
The question, Mr. O'Sullivan, has to do with at the time in 1982. In your letter, you're very specific, and you say that you would like to get employment in South Africa. And my question is just really around, you already had employment at IBM in London.
Yes, I was here on holiday.
Yes.
And I may well have applied to IBM to transfer. I may well have, you know, as I say, 44 years ago, I can't remember exactly what was going in my mind.
So you say that you may have applied to transfer, but that would have not been successful.
I might
Because-
have done, but I didn't take it any further because I went back to the UK. I was here on holiday. I went back to the UK and I put the idea out of my mind.
Okay. The next topic then that I would like to cover is going back now to your AXA employment. If I can take you to page Can you give me just 1 second? To page 40 of the AXA bundle.
Uh-huh.
Yes. In your testimony, you testified, and you also deal with it in your statement, that the reason that you left AXA was because you did not have security clearance. And former Commissioner Celebi had been an integral part of your contract being terminated. But that letter is marked Annex Chair D, dated 31 January 2003. The notice of termination of services.
Yes.
Yes. The reason why at paragraph 2, it basically starts and states the reason for why your contract was terminated.
That was 2003, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's very easy to understand. And as I've stated already, what we have here is a file with 90-something pages. But if you look at page 72, and I think page 72 is quite important, because page 72 has a headline, "The knives are out."
Yeah, that is a newspaper article.
Yes, but it's...
But I'm talking about the formal letter of
Yes,
termination.
but this relates to this, you see, because if you read, this is a newspaper article from a guy called Sam Muafi, a journalist, who the CEO invited me in September 2002 to come to her office, and then she presented me with this journalist and said, he wants to interview you, and then she left the office. And what this dealt with was the internal fighting that was going on within AXA at the time. And if you look at page 72, I want to go to the column, the right-hand side, but not the last column, the one before the right-hand side. In fact, the middle column, it starts, Khakla has denied that she breached AXA rules. And this was in connection with a trip that she made to the United Kingdom. On Tuesday, she denied that Kinetic paid for her trip, insisting that it was paid for by the British High Commission. This is very, very relevant.
Mr. O'Sullivan, can I just maybe pause there, because what I wanted to just deal with was the letter of termination. However, I will give you an opportunity.
This is what sits behind that letter
Yes,
of termination.
I'll give you an opportunity, and what I would then maybe propose that we do is that we run this process chronologically.
The problem we're
And
going to
it
have
starts-
is that I need to leave shortly. So.
Yes, I don't think it will be much longer
Okay.
than this, yeah. Perhaps what we can do is we can start at page 53, just for the sake of completion.
53.
Yes, 53. So at page 53, there is an email from the then CEO of AXA addressed to you. This was in January of 2002, which would have been approximately 6 months after you had joined AXA.
And
that-
1 month or 2 months after the CEO had joined
Indeed.
AXA.
I just would like to go to the contents of the letter. It says alleged security, it's unclear. what the subject line is. However,
It
what I
says
would like...
alleged security test at JIA.
Yes, what I would like to just deal with is that first paragraph. I have been informed of an unscheduled aircraft incident that took place on 27 January at 11:40. The details of this incident are outlined in the memorandum by those persons that are identified there. And then if you continue, I'm just going to just put this in record and then I'll afford you an opportunity to respond because I'm cognizant of time.
Yeah, I'd like to finish.
And then the next page deals with the 2 top airports company officials that are suspended.
Yeah.
And that deals with you and another person who was at the time employed at AXA. Basically, this deals with an allegation that you had an unscheduled aircraft land at OR Tambo from Lanseria, which was known to be your aircraft and flown in by you. That was the misconduct 6 months after you had joined.
Alleged misconduct.
Yes, I say alleged.
Yes.
However, it was investigated. And there is a report to that effect.
Yes.
What I just would like to do is not necessarily to deal with the merits of those allegations, because there are reports and it was finalized. What I seek to do is to show that there was already a complaint before your termination, and the first complaint came 6 months after you joined AXA. And then there was a subsequent one, which you set
now
out.
Perhaps what we need to do
Yes.
is address the first complaint.
Okay.
Because then you need to look at page 70. And what page 70 says, and this is the chairman of AXA speaking, that would have been the chairman of the board. And it's dated the 7th of February. And it says, AXA denies suspending 2 of top officials for flying an unscheduled aircraft from Lanseria Airport to Johannesburg International Airport. Mashuda Romano, they've spelt his name wrong, says that the flight was scheduled and no crime was suspected, and says that the suspension relates to an internal matter. And that internal matter is the issue. And
Yes,
that was the Kusalani contract, Celebi's involvement in trying to prevent the cancellation, and the CEO's joining forces with Celebi.
Yeah.
So the rest of the stuff, what you're saying, is peripheral to that.
Okay.
And it's just, you know, it's wrong.
Yeah, Mr. O'Sullivan, that, with all due respect, that's a newspaper article.
Yeah.
I'm just taking you through the AXA official documents at this stage.
Which
and
have
the
been-
reason
which have
why,
been sanitized.
Yes, the reason why I'm taking you through these documents is because we're putting in evidence relating to the reason for your termination at AXA, which had been testified that it was due to security, you not having security clearance.
That's what triggered
Yes,
it.
precisely. So I'm just for the sake
Yeah,
of
yeah.
completion, it's
All
to
right.
put the evidence into the record.
But that's what triggered it. That's what
Yeah.
started the process. In fact, what started the process can be seen by AXA's own record at page 87.
Okay. I would now like to take you to, you then instituted proceedings after you were terminated, after
Yep.
your contract was terminated.
Yep.
You instituted proceedings at the High Court
Correct.
for 20 million rand against AXA and the former CEO.
Actually, it was 17 million rand.
The total is 20. If you go to page 50,
50.
yeah, page 50 of the document.
Let me have a look.
It is 17.4 for special damages, but for general damages, it's about 2.5 million. So
All
the
right.
total of 20 million.
It's a long time ago.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that's at page 50.
Okay.
Yeah. So those are your summons that you issued.
Correct.
And they start, the particulars of claims start at page 44. Page 45
Yep.
is a complaint that you have been wrongfully defamed.
Correct.
Paragraph 6.2 deals with publications that specifically defame you,
Correct.
as well as 7.1.
Uh-huh.
Specifically at 7.1, it reads, in a publication of the Mail and Guardian newspaper during November 2001, wherein allegations of and concerning the plaintiff was that the plaintiff had unlawfully acquired computerized voice stress equipment from the United States, and that the plaintiff being investigated for alleged assault. The following paragraph is a letter dated 23 January 2002, the second defendant being the former CEO, to the plaintiff, in which the plaintiff unjustifiably accused of sexual harassment. The following paragraph at 7.3 is an email dated 30 January, these are all your complaints. An email dated 30 January 2002, addressed by the second defendant, being the former CEO, well, CEO at the time, and these are the misconduct allegations specifically against you in relation to your employment at AXA.
Which were published.
That you were accused of participating in an unscheduled aircraft incident on the 27th of January at Johannesburg.
Yes, so I can
and
just
then-
stop for 1 second.
Yes, I'm reading just your summons.
No, but you just jumped a bit. It says, in an email addressed by the second, Tali Moema and Pitt, in which the second defendant knowingly and without justification made these allegations. So I'm not
Yes.
accepting, yeah,
Yes,
okay.
I'm just, all I'm setting out are the allegations. I've specifically said allegations that were made,
Which
and
I'm saying
which
was-
were also
no.
supported by
Yeah.
formal letters
Yes.
on EXA letterheads. Okay, then the following page is that on 4 February 2002, the defendant informed journalists and caused journalists to be informed about your suspension. And then at paragraph 7.91, which is at page 48, are further misconduct allegations. That there had been the statement referred, it was a suggestion that you, Mr. O'Sullivan, had been responsible for a 115 million cargo heist at Johannesburg International Airport in December of 2001, which would have been about 5 months after you had joined as the head of security.
Correct.
And then 7.93 says your complaint was that it was suggested that you were the reason for no action having been taken place against the National Police Commissioner, Jackie Silebi, when he told an airport official that he had a bomb in his bag.
Yeah, so
And then it continues, I'm going to give you a moment, a second. In your summons, which were instituted on the 13th of March 2003, a month and a half after you had your contract had been terminated at AXA, everything that is outlined, all the averments that are outlined in your summons, in your particulars of claim, speak to the various allegations of misconduct.
false allegations, yeah.
Allegations of misconduct, which eventually led to your contract being terminated. And nowhere in your own summons do you deal with Mr. Silebi late Commissioner Silebi being the reason why your contract was terminated. The only allegation you make in relation to Mr. Silebi is about him having allegedly been in possession of a bomb.
Yes, so at the time...
Would you like to comment?
Yes, at the time this summons was issued, we didn't have all the information that later came out, but I'd already opened a docket against Jackie Silebi. Now, my lawyers advised me that I either had to include Jackie Silebi as a respondent or a defendant in the claim, or leave him out. And if I left him out, I shouldn't put any averments in there. So we parked that, but we later amended and went after Jackie Silebi as well. So that all took place.
Okay. Thank you. So do you concede that at the time when you your contract was terminated at AXA, there was no reason for you to believe that Commissioner Celebi had been the reason why you were terminated. And there's also no reason why you would have thought it was due to not having security clearance.
No, absolutely, I believed it was.
Were you aware of that as at 31 January?
Yes.
Okay.
And I verbalized that, but my lawyers advised me at the time that I shouldn't include it. It should be a separate action against Jackie Celebi, which it later was.
Okay. I would now like to take you to one, well, I've got just two last questions.
The problem is I'm going to miss my flight, and I think
Yeah.
we need to wrap now. So I did say I'd be happy to stay till 1, Chairman, and I don't really want to stay any longer. So I think we need to, I've been very, I've been very cooperative. I've come here, I made it clear that I need to leave at 1. I really do need to leave now, Chairman. Because what we're going to do is now I'm going to be saddled with the cost of rearranging my flights and everything. And
No, she's just quickly running through the last part.
okay.
When General Khomotso testified, he, in his statement, which will be made available to you, at paragraph 86, he dealt with characteristics of crime syndicate and the membership and, of those crime syndicates. I would like to just start at paragraph 84. He said that, perhaps I'll go straight to 86. At 86, he said, syndicate international reach and dual citizenship. And he said syndicate members may hold, who hold basically more than one citizenship in a country, providing for flexibility in movement and evasion from law enforcement, as well as access to international network and resources. He further said that they are usually run their own businesses, they're entrepreneurs or tenderpreneurs, one of the two, in the South African context. We are aware of that you testified that you hold more than one citizenship and you have multiple passports. What should we make of these characteristics in line of the fact that you also have multiple citizenships, you are an entrepreneur, you have managed to, some would say, infiltrate or work with the police force, I mean, having had about 20 years experience within the police. What comment do you have to that in terms of specifically these international crime syndicates?
Well, of course, and I have to leave now when I've answered this question. An international crime syndicate has many, many aspects, not just the availability of multiple passports. In South Africa today, you probably have at least 1 million people who have multiple passports. That doesn't make them all members of a crime syndicate. If General Khomotso wants to tailor evidence to point in that direction, let him also tailor the evidence showing what crimes it is I'm alleged to have committed. Because absolutely I have not been involved in any crime syndicates of any nature whatsoever. And that unfortunately is that, yeah, I have reached a point now, Chairman, where I have to go.
No, Chair, he's not going to leave. He's not going to leave. She's going to ask you questions. He's not going to leave. If he leaves here, he's walking out. He's not going to leave until you release him. He's walking out of Parliament.
Yes.
Chair, he cannot be allowed. He's doing the same thing with Patoy. You can't leave here. We are appearing before us.
Unfortunately, I made it
We don't
clear.
care about your flight.
Thank you.
You're not being released here. You must be arrested. We'll open a case now.
Pardon?
We'll open a case
No.
now. This man must not be allowed to go out of this country.
I did not come here on a summons. I came here of my own free will, and I'm leaving of my own free will.
Mr. O'Sullivan.
The question that I had for him is,
Mr. O'Sullivan.
he wanted, no, Chair, it's fine.
Mr. O'Sullivan.
I told him. It's fine. Chair, it's fine. Chair, I think we've dealt with the question.
He can't leave. Righteousness. Yes.
I was about to say he
We are dealing with criminals. But all he did, they say, is abroad now.
Yeah, he did. He doesn't want to. He also told me to.
Honorable Nompan.
No, Chair, I'm saying heroes don't walk alone. Honorable Souls forgot to escort his hero. You must escort him to the airport.
Have that microphone switched off.
Sorry, Chair, I have to. You see, when people disregard scripture, I will not do the same. When we look at the evidence, that is done and the sacrifice is made was heroic, and it's my opinion. I will maintain. But he has holes. He's not perfect, just like all of us here are not. So I maintain, and I will not retract. Thank you.
Were you done, Advocate Mkhize?
Chair, how do we move from here?
Were you done? Yes. Were you done?
I had not completed the questions, Chair.
Mr. Tejana, you have observed what happened here. So will we get an advice on how this matter is taken forward?
Can we consult on that, Chair, and get
That's
back to you?
exactly, that's exactly what we are saying. Is there anyone who wants to speak on this matter? After Mr. Tejana said they will consult and give us an advice.
No, Chair, I think we support that they must consult. This is something that needs to be taken very serious. The chap, just walked out of a parliamentary proceedings after he had been served under oath, so it needs to be taken serious, very serious.
Okay. Honorable Malemu.
No, I wanted to say to Honorable Souls, a person can be a hero and just do the smallest thing that undermines everything else he has done, despite many advices that he has been trying to give to him. You can't insist, but it's a discussion we can take up with him outside this. You cannot say repeatedly, this can undermine the work you are doing. Da, da, da. A person still doesn't listen to you, what you are saying. You keep on saying it's a hero. A person cannot be a hero for walking out of this type of proceedings without duly being authorized by the chairperson of the proceedings. Such a person is not a hero. He also undermines Honorable Souls. He must accept, Honorable Souls, that he undermines him. He undermines all of us collectively. And we take the input that there will be an advice, and out of that advice, we can have a proper discussions. But this guy has violated the rules of Parliament. And the rules are very clear with this kind of conduct, especially in this precinct. Thanks.
Honorable Souls.
Honorable Chair, we must complete my statement. Hero with holes. Then I addressed him on the breastplate of righteousness being out of place. And that means self-righteousness. That was displayed here. I'm not in defense of Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. And we saw the holes now. I stand with the House. That is disrespectful. And it must be dealt with. But you don't use that and deny what's in front of us, the work that has been done. It was heroic. I maintain, he's a hero with holes. Thank you, Chair.
A disrespectful hero.
Honorable James.
I cringe when I hear that this man is being called a hero here today. He called us criminals. He said we must lick his asses. And he walked out on us. I'm covered by what Honorable Malema said. This man was embroiled with drug cartels. Drug cartels destroying our communities, our families. Strong links proven in his statement. Has lied under oath and said he didn't receive money. And today we hail him as a hero. He is absolutely no hero to me.
No, it's fine. Honorable members, let me do this. I think we heard what Mr. Tejana has said, but I want to.
Chair, I think Mr. Skosana is went to collect our witness.
Yeah.
He's not here.
I want to thank you for. Hello, honorable members. I want to thank you for the manner in which you restrained yourself, because a situation like this one can provoke emotions. It can provoke emotions, and you end up conducting yourself in a manner undesirable. But you were able to restrain yourselves. And I want to thank you so much for that. We will get an advice from the Parliamentary Legal Services on how the matter will be taken forward. It is true that our witness has walked out of the proceedings. He denied us an opportunity to thank him for having come here. He denied us an opportunity to conclude the engagements that we have had with him in a ceremonial and cordial way. With that, we are going to call for a break, and then we will come back at 14 hours. The next witness is General Phahlane, and the senior counsel and his team have until 16 hours to conclude the presentation of oral evidence with the next witness.
Thank you, Chair. I may well be a lot quicker, depending also on the responses of the witness. Thank you.
Okay. Let's come back at 14 hours, honorable members.
Yes, Chair, I'm told Mrs. Kosana has closed the gate outside.
Yeah. Honorable members, thank you so much for coming back. You have not walked out of the proceedings. General Phahlane is here. And when he walked in here, we were joking with him that with his experience as a general, we could have set the two witnesses together. It would have saved the day. General Phahlane, welcome. Welcome, good afternoon to you and your team.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members.
Yeah, we don't have to introduce the honorable members to you. You know them, you have been with us previously. And we don't have to administer oath again because you are still under oath. Welcome, and thank you so much for your patience. Because the last time when you left, we thought we will have a day within reasonable time. But because of the activities of the committees of Parliament and Parliament itself, this day is coming after 3 weeks since we met, and we want to thank you for your patience. We are going to allocate your time, yourself and the legal team, to conclude the presentation of evidence, because last time when we closed our proceedings, you pleaded with us that we must allocate you more time because there were things that you wanted to share with us. So we are going to give you 2 hours to conclude that part. And before you arrived, honorable members have made a decision that once you conclude with the presentation of evidence, we are going to run to finish the proceedings or our engagement with you tonight. And I hope that sits well with you. If you could please bear with us and persuade yourself to that arrangement. Advocate Arense, I'm handing over to you. We are going to run until 16 hours. Or
Thank you.
We say 16 hours or whichever comes first. Yes. If you
Whoever walks out first.
If you happen to finish before that time. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members, everyone present. Good afternoon, General Phahlane, and welcome back. Just some housekeeping, Honorable Chair, honorable members. You would have the affidavit and the annexures that we dealt with last time. And in addition, General Phahlane sent us a further supplementary affidavit, which was posted on SharePoint and which I think is now available in hard copy to all the honorable members. And at paragraph paragraph 8 of the supplementary affidavit, General Phahlane says that the purpose of this further affidavit, he says, during my appearance before this honorable committee on 14 January 2026, certain issues were canvassed which warrant further documentary substantiation. In addition, subsequent to the filing of my affidavit dated 12 January 2026, further material documentation has become available to me, which is directly relevant to the matters already placed before the committee. it is in the interest of completeness, accuracy and transparency that such material be formally placed on record. The documents annexed hereto do not introduce new causes or fresh allegations. They serve to corroborate, clarify and contextualize evidence already tendered. I am save for the Labour Appeal Court judgment, which the General has quite rightly attached to his documents. I'm not going to make a reference to any of the other documents which he now places before you. I have also requested the parliamentary team to make available to the Honourable Committee some additional documents. They include some forensic reports, 2 forensic reports. It includes 2 charge sheets, and the LIC judgment. I hope and trust that they have also been made available to the honourable members. Otherwise, Chair, I am going to deal with 5 discrete topics which I would hope, certainly speaking for myself, I get short answers to. General Phahlane had addressed this Honourable Committee quite extensively at the last sitting, because I'm also concerned about the time that I've been allocated to ask him questions. So I'll try and focus on what I regard as some of the key issues. The first issue, General, relates to your dismissal and the, or can I first ask, have you got the Labour Appeal Court judgment in front of you or available?
Chair, before I answer that question, may I be allowed to make a comment, please?
You are allowed.
Thanks, Chair. When I left here, I left with allegations made by the evidence leader. Amongst others, he was alleging you are facing criminal charges. I will want to deal with that issue today. Second, in respect of the Labour Court judgment, I am not prepared to answer a single question on that. The reason I'm not prepared to answer a single question on that, it was the honourable members during our engagement who asked, why do we deal with labour issues? And it was actually not me who took me elaborately to the labour issues. It was the evidence leader. We took 5 hours. We wasted 5 hours talking about that. The more I said, this thing is before the Labour Appeals Court, is the more I was pelted by questions by the evidence leaders. So, Chair, I'm not going to dignify him with a response in as far as the Labour Appeals Court matter is concerned. I'm under instruction. As we sit here, we have lodged with the Constitutional Court the appeal in this regard. It is proper that we allow the constitutional court processes to be exhausted. Anyone who is interested in being a friend of the court is more than welcome to approach the Constitutional Court. So, Chair, I'm not going to talk to that. I'm also not going to respond to the so-called forensic reports because they were taken selectively. There are 5 forensic reports which are part of that, and they are precisely part of the 360 cameras contract, which is in dispute, which is the subject of other processes. Amongst others, I have placed that before the public protector, who is doing an investigation. Yes, it is taking too long. We're on the 4th year now, but it is there. So I will entertain that once there is pronouncement in that regard. My plea is, can I be allowed to traverse my affidavit in a short space of time that we are given so that we answer the questions that brought me here? Thanks, Chair.
Look, I agree with that sentiment. I want you to say it in a manner that that helps us to move forward. The witness that was here before you, when he met with us for the first time, he said, nobody's going to ask me questions about my past. And then we did not agree with him. He had to look for a better way to say it. I'm also going to persuade you to say, not to say, I'm not going to answer any question related to this and that. If a question is put to you which is pertaining to a matter that is before the courts, you just say, no, the matter is still before the courts. Is that okay?
In order to...
The second part, if there is also other process ongoing, and you feel like there is a statement that you can make which may jeopardize the process, you just make that reference to say, look, there is a process that is still ongoing on that matter. We may not be able to speak to it. Is that okay?
It's in order, Chair.
Thank you so much.
All right. But maybe before the evidence leader, Chair, the critical issues that I'm talking of, and witnesses coming here, we're talking to the issues. And those are some of the issues that the evidence leader was pushing through without giving me an opportunity to deal with those, despite the fact that the issues that he was raising were before him in my affidavit. They are not strange. So first, the music system. I will want to talk to the music system. Second, I will want to talk to the blue lights. 3, I would like to talk to the software procured by not forensic, crime intelligence. Those 3 are very, very critical. I will also, in between, talk to some of the issues. There were 3 members before this committee coming from forensic services who have made certain allegations, which allegations were already canvassed in the court, and they have lost the appeal. That is part of the records. But the evidence leader chose not even to sensitize the committee about such. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mohalaka.
Thank you, Chair. General Phahlane, good afternoon. I don't think you're going to write your own exam paper. You're not going to do that. See, we have been through a very difficult morning, and the way you're approaching it is like we're being disrespected here. It's like there was some form of a caucus to disrespect us. We're not going to accept that. Not after what happened. The evidence leader is going to probe what we are probing. And we're going to ask questions that we think are relevant to our own terms of reference. And that's it. If he wants any special platform where he will address you on any issue he feels it was not properly canvassed by us, we'll do that. He will ask you, the chair, to do that. But to be told that you can't ask this, you can't ask that, and you're politely trying to say, you can't say the things you're saying. He goes back there and say, this is what I want to address, this is what I want to, and then putting the evidence leader on a back foot. This is what he said before, and we wasted 5 hours when I was here. What is that? What kind of attitude is that? Let's start on a proper footing, Chair. We are going to ask questions. What it is relevant to him might not be relevant to me, and he can't tell me which question to ask. He can't tell the evidence leader which question to ask. So he's not going to write his own examination. We are here to probe what we think is relevant, and the witness before us, if there is any matter that dissatisfied about, they always ask your indulgence as a chairperson and say, Chair, can I please have an indulgence? I want to speak to 1, 2, 3, 4. But that we are going to be addressed like this before we even start. No, Chair, we must be protected, especially by you. We're not going to be subjected to exactly what we've been subjected to before.
Honorable Ngola.
Thank you very much. Chair, I think, unfortunately, we'll have to disagree with General Phahlane on the approach that which he wants us to take in respect of probing. And Honorable Malema is correct that anything that is relevant to the terms of reference is what will be probing. He further speaks about issues relevant to forensics. You'll recall, Chair, that we would have, as part of the public participation, received testimonies from various people and various members of the society. And a lot of damaging allegations that were leveled against top-ranking officials of SAPS, including General Phahlane. If you still remember, Chair, that there were issues that were raised with us in full view of the public, that at SAPS there's been a consistent loss of rhino horns and narcotics, which happens during the time of General Phahlane, and the allegers were also insinuating that he may have been involved in those things. So if General Phahlane wants to gag us from asking such kind of things, then it means there is no reason for us to be here with him. Because the nature of the evidence that we want, the nature of the testimony that we want from him involves what he says are things that he is not prepared to answer. He himself appeared before this ad hoc committee and refused to answer some of the questions under the disguise that the matter is at the Labour Appeals Court. And the Labour Appeals Court has pronounced itself in respect of that. So we still have unanswered questions that were not even answered in the first round when we met General Phahlane, because he would have said some of the issues up before the Labour Appeal Court. And the Labour Appeal Court pronounced itself. Now still we're being gagged from asking about those things. Chair, we do not agree with General Phahlane, and we won't adhere to his request. Thank you very much.
SC, is there any comment you want to make? Yeah.
Sorry, Chair. The last time General Phahlane appeared, he spoke at length. In fact, there was one session, if I were a cricketer, I would have said I didn't even touch one ball. He just came all the time. And I think he was given a more than fair opportunity to speak to matters in his affidavit. You may recall, which is different to what General Phahlane is saying today. I had on several occasions said to General Phahlane, this is not the platform to question your dismissal, because this is not an adjudicating forum, because he's contesting it. And I actually said, can we move forward on the basis that you've been dismissed, but you challenge your dismissal and leave it there. The matter is now before the Labour Appeal Court. He nevertheless chose to to expand on it at length. I thought I was trying to also help by today saying I'm going to ask 5 questions in 5 discrete categories. And if, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, if you look just at the contents page of General Phahlane's affidavit, they're all covered there. Put here by him, not by us. Because this is the one affidavit which we as evidence leaders did not draft. We had exchanged views. I get on very well with his counsel. We had exchanged views, especially over the holiday period, and General Phahlane was insistent that he wants his affidavit placed before the committee, and we left it there, but on the basis that it doesn't preclude us from asking questions either related to what's in his affidavit or other questions that may arise from the testimony of other witnesses, which has become standard practice.
Okay.
So the sooner perhaps I can proceed, the sooner I can, from our side, be done, and the committee can ask
let me hear him out. General Phahlane, do you have anything to say before? I want us to proceed on the common understanding.
Chair, may I request that we proceed? In what I said, there was never disrespect. And in actual fact, I listened to what the Honorable Ngola said. Precisely what he's saying, that's what I said. It's one of the issues that I want to respond to. I've never said I don't want to respond to the issues that were raised by the members here. And it is those issues that are contained in my supplementary affidavit, which is not even detailed, it is just documents. So let's proceed. Those that, maybe I must find a better way. Those that I will unanswer, I will say so.
No, not those that you will answer. You say, to the best of my abilities, I will answer every question.
To the best of my abilities, I will answer all questions, and please help me, God. Let's proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members. Thank you, General Phahlane. General Phahlane, in your affidavit, your main affidavit, you dealt with your dismissal from paragraphs, from page 11 and from paragraph 23 to page 'You deal with it quite extensively to page 18 of your affidavit, and you, in your evidence, your oral evidence and in your affidavit, you contest the fairness/lawfulness of your dismissal. I don't intend to debate that with you today, because it's not for me to decide whether or not you were fairly or unfairly or lawfully or unlawfully dismissed. Neither is it the focus of this honourable committee with respect. It's a matter for the courts. Now, when we last left off, I'm not sure at which point, you had indicated that your matter was on appeal to the Labour Appeal Court. Now, Chair, can I just again check whether, honourable members, whether you have a copy of the Labour Appeal Court judgment before you? I think it was posted online, but you may not have a hard copy in front of you. Sorry? I think General Phahlane has attached it. And so it's in the supplementary bundle. Where is it? 15. It's at page 1050. 1050, it's annexure JKP 17 in brackets capital E. And that the matter was argued last year in November, and the judgment was handed down on the 5th of February. And as honourable members will see, and General Phahlane will be aware, it's a quorum of 3 judges. And the end result was that the appeal, General Phahlane's appeal, was dismissed by all 3 judges. They differed, however, in as regards the basis on which they dismissed the appeal. Acting Judge of Appeal Tokota, he found that the court didn't have jurisdiction, or the arbitrator and the Labour Court and the Labour Appeal Court, and for that reason had dismissed the appeal. The other 2 judges, they dealt with the merits of the appeal. They did not agree with Mr. Acting Justice Tokota, and they gave their own reasons why they dismissed the appeal. Nkuta, Justice of Appeal Nkuta Nkotwana and Justice of Appeal Chetty wrote separate judgments, but they agreed on the merits, and that appears from page 1099. General Phahlane, if you wish, you may comment. You have indicated that you have now sought to appeal your matter further to the Constitutional Court.
Thanks, Chair. I will first deal with the incorrect reflections of this evidence leader. First, the matter served in court on the 16th of September 2025, not in December. Where it's coming from, I don't know. Secondly, I will deal with what is referred to in my affidavit that we have already dealt with. If Chair, just give me a chance. Evidence leader is saying, I have dealt with the unfair dismissal from page 11 to page 23, which is incorrect. I only deal with the dismissal issue for specific reasons from page 11 to page 18 of my affidavit, which is under paragraph D. Paragraph E onwards deals with the procurement contract. If you visit that judgment, you will realize that very little of what was raised is being dealt with. But Chair, you had 3 judges, they have pronounced, and it's part of our system We must all respect the courts. The evidence leader, if he perused that judgment, he would have found that Judge Tokota found the dismissal to be unlawful. And the reason why he's saying it's unlawful is because of the players who played a part who are not by law authorized to act. And he simply says it's dismissed because he say unlawful dismissal falls outside the jurisdiction of the labor court. He say it would have been relevant at the labor court if it was unfair dismissal. On the unlawfulness, all the three judges agree. But the other two say, let's zoom in on the unfair dismissal, which is Judge Shetty and Nkunto, and I can't remember the other surname. And all three ultimately agree on the dismissal of the application, and the judge who communicated, and it's even written in their judgment, they have agreed on the dismissal of the appeal, not necessarily on the reasons. They reason differently. Now, Chair, I have said it's a matter which is now before the Constitutional Court. And I don't want to deal with issues of the judges here. Later I'll be accused. Respectfully, I will request that this matter, I have communicated. It's me who provided this committee, the Honorable Committee, with the judgment. And I was providing it for transparency purposes to say, here is a process which we have spoken to. This is the outcome. And now I'm recording before the Honorable Committee members that we are now in the Constitutional Court. That's how far I can go with the matter, Chair.
Honourable Chair, again, just for the record, at paragraph 76 of the judgment, at page 1072, Mr. Justice Chetty takes issue with the reasoning and the judgment of Mr. Acting Justice Tokota, and says, I'm not persuaded by the correctness of the argument, with the argument being that the arbitrator exceeded his powers by referencing acts performed by General Phahlane while he was the acting National Commissioner. Because essentially, the General Phahlane's argument was that as acting National Commissioner, I could only be dismissed by the President. The two judges who disagreed with Mr. Acting Justice Tokota said that the acts complained of and in relation to which General Phahlane was charged was when he was the head of forensics, and it was entirely appropriate for him to be dealt with under the disciplinary powers of SAPS. And that you'll see at pages 1072, 1073. So all I want to do and wanted to do was to place it on record whether General Phahlane put this judgment before us, I think on the same day when the judgment was released. I forwarded it to the parliamentary legal team to make available to honourable members. So it would have been here But he's right, he's done well to make the committee aware of this judgment.
Chair, may I make my last comment on this? The matter is in the Constitutional Court, 1. 2, I don't think it is fair for the SC, for that matter, to be selectively going to the judgment. The same Judge Chetty say, when the charges were brought, that 72 that the SC is referring to, somewhere he's saying, you can't say you should have been dealt with by the president because when you were an acting national commissioner, simultaneously you were performing duties as the divisional commissioner for forensic services. Now, it's just too foreign to me. When I'm acting here, an acting divisional commissioner is being appointed by law, not by choice, by law. Now, I don't know why I must be answering to the evidence leader on a matter which even the question itself misrepresents the facts contained in the judgment. And I don't think I've got too much time at my disposal to go through each and every one of those arguments, including reliance on information which is found nowhere in the records, which is part of the Chetty judgment. And all those things we are dealing with in the Constitutional Court. I'm glad I'm well represented. I don't have the appetite, Chair, to go too much into that matter. The lawyers sitting behind me are dealing with that matter, and I believe they are competent to do so.
General, is it so that your dismissal relates to the issue of the Itemba tender award and the irregularities that arose in that process as a result? Rightly or wrongly, can you just give me a yes or a no?
I'm not going to give a yes or a no. Which irregularities? Because the irregularities are actually mentioned by me in that process. There is no irregularity that I'm party to in this regard. If you just read the judgment itself and you read the submission which is here, I think in part D of my affidavit, there are no irregularities that I'm involved in. The only thing that I was accused of, which I'm saying I am not party to that, is the failure to cancel the contract. When the issue was raised with me, brought to my attention by supply chain management, having received a complaint from a service provider, 22nd of August 2014, I responded on the 22nd of October 2014 that the contract should be cancelled. Supply chain management was to follow the process that they were to follow. That never happened. And subsequently, Itemba lodged a claim. Having lodged a claim in 2018-2019, I was here explaining it, that in 2018-2019, when I'm no more in the system, 30 million rands get paid to Itemba, not by me. So I don't know which irregularities you, senior counsel, is selectively referring to. I've got no irregularities involved in this regard.
The honourable members will read for themselves from the judgment of Acting Judge of Appeal Tokota, because that's the one thing that the two other judges agreed with, is his setting out of the facts. And that appears from page 1052, paragraph 3. And the facts are set out until page 1055 at paragraph 20, when you were suspended on the 1st of June 2017 by the then Minister of Police. And the point was not, which is the one that you tried to make with respect, General Phahlane, that you found an irregularity with the award to Itemba. The point that is made in the judgment by Acting Justice Dakota is the ones on page 1054 at paragraph 16 on 25 April 2016. The Managing Director of Itemba wrote a letter to the Acting Divisional Commissioner for Forensic Services, Lieutenant General Mokwana, and proposed a joint meeting. On 29 April 2016, the Acting Divisional Commissioner Forensic Services, Major General Nkoka, addressed a letter to the Divisional Commissioner Supply Chain and recommended that in view thereof, the two divisions were not in agreement with the award and that the matter should be referred to the CSIR for independent assessment. Paragraph 17, on 14 July 2016, lawyers for Itemba served the appellant in his official capacity as the Acting National Commissioner for SAPS with notice in terms of 3 of the Institution of Legal Proceedings Act, informing him that Itemba has accepted the repudiation and thereby cancelled the contract and would claim damages. And the reason for that, General Phahlane, is that despite the award of the tender, which had not yet been set aside, and we know it can only be set aside in a court of law once awarded, was that you were not issuing any purchase orders, and of course by then you had left to take up the position as the Acting National Commissioner. Paragraph 18, on 29 September 2016, the Forensic Services Division received a letter from the National Treasury advising it to request the SABS for scientific and industrial research to independently verify compliance with the specifications. And then on 30 September 2016, you in your official capacity as Acting National Commissioner was served with a summons, and then subsequently you were suspended. You will know from the events that unfolded that as a result of what is alleged to be your negligent, reckless conduct, SAPS had to pay damages in that amount, 14,879,000. That is that went to an arbitrator. In fact, it's recorded by Appeal Judge Dakota at paragraph 22. The arbitrator found, that is in relation to your dismissal, both substantively and procedurally fair. The arbitrator found that it is common cause that on 14 October 2015, the applicant was appointed as National Commissioner. She found that although the appellant claimed that at that time of the case, sorry, I can't make this out, he was no longer in charge of the division as the overall head, he ought to have found out what was happening in the matter. The arbitrator found that the accounting officer, as such, as the accounting officer, he had the responsibility to find out what was happening with the contract. So, and the two judges found that reasoning to be sound and fair, and on that basis, the judges found against you. So, you're going to appeal to the Constitutional Court. We know that that's going to be a hard road to hoe, but as you say, you've got competent lawyers acting for you. So good luck. Now, unrelated to that matter, there are also two other contracts in relation to which you currently face charges, criminal charges. If I may just check, Honourable Chair, whether those documents have been made available yet and whether the witness has a copy. So I want to refer to the two charges which General Phahlane will recall at the last hearing. There seemed to be some lack of clarity, can I put it that way, or uncertainty, whether you're in fact facing criminal charges. So let me deal with the first one for your comment. The matter that's in the regional division of Gauteng in the Specialized Commercial Crime Court. The case number is SCCC/265/2018. Have you got, you'd be familiar with the charge sheet. You are accused number 5. And I believe these charges, the NPA intend to prosecute later in this year, October, November. Can you confirm that?
I cannot confirm what I don't know of. First, Chair, reference is made to do 2 audit reports. Where are those reports and what do they relate to?
I'm going to come to the reports. I'm dealing with a charge sheet.
No, Chair, I can't allow a situation where we are not on the same page. I'm being asked a question to respond to on things which has got nothing to do with what is being asked. Must separate the two. The 2 reports that he's referring to, Chair, are SNG reports. They've got nothing to do with the matter you are referring to of the Pretoria Specialized Commercial Crimes Court. The matter of the Specialized Commercial Crimes Court has to do with procurement by crime intelligence on software which was used, successfully so by the way, to police the fees must fall challenge that the country was faced with. Secondly, that software was used to deal with the Vuwani unrest and the burning of schools that took place in Vuwani. So there is no relationship between the reports that the council is referring to, unless he's got the secret reports that I don't know of. And the issue that he's referring to, it's actually traversed in my application, where I think towards the end, not in my affidavit, if I can just check so that I can make reference to it.
So if it's in your affidavit, you've put it in before this honourable committee and it's relevant.
Chair, I was just trying to even get some clarity so that I can be able to deal with the thing. All I'm saying, in as far as that is concerned, is that the evidence leader is putting two things together which do not belong to each other. First, he spoke about the reports and say, these reports, based on these reports, you are facing criminal charges. And now I must ask, show me the reports and which criminal charges. Because even those reports that you're referring to, there is not a single criminal charge. And those reports are not part of my affidavit because they've got no relevance.
General, do you accept that you are facing a myriad of charges? In fact, I'm counting from the 11 accused, of which you are accused number 5, 192 charges before the Special Commercial Crimes Court, ranging from fraud, corruption, and other charges. You would have seen the charge sheet. Are you facing these charges or aren't you?
I'm not going to answer if you are asking me irrelevant questions, and I'm trying to explain to this committee that, Honorable Chair, I'm being told that there are reports based on which I'm facing charges. First issue that I'm raising is that the reports are not even here with me. 2, I'm saying those reports have got no relevance here. 3, I'm saying, and I'm clarifying, and that is one of those cases that I said, let's go to them, because this was said when I was here, you are facing a myriad of charges. Now, I said there is a case related to the software procurement by crime intelligence, where my role is solely to have provided a deviation according to the laws of this country. That's the charge, the case that I know of. As to your 190-something charges, which I don't know of, you may have to allow the NPA or whoever concocted those charges to traverse those at the Special Commercial Crimes Court, where I am going in October, November. And I'm going to be dealing with those. And lastly, those charges, Nkabinde was here, was telling you about what had happened. Those are the charges that are flows from instigation by Paul O'Sullivan and Robert McBride, who were here. If you look into the affidavit of the particular case, that, what is it, A1, it's by Nkabinde, half a pager, who is saying, we have received information. That's not even the elements of crime in there. He goes further to say, he knew that there was nothing. He was pushed to go and open those cases. That's why they are going to populate all 192 which you say you have, that have got nothing to do with me. Part of it is that I'm sitting on the bid specification committee, bid evaluation committee, and the bid adjudication committee. I do not have the honor, or never had the honor, of sitting on any of those committees. If you peruse those charges, some of them will say Phahlane was sitting there. So I'm clarifying it, Chair, that there is this case, and this is the case I wanted to talk to when I said there are 3 cases before the Pretoria Specialized Commercial Crimes Court, which will appear for trial, by the way, October, November this year.
So, General Phahlane, why did it take so long for you to acknowledge and accept that you are facing these charges in October, November? You will appear in court. You do not agree with these charges. You contest them, and you're going to defend them. Why is that so difficult?
It is not difficult. It is difficult because you are feeding this committee with wrong information. That's the difficulty.
Okay. Now,
and that is what I'm trying to explain.
Okay. Instead of being accused, or rather than being accused of feeding the Honourable Committee with wrong information, let me read to you from the charge sheet. And you will be familiar with this because you must have seen, and your legal team would have seen this. Manipulation of the procurement process. Accused 5 was appointed as acting National Commissioner. of SEPS, 14 October 2015, until he was suspended in 2017. As acting National Commissioner, he was also the accounting officer of SEPS. On 19 October 2015, 5 days after assuming the position, accused 5 withdrew a circular referenced as 19/1/1 and dated 23 March 2010, which required that all bids of over 500,000 be processed through the Office of the National Commissioner. Accused 5 instead appointed the Divisional Commissioner for SCM as the chairperson of the Bid Adjudication Committee of SEPS and empowered the BAC to award contracts above the threshold value of 500,000. And then it goes on to detail the extent of this manipulation, deals with the decision to jettison the NT transversal contract, the SEPS contract to procure emergency equipment for SEPS vehicles had expired in 2015 and no contract had been in place. National Treasury had in place a transversal contract for a procurement of emergency warning equipment for emergency vehicles, including police vehicles.
Sorry, Chair. May I be allowed to say something?
Are you done reading from where you were reading?
No, Honourable Chair, I'm guided by the directions of the Chair. This is not a court of law where I can object.
If you can,
I'm not done yet.
yeah.
Rather than
if you
being
can conclude the part
yes,
that you were reading,
yes.
and allow him to say something.
On the 12th of August 2016, accused 5 signed a letter addressed to the Chief Director, Transversal Contracting, concerning the supply and delivery of ambulance rescue and emergency equipment and accessories for the period 1 April 2015 to 31 March 2017. Accused 5 stated that SEPS was in the final stages of finalizing the specifications for emergency equipment, and this is your topic, General Phahlane, blue lights, and had decided to establish its own contract for blue lights. On 19 August 2016, accused 1 wrote a letter to National Treasury requesting National Treasury to expand the meaning of emergency and or urgent procurement to include cases of emergency. On 19 August 2016, the Chief Director, Transversal Contracting for National Treasury, responded to both accused 1 and 5 and granted SEPS permission to establish its own contract for procurement of blue lights. Then there's reference to the 2 abandoned procurement processes. Then there's a subheading, again set out quite in length, manipulation of the specifications. On 8 August 2016, Lieutenant Colonel Bunzaya was contacted telephonically, first by accused 12 and then by accused 5, who both instructed him to meet accused 10 to assist him in bidding for a portion and the complete SEPS National Emergency Blue Lights and Siren tender. Accused 5 requested Bunzaya to contact accused 1 and 12, provided Bunzaya with a telephone number for accused 1. Bunzaya met accused 1 at the SEPS Academy, Pretoria West, on the same day. So, and then there's reference to the 3rd procurement process, which I'll skip over, and the honourable committee members can read for themselves. Then there's a reference to SEPS payments to accused 10 and 11. involving substantial amounts. And then it is alleged that there were gratifications. Accused 7 had many meetings with accused 5, accused 1 and accused 12. The majority of the meetings took place just after cash withdrawals, followed by calls between the various parties, followed by the movement as per cell tower towards a common destination. So, General, I'm not going to take up further time, as I indicated. The honourable members can read this for themselves. I thought we'd go through this a lot quicker, but you have now acknowledged that you face these charges and that you'll be going to court in October, November. Now, the other matter that is also before the court, this time the High Court in Pretoria, is a matter where you are again accused number 5. The charges are fraud, accused 5 only. Second charge of fraud, also accused 5. Third charge. Contraventions of the Public Finance Management Act. And again, there's charges of corruption, money laundering, and as you will know, General Phahlane, both as a service officer of SEPS and as an accused, the material facts are set out in the, and this is what you yourself wanted to talk about, but of course when you wanted to and at your own pace, and I've tried to deal with it up front as soon as possible. And this is the procurement of the software for social media monitoring during the Fees Must Fall campaign. During December 2016, the Division Crime Intelligence of the SAPS embarked on a process to procure software social media monitoring. The Division Crime Intelligence had been aware of the need to procure software for social media monitoring for a considerable period before the initiation of the procurement process in December 2016. The Fees Must Fall protest started in October 2015. The process to procure the software for social media monitoring was initiated by accused 1, 3, and 7. One, 3, and 7 were not members of the component or unit division. Crime intelligence that was tasked with the responsibility of procuring goods and works for Division Crime Intelligence. Then there's reference to someone who has testified before us, Brigadier Shlungwane. On 21 December 2016, accused 3 called Brigadier Shlungwane to his office. Accused 3 showed Shlungwane a procurement proposal compiled by accused 1. The procurement was for the procurement of social media monitoring software. The social media monitoring software was meant to monitor and collect intelligence on individuals who were involved in the hashtag Fees Must Fall protests. Shlungwane recommended the procurement by indicating that funds were available for the procurement. Accused 3 approved the procurement proposal. I'm just apologies, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, just trying to scroll through this quite quickly. A contract was awarded to accused 2 and 6. The price accepted by the Division Crime Intelligence was for 33,858,000. The system was known as Daedalus, D-A-E-D-A-L-U-S. It's a voice intelligence system, is a counterintelligence measure. And this is what the material facts allege about you, General Phahlane. Accused 5 failed to notify the Auditor General and National Treasury about the approval within the prescribed period, calculated from the date of approval of the application for deviation or any other time thereafter. So again, General Phahlane, just for the record, you are being charged in the High Court on a number of these charges. You are aware of it. Accused 5, acting with a common intent with accused 1, 3 and 7, submitted the annual financial statement in respect of the Secret Service account and the Division Crime Intelligence. Accused 1, 3 and 7 omitted to disclose the expenditures relating to the procurements of what is referenced as RIPJAR, R-I-P-J-A-R. I suppose you'll know what that means. And Daedalus. The purpose of annual financial statements, which must be submitted by accounting officers of organs of state, is to present a true and fair view of the department's financial performance, financial position, changes in net assets and cash flows, and other material disclosures. Then there's reference to accountability. And then it's alleged that there was a failure to report irregular expenditure incurred by the Division of Crime Intelligence. It's alleged that you had a duty to account to the executive in charge of the Department of Police, National Treasury, and Parliament. It's alleged that this constituted irregular expenditure. So, General Phahlane, before I move on to the next topic, your comment, and then we can perhaps move on.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to respond to this question, or not the question, because there is no question there. Charges were read, which I'm allegedly facing in some courts. Now, I'm very much confused. One moment, I'm in a Pretoria Special Commercialized Crime Court. I thought that was the court where I was, where we were dealing with the issue of software. But when counsel starts reading, he starts reading to me what is sitting in the blue lights, which is in the court where he was representing Danny Jordan, Palm Ridge. That which you were reading, the blue lights, is in that court where you went to, Palm Ridge,
I know that.
Special Commercial Crimes Court. Now, in that court, we deal with the blue light. Since you ventured into the blue light and you are reading charge sheets that are supposed to be read to me by a prosecutor somewhere in court, I'm going to deal with what I was speaking to on the blue lights. And Honorable Chair, honorable members, it's sitting on page 133 to page 143
On a point of
of
order,
my
Chair.
affidavit.
Mkhalak.
I think General Phahlane is right. I really didn't understand what was happening. And I don't think he should even respond to that. He's entirely correct. I asked my colleague, what is this now? Because the question should have just been, are you charged in the commercial, what, and then leave it there. But to read him charges, like we're in court, we're the ones who are charging him. No, it's unfair. I think he must be protected from that. But equally, let's be conscious of time. I don't see how that is going to help us because we still have to attend to ask questions. General Phahlane is aware, if he's charged, he should be aware of his charges. And if there is anything that relates to our terms of reference in those charges, let's try and canvass that. And if it's uncomfortable, we'll say, I'm uncomfortable or I'm prepared to answer it. But to read him a charge sheet, no, it's unfair.
Honorable Sols.
Chairperson, just clarity. Did I hear correctly, General Phahlane is saying that the SC is one of the, of the counsel in the case that we are talking about? Did I hear correctly, or is it, did I misunderstand that? Just for clarity, please.
He was representing that line.
Not in this matter. He was just at the same court.
Yeah, they happened to bump at each other in the same precinct.
Oh, okay, no.
Yeah. The point that you raise, Honorable Maluma, is sustained. Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. I think, Chair, for the sake of progress, this issue of court judgments and some General Phahlane is still going to appear in court. I think when we have this supplementary submission, I've read it as well. I think we have 900 and something pages, Chair, here. And I guess with the pace we are going on, like the issue of reading those judgments and paragraph by paragraph, Chair, we won't finish today. I understand that you allocated the evidence leader two hours, maybe it's within his time, but
they have 42 minutes to conclude the presentation of evidence.
But we are not going to get anything as things stands now, Chair, because the way it goes is like we are reading.
Yeah,
I concur that it's like we're in court.
If we don't, we will leave it to you members to ask the general questions that you want to ask.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Chair. Sorry, my hand's been up.
Honorable Kola Barnett.
If I may, if I could have an explanation from the evidence leader, who seems to be, sir, who's not listening. If I could have an explanation from the evidence leader, it seemed to me, from a non-lawyer point of view, that he was indeed responding to the claims that there was no criminal charges, no action, there were no court matters. There were a lot of denials, and I thought that was what he was doing, was providing proof that in fact what he had claimed was true. So that's how I read what was being done.
No,
if we could have an explanation on that,
we
please.
have long gone beyond that point. He himself said it on record here, that there is a matter before the cause. So now what we should do is to proceed. Let's proceed, Advocate Aronson.
No, but
Thank
Chair,
you.
was it not my turn to respond when I was, I think when Honorable
Oh,
Malema
he
raised
interje-
issues,
he
yes.
interjected.
I did not even start responding. And I'm mindful of the time, but in view of the charges that were read before me, at no point, Chair, have I never, at no point have I ever disputed that there were matters. And maybe let me not refer to the previous session. And I place on record the matters in court, which are two, the blue lights. Now, forget the confusion which is being created, whether it's Pretoria Specialized Commercial Courts or High Court. For clarity purposes, the matter of crime intelligence of the software started in the Pretoria Commercial Crimes Court. Now, that matter had to be transferred from that court to the High Court because the magistrate was conflicted. And what makes the magistrate to be conflicted? The very same Hlongwane that he's referring to was an accused in a case where there is 50,000 that was taken from the coffers of the Secret Services account. The complainant in that matter happens to be his immediate commander, who was Major General Nematonzela. Now, the magistrate who was presiding over now this matter where I'm in, because I'm in this matter with General Nematonzela, similarly presided in the Hlongwane matter where Nematonzela was a witness. It is on that basis that when it turned out later that there is conflict of interest from the magistrate and the matter is now before the Pretoria High Court. So it is one matter, Pretoria Special Commercialized Crimes Court and the High Court. Now, if I am allowed just to deal with that matter, Chair, I'll come back to the blue light which he started going into. I'm dealing with the blue light, with the matter on the software in page 144 of my affidavit, paragraph 330, where we talk about the Secret Services account. And I'm going to respond in this manner so that I'm not losing anything in view of how far the SC went. And this is not a yes or no answer. I deem it fit at this point to traverse the crime intelligence domain of the South African Police Service to the detriment of policing and service delivery by the subs. Crime intelligence is subjected to vindictiveness, vicious attacks, public scrutiny by armchair critics and people who loosely engage with ulterior motives. This contributes to the destruction and destabilization which has become the embodiment of the environment in the South African Police Service. The prevailing environment of politicization, criminalization, disinformation, and weaponization of crime intelligence is not what was envisaged by our forebears in policing. I am premising my interface with the crime intelligence by focusing on select provisions of the Secret Services account and in particular the policy environment confronting the challenges. Now, I'm not going to go through all those. Chair, what is important here is that when we talk about crime intelligence, you don't talk of the same policies and prescripts that apply in the open account. If we go to supply chain management, it's an open account. If you go to finance, it's an open account. But the Secret Services account has got its own rules. Like I said, I'm not going to go through each and everything. First, in the Secret Services account, the law, not me, the law provides or permits for procurement based on a quotation basis. You simply could, if there is a need, those who may offer such services are to be approached, and the need will be expressed, and there must be a response in the form of quotations and so on, which will be considered by a committee. This happened in this particular case. We were having a challenge before I was appointed. The fees must fall issue was very prevalent. The Vuani banning of the 21 schools and so on was very prevalent. The absence of intelligence was a big issue. So the question was, how else can you source intelligence so that as the police we are proactively able to respond in executing our policing mandate? It is on that basis that crime intelligence, particularly people in the secret services account, embarked on a process, and that's when they obtained the quotations on this particular software. A committee in crime intelligence said that committee was the head of the secret services account leading, and amongst others Brigadier Shongwani and so on, where they've considered the application for the software to be procured. Where do I come in? When they evaluated, it became clear that the quotation was way above their delegated amount. I think at that time they could only procure without approaching the accounting officer for $1 million or less. So this particular software, and by the way, here there is mention of 33 million. It's not one thing there, it's two things. It's a software which is social media monitoring, and there is ComSec. Both are included, it's not just one. So once they evaluated the quotations and found that this is outside their scope with the amount, the law say they must approach the accounting officer for a deviation. It is at that point that an application for a deviation was submitted to me, which I considered favorably and responded to them. There is your approval. You are permitted to do procurement beyond 1 million. That's where my role starts and ends. I'm not sitting on those committees. I'm not evaluating anything in that regard. I grant that. Now, allegations are you were sitting on the bid specification, you were sitting on the, BEC and evaluation and so on. Now, those must be explained there in court. The same Brigadier Shongwanu who was before this committee is a signatory to that application for procurement. And I was listening to him when he was here. He said, no, he was only issuing a financial authority. That thing is here. It's part of the documents. See if there is an endorsement to say funds available. Because they did a round robin amongst themselves as committee members. That's why they did that particular approval. Now, I had no business to be reporting to anyone because the law say the secret services account, not even the divisional commissioner supply chain management, they will report where there is a deviation. Now, the person who was supposed to report is the head of the secret services account, not the accounting officer. Now you have got a very decorated charge sheet there where they say Phahlane failed to report to National Treasury and so on. I invite those who say so to go and read the law and to familiarize themselves with what I at least try to do and place it in this affidavit 144 until 145, paragraph 333. And then I'm saying in paragraph 332.3, on 10 October 2017, McBride wrote a letter to the Minister of Police, Mr. Fikile Mbalula, stating in paragraph 2 and 3 of his affidavit that there appears to exist a corrupt relationship with Major General Nematunzela, Major General Machele, Lieutenant General Phahlane, and the service provider. The state allegedly suffered a loss of 33 million for a system which was hastily procured without proper procedures being followed. In stark contrast, the unit responsible for media monitoring source quotation for only 7 million. And I'm saying there my emphasis. Now, even today, I want to see that 7 million thing. There is no such. The very same docket that the SC is talking about is unable to produce this 7 million quotation. Instead, they produce something which they say it was a quotation to develop something that was forwarded to supply chain management. So that is in as far as what is it, REPJA or Dilateras or whatever, software and ComSec, where only Phahlane comes in because he is an accounting officer. He approves the deviation. And I say it and I'll say it again. If I have to approve that deviation today, I will do it for the sake of our country. Because that was to ensure that we generate intelligence to proactively respond to the issues relating to the fees must fall, and Vuani. And I think I've said it many times. I'm happy that no one died in that process. And I can still repeat and say, had the police had a software similar to that, maybe we could have saved the July unrest, because it was about the absence of intelligence. Now, Chair, I'm responding to the second issue, but before I move there, I'm saying my response comprehensively as it is, not to the charge sheet, because I'll deal with the charge sheet where it belongs, which is in the courts. And I was under no illusion that I'm coming to court here. I came to Parliament before the Honorable Committee where I'm to respond to the issues. Page 133 to page 143 deals with the blue lights matter. Now, this is the matter which is in, Palm Ridge Commercial Crimes Court. This matter has been going for 10 years. Now, how can we have a matter going in for that long? I just want to go to a part here in this affidavit, if you can. Yeah, in actual fact, in my supplementary affidavit, where is it? Chair, I just want to refer to a statement. Yes, Chair, page 1277 of my supplementary affidavit, JKP 59A. And that goes even with the one on 1279. In actual fact, let me go there. Now, this is the affidavit. It's A1. A1 normally is an affidavit by the complainant, the person who's supposed to be a complainant. And this is an affidavit by a lieutenant colonel in the South African Police Service who's stationed at provincial management. He said, I am authorized to make this statement and hereby state that the contents of this statement are true and correct except where otherwise stated. It also falls within my personal knowledge. And she goes, I'll just read just one part. On 2017-08-29, order number so-and-so was issued for the amount of 39,196,189 rand 4 cents to instrumentation for law enforcement for the procurement of blue lights for vehicles in Gauteng. The following invoices were received. I'm not going to go through those invoices. Now, this is important. When invoices were received by my office for payment, the payment official ensures that a certificate is important. When invoices were received by my office for payment, the payment official ensures that a certificate in terms of the standing order, goods are received and signed by the end user. See copy of the standing order. The certificate states that the end user certified that the services were really necessary for the purpose mentioned in public service. The service was rendered satisfactorily. The involved costs are in accordance with the quoted price, and that tariffs are reasonable, fair, and do not exceed the price charged to the public, and that no invoices have been submitted for payment for the same service before. On 2018-0408, I received a request from the Provincial Head Supply Chain Management, Brigadier Buthelezi, to verify all subs numbers on the invoices. The invoices were perused and subs numbers were verified. According to the above mentioned invoices, this is important. I noticed that there were duplicated subs numbers on the various invoices. See copy of order invoice so-and-so. A total of 39 subs numbers were duplicated, and according to the invoices received, the duplicates amounted to 3,939,726 rand 96 cents. See copy blah blah blah. And then this so-called complainant, the subs duplicated numbers and those that were not duplicated were all paid via electronic transfer to the account belonging to instrumentation on business account so-and-so held at First Trend Limited. Now, I therefore request the police investigation into the matter. This was 2018-06-11 when she deposed this particular affidavit. She detected the duplicate payments in 2018, I think it said April, what is it, April, it was in the first paragraph or somewhere, 2018-04-06. Now, the point I'm making here, Chair, is that this case is not about what I hear or what I see in the charge sheet. The complainant complains about duplicate payments. But what happened in this case? Temani Binang, who is an IPIT investigator, met a Colonel Mutaung of supply chain management, and this colonel said to him, to Binang, there is a problem with regard to the orders. And they were specifically referring to the third order of 2018 when I was at home. So Binang went back to a meeting with the Phahlane task team where McBride was. And he's saying to them, hey, there is a problem there at between supply chain management and Gauteng of a contract. McBride asked, and I don't know why was he not asked here, he said, is Phahlane involved? The Mani Binang say, no, boss, Phahlane is not involved. And then he's being told, you will see to it that Phahlane is involved. McBride stood out of that meeting and left. But before he left, the Mani Binang said to him, boss, don't worry, my guy will come with magic. Who's my guy? Tilas Chavalal, the Richard Tilas Chavalal, the prosecutor. The next moment, I'm being brought into this matter. It's in 2018. Now, if this matter happens in 2018, and we talk about payment, which happens in 2018, the National Commissioner or the accounting officer was Sithole. He's nowhere to be found in this regard. So, Chair, I have comprehensively responded to this issue in my affidavit. Now, I know when I was here, I was hearing, I can't remember, there was an honorable member who said, he's charged for an 86 million rands contract. There is no truth to that. In actual fact, duplicate, it's 3.9 million. And to rectify this, what Gauteng did, they sent additional vehicles to be fitted with the blue lights and sirens. And they balanced them out. The only amount which they were not able to settle was of one vehicle, and I think that's 101,000 rand. So if there is money that was paid for services not rendered, it's 101,000, not 39 million or 3.9 million or the 86 million or 192. Somewhere I hear the 92 million. So that's what happened in this particular matter. But Chair, again, I have dealt with what I could deal with outside the courts to be able to advise or inform the committee or share with the committee what this allegation is against me in respect of these particular two matters. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'd said with respect to Honourable Malema's observation about reading the charges, I said at the outset that we can be very quick because I want to put some things to General Phahlane, a yes or a no. I'm not here to debate these things with him, but we're falling into exactly the same thing as what happened last time. When I said, this is what happened, you were dismissed, you went to an arbitrator, you went to the Labour Court, you're now appealing to the Labour Appeal Court. But let's leave it there because this is not the forum to resolve it. Same thing has happened today. What I did, and there's, with respect, no confusion, I put to him what I have in front of me. The one is a Labour Appeal Court judgment, and the other are two charges before two different courts. That's what I did. I would have expected General Phahlane to say, well, yes, I'm facing these charges in two different courts. I'm prepared to defend myself. I deny these charges. And I had no business exploring this matter any further. But again, much of my time has been taken up by explanations from General Phahlane. I honestly don't see the point of asking him any further questions. He says he dealt with these matters in his affidavit and in his supplementary affidavit. I just want to end off with two things, and again just putting it to him, and I am not asking for any discussion or debate. General Phahlane, you're aware of two forensic investigations, one in August 2018 and the other one, it is in the exhibit bundle, and the one of July 2019, both relating to the procurement of forensic light sources. You aware of those forensic audits?
Just repeat the date, Chair.
The date, the first one, hopefully you have it. It's exhibit, is it 40? Exhibit 40. I see it's marked G. August 2018. And then there's one July 2019. They both relate to the same contract.
Chair, it will be known. No, let me not be distracted. It will be known that my last working day in the South African Police Service was 2017-0601. And for whatever those reports were, because they did not interest me, I never perused any of such reports. They've got no relevance. So maybe Council can tell me, or maybe educate me, what is in the report.
Well, thank you, General Phahlane. Again, it's not for me to educate you. You say it's got nothing to do with you, if I understood what you're saying. The August, if you go to the August 2018 this is a forensic investigation conducted by, it's the SNG forensic investigation, which I think you had mentioned early on from Grant Thornton. From the recommendations, I read the accounting officer of SAP should consider obtaining legal counsel on the appropriate steps to take against the following individuals for their involvement in potential fraud and or collusion leading to the irregular transaction that took place on 31 March 2016. Irregular reservation of 35 million rand from the FSCJS budget without seeking and obtaining approval from National Treasury. Lieutenant General Phahlane for his involvement in the preparation of an application referring to a certificate indicating that funds required for the procurement he requested SCM to initiate would be reserved on the FSCJS budget, while well aware that such funds were not budgeted for and no approval was obtained from National Treasury to reserve or utilize the FSCJS budget for the intended procurement. And then there's also a recommendation against Colonel Magubani for his involvement in certifying that 35 million was to be reserved. Then there is misrepresentation made to National Treasury regarding the reprioritization of the 46 million previously earmarked for panoramic cameras. And it's Lieutenant Colonel Patrick, Brigadier Pillay, Lieutenant General Shezi, Major General Mavundla, and then yourself, General, Lieutenant General Phahlane, for effectively approving the change control requests submitted to National Treasury. More so given that the misleading justification provided in respect of the 46 million rand emanates from his request made to TMS on 25 August 2015. Then there is where you are not, to be fair, let me read, where you are not mentioned, potentially irregular unlawful request by Colonel Potgieter to issue SCM and finance system rights to NNUP staff. You are not mentioned, Colonel Potgieter, Brigadier Ramatoka, Lieutenant General Shezi. Then irregular processing of the payment of 52.9 million made to FDA. You familiar with FDA? On 31 March 2016, Lieutenant General Shezi, Lieutenant Goosen, Lieutenant Colonel Grundling and Captain Van Heestien, Colonel Potgieter, Brigadier Masuku. So that is this document, this report of August 2018, and then there's the other report of July 2019 into the same contract. And the recommendations are also made in this report. All I asked you is, are you aware of this report? Were you interviewed by the forensic investigators? Did you give them your side or your version of what happened or what didn't happen?
Chair, I know I'm not supposed to complain because looks like one's rights have vanished. This is the bundle which was just placed here before me. On those reports that are being read there. So, while that's the kind of treatment that I get, I will not respond to that. I have already said, on the 1st of June 2017, I left the employ of the South African Police Service. So when I see all these reports, the question is, what is my interest in that report? So unfortunately, I cannot assist because I don't even see the relevance of those reports to these proceedings. If there was a shred of relevance, is where reference is made to the movement of funds. And I don't need IPIT or McBride's permission to move funds. Those were funds that were moved because there was provision in the plans of the department and in particular of forensic services. In the year that we were to buy the cameras, the 360 panoramic cameras that we were dealing with earlier. Now we are back there. In that year, we had money budgeted for to buy the cameras. But because there was a dispute in that the contract awarded did not comply with the specifications, what we have done was to take the money that was budgeted for those cameras and asked that it be utilized by technology management services who were going to buy the light sources where there was already a contract, and those light sources were bought using the 46 million amongst others. So if we bring such report, can we just bring the bigger picture here? I was listening to Robert McBride here saying there is money that was spent on the same day, the 31st of March. What's wrong if you were to spend that money on the 31st if processes are followed? And if you are not going to spend that money in the Shebeen, but you are going to buy equipment critical for forensic services. So even if I'm not involved in that, the money was used by technology management services to buy the equipment which were already on the plan. And it is false for someone to suggest that if you pay on the 31st, that is going to reflect in the next financial year. We manage processes, we are hands-on, and therefore that payment of the 46, I think it was 53 million, happened on that day because what needed to be done was to check with the service providers who has got stock on hand. Once it was determined that that service provider had stock on hand, the process, because it's not like you are going to invite quotations, you already have a contract. They were procured from there. So, Chair, I'm not going to go into detail on those. And if the evidence leader is reading the very same reports that he is reading, somewhere you will see a line where Mr. Nyatlo is saying, we did not interview General Phahlane. It is in those reports. That's why I say there are actually 5 reports that you can be talking to, not the 3. But I'm not interested. It's reports which are there, and we are dealing with what we have to deal with. Thank you, Chair.
Well, again, you could have dealt with it in less than 1 minute by saying, I don't know about these reports, I wasn't interviewed, I'm not interested. but you engage with it, and you clearly indicate that you know more than what you suggest. But I'm not going to pursue that any further.
Okay.
I asked you about the report.
I think I've been very patient. I can't continue to be attacked by the senior counsel in the manner that he is doing. I don't know who is he representing.
I'm not representing anybody. I am putting...
You are representing Robert McBride and you are representing the cabal that you are party to.
No, wait. Wait. No. Put your hands down. General Phahlane, did you mean to say the things that you are saying?
Say it was not by mistake. I will repeat. Because of what has been happening, this is not where he started. And I know why he's going on like this. I'm keeping it to myself, wanting to assist the committee so that we can go through this. But it is very clear that I'm not before the committee, I'm before council and those who have got interest.
This senior counsel is doing the work on behalf of the committee. And the integrity of this process has to be defended. And there are matters that you have raised with us, your reservations. And maybe you might have reached a stage where you lost your cool. But did you really intend to make such statements?
I withdraw so that we can make progress, Chair.
Okay. The statement is withdrawn. Is there anything you wanted to say, Senior Counsel?
Honourable Chair, honourable members, I'm very disappointed by General Phahlane's accusations. I came into this process briefed to do a job which is to present the evidence, information before this committee connected or related to the terms of reference. I think we've tried our best to do so. Some of the constraints we've had have been pointed out variously by members of this committee. Nothing that I have put to General Phahlane or any other witness have come from me because of some personal view or bias that I have. Fortunately, 40 years of practice has made me develop a thick skin. So I will take what General Phahlane say in my stride because he's angry, he's frustrated. Nothing I've put before him today comes from me personally. The Labour Appeal Court judgment speaks for itself. The forensic reports speak for themselves. No one is mentioned in those reports in the judgment. There's no mention of a McBride or a O'Sullivan or an Arendse SC, nothing.
Yeah.
So from that point of view, it's quite disappointing. I started off by saying we can be very quick. Just acknowledge that you are facing these charges
Let's
won't
not
repeat,
repeat,
but,
that. Do you accept the point
So-
that he has retracted the statement?
Well, it lacks complete sincerity. I don't know. You turn around, you look at your counsel, because I mean, that's the irony. I get on very, very well with his lawyers, with both his instructing attorney and his counsel. We've been working together since December last year. So I just don't know where this animosity comes from.
Well, let me hear what the members are saying. Honorable Kola Barnett, Honorable Ngola, Honorable Skosan.
Thank you, Chair. As you are well aware, Chair, for us as members of Parliament, we will never give a qualified withdrawal, ever. And that was a qualified withdrawal as though he was doing us a favour to let us move on with the matter. That, as I agree with the advocate, he's delayed immeasurably. So no, I don't accept that at all. And I believe he thinks that's what the situation is. How dare we? Because we're all part of some bizarre criminal cabal.
Honorable Ngola.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I think this is a matter we need to take serious. Very, very serious. We have, through the systems of Parliament, appointed a senior counsel to run the affairs of this committee. And to receive serious allegations like what Honorable Phahlane is saying needs to be taken very serious. Two issues that I've taken out from what he said is that the senior counsel is not representing Parliament, but there are certain people he's representing. And further to that, he insinuates that the senior counsel is part of a cabal. And that's an indictment to the work of Parliament. It's something that we need to take very serious. And we would like to implore, even if it's in writing, Chair, General Phahlane to substantiate these allegations that he has made here on record under oath. Something that we can't just let pass. So that when we conclude the business of this committee, we know that were we representing the people of South Africa or we're representing a cabal. Because if the accusation against the senior counsel, the evidence leader of that committee is that he's representing a cabal, then it means we're a cabal. Now, it's something that we need to take serious. If we are to believe that we are still on the right track in doing the work of the people of South Africa. So, there must be a substantiation of those allegations sent to us, even if it's in writing, Chair. Two, I agree fully with Honorable Kola Barnett. General Phahlane must either withdraw the statement or blatantly refuse to withdraw. To withdraw on the basis of progress is not withdrawal. So we don't accept that withdrawal as well. It's conditional that because he wants us to proceed, he's retracting. So he's not unconditionally retracting the statements he made in this Parliament. So we don't accept. If the senior counsel accepts the retraction, we don't accept that retraction. It's either he retracts the statement completely, but we still need substantiation, or he just blatantly refuses to retract that statement. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Skosan.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to find out, Chair, because if I heard the witness well here, General Phahlane, is that there's a forensic investigation report which was put somewhere in the table. My question is it for the first time he's seeing that report now as we are sitting here? And if so, why? Is it an ambush? Or, because we don't want to be like we are biased to anyone. Like what happened earlier, voices as well, sometimes they get suspended in a way. But we have to be very unbiased here and make sure that whatever happens, the witness should not feel like we a kangaroo court. We are not a kangaroo court. Now, those documents which the general was saying, they just put them there. We must find the truth about those documents, whether they were given now as he's sitting there, or those documents were given a day before. And if they were given a day before, obviously, I think his legal team or himself will have perused those documents. But if it's been given now, then here, then we have a problem, Chair, as well. Thank you, Chair.
Did you get the documents, General?
Chair, must I deal only with the documents or with the other remark?
We will come later to it.
Chair, these documents were placed here now. I find them, they find me here. This is similar what happened in the previous appearance. You will recall somewhere I made reference to documents that were given just as we were about to enter. It was a file. Now, that file, I even did not carry it with me home. Both the file that was prepared by the evidence leaders and that which they called supplementary or whatever, I don't know, I handed them back. I did not take them with. Thirdly, the very same senior counsel said to me, or said at least to us, that they will forward documents to us following our previous appearance. To date, nothing of that nature has happened. But the answer is simple. Now, I'm just referring to this. They were placed here. They found me here.
They were not. They were not referred to you.
Sorry, Chair.
Before. I mean, before you came here, was there no reference that was made to those documents?
No.
So you say that when we greeted you this afternoon, you did not know that documents like those were going to feature in these proceedings.
Chair, when you greeted me, these documents were not here. She actually came. She was going around placing documents while I was busy dealing with things, and she placed them here. So they came in the middle of the session. I did not have them when I sat here, or at least when we started.
Okay.
Just as regards the forensic reports, they were in the exhibit bundle when General Phahlane last appeared. When was it? On the 16th of January. I made it available today just so that it could be highlighted, but it's not a new document.
Or they were part of the.
They were part of the exhibit bundle. The last time, obviously, we never made reference to it because we never got to that point. His evidence stood over. The Labour Appeal Court judgment is obviously a judgment that came out recently and which General Phahlane himself has alluded to and attached. The charge sheets in the Specialized Commercial Crime Court and the High Court of Gauteng that I sent to my colleague Advocate Simanga in a WhatsApp, both charges. I'll find it and I'll show you. So and that's a while ago. Thank you.
Okay.
Chair, can I just place on the record? I, like many members on this committee who commented about Mr. McBride when he first appeared and his role in the struggle and all that. I had never met him until we interviewed him for the first time. I don't know him at all. Similarly with Mr. O'Sullivan, we consulted with him online, and of course I had great difficulty in persuading him to come here to testify in person. And when he came here in person, when you saw him for the first time, that is when I saw him for the first time. And I think I've got a record in the legal profession of fighting for human rights and transformation. If I were dead, I'd be turning in my grave to hear that I'm in a cabal with Paul O'Sullivan. So it's just outrageous to make those comments, and I'm just disappointed in General Phahlane, who should know
We're
better.
still coming to that point. Honorable Nomval, welcome, Honorable Slepe, and Honorable Temba. Oh, thank you so much, Honorable Temba. Welcome. Honorable Nomval.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Chair, we've been observing from day one when General Phahlane appeared before this committee. Well, I'm not encouraging the remarks he has made. I think they are unfortunate. And when a witness has withdrawn unconditionally, maybe the only thing he needs to do is to correct the statement he has made. He must withdraw unconditionally. But when he has withdrawn unconditionally, there is no need for us to take the matter further, because you have already played a responsibility as a chair of guiding a witness to say, this is unfortunate, we are giving you an opportunity to withdraw. Witnesses always make mistakes because that seat is very hot, Chair. Out of frustration and anger, they commit mistakes. So there is absolutely no need, unless he insists that what he is saying, what he has just said is his position, and he's insisting is not going to change. Then we can take it further. But to pursue it after he has withdrawn, I think, Chair, that would be unfortunate. And lastly, Chair, because we don't want to be accused of having been part of a process which was not partial and which was not objective. If the witness is in possession of an information which suggests that the proposition that he has made against the senior counsel, he must be given an opportunity to voluntarily tender that information before the committee, so that we do not sit with a person here who does not enjoy his right as a witness on the basis that the evidence is being led by a person who has a predetermined position. So I think we must afford him that opportunity, because if really what he's saying is anything to go by, the senior counsel was supposed to recuse himself from the word go. So I'm saying let's not be too harsh to the witness, Chairperson. I think what he has said it out of frustration and anger. He must just correct the statement he has made. He must withdraw unconditionally. He must not say for the sake of progress. Thank you.
General Phahlane.
Chair, I
No,
unconditional.
maybe before you say what you want to say, let me hear Honorable Matthys.
You think you can leave EFF and continue? Thank you, Chair. Chair, it must be noted here that it appears that our response as members of Parliament to witnesses is not equal. We don't have the same energy that we've had. For example, just now, there are some members here in this Parliament, some of them were even witnesses, did not even have a reaction to that Paul O'Sullivan the whole time he's been disrespecting us. Then there are some members here that did not have this heightened sense of justice with Paul O'Sullivan. And then here we are. It's not the first time that even us as members of Parliament have had to call out the evidence leader. And I think the approach that we should have taken, rather, outside of calling out our witness, was also to reassure the witness that ultimately it's not the evidence leader that is going to make findings. It's going to be us as members of Parliament. But we cannot just protect the evidence leaders on all account when we ourselves have many times have had to ask him or have had to intervene on how he's been interviewing witnesses. It's not the first time that that has happened. So for us to just come out guns blazing in protection of something that we've experienced, and if we go back to the records, we can see that it's not right. So let's also be fair to our witnesses. Yes, he must withdraw, Mr. Phahlane must withdraw, but we must not do it on an unfair basis, and we must have the same energy with everybody here, because we're also exposing our side when we are not consistent on how we address members. Thank you, Chair.
Mokhalaka.
No, thanks, Chair. I think Honorable Mateis is right. I've raised this frustration before, and I'm not a witness before you. I'm a member. But the way the evidence leader has been going on, I'm trying to even make sense of which evidence is he leading real. I'm confused sitting here. So you can understand for a witness to be, if I'm confused, what's happening to a witness? So he said wrong things out of what we are all experiencing for 2 hours. And he's being told to respond in a minute. A remark that has been made for 10 minutes. In a minute, he must respond to it. And there is no in-between that tries to save the witness. You're not to sit here and to have white colleagues protecting white witnesses and coming to treat black witnesses the way they are doing. It's unfair. It's not like we're not observing it. Even when they are correct, we're unable to support them because they didn't have the same energy when a white witness was before us here. We shouldn't do that. The witness is frustrated. He has withdrawn. He made a qualifying withdrawal. We're saying he must withdraw unconditionally, which he's going to do. But please, let's not act as if we are all comfortable with the evidence leader. I mean, when it comes to General Phahlane, he has been taking a completely different approach. I don't know what is his interest really. A completely different approach. If you listen to the two advocates and how we flow when they lead evidence and how the evidence leader comes and turn the whole thing upside down, it's really frustrating. And she's correct, Honorable Mateis. General Phahlane is not the first one to raise a frustration about the evidence leader. He's our evidence leader. He's expressing a frustration. He might have used the wrong words. But at the end of everything, as he says, I'm being frustrated here because I don't know what I'm dealing with. So we are appealing that a withdrawal must be made unconditionally. And that General Phahlane is too senior to know that he must have the necessary temperament when he deals with matters of this nature. That at times you will be provoked to stretch your limit so that you can be projected as an unreasonable person. And at that level, at all material times, you act with restraint. And that's what we expected of a general. Thanks, Chair.
Chair, I unconditionally withdraw the comment and apologize to the honorable members of this House. Thank you, Chair.
Profusely apologize to the honorable members of this House and the senior counsel.
I unconditionally withdraw and apologize to the honorable members of this committee and the evidence leader.
Thank you so much, General Phahlane. We are going to do this. And thanks very much for that apology. Honorable members, there have been lapses on the part of the evidence leader and the witness. And these lapses are not lapses that we observe today. From the first day when the witness came before us, there have been lapses that members have observed and spoken out against those lapses. And you might have seen that even when we started today, we had to manage the similar intentions between the parties until at least we reach a point where the presentation of evidence has been concluded. It has not been a good day to us because our bubble always bested in the last minute of when we were still we had a moment here with Mr. Paul O'Sullivan and the bubble just busted suddenly. And now when General Phahlane and evidence leader were supposed to be making their last statements, the bubble busted again. We accept that no human being is infallible. We are liable to make mistakes, and we accept the unconditional apology that you have made here, General Phahlane. When you find yourself in a situation where you feel like you are being suffocated and you are crying out for help and it does not seem to be coming, you may end up kicking with your legs. And when you kick with your legs, you may end up hating even the unintended or things that you happen inadvertently. So we accept that. And Senior Counsel, when we are in moments like this, you know, I always say that you don't become a bad player because you conceded an own goal, or you don't become a bad striker because you missed a penalty. There are many moments where supporters of your team celebrated victories that were achieved because of your commitment to the team. We are moving towards the finishing line, and we have done tremendously well as a committee. There will be those moments where we go through upsets, and we must accept that and dust ourselves and move forward. The last point that I want to make is to, on behalf of this committee and the institution of Parliament, apologize to those people, evidence leader and General Phahlane, whose names might have been mentioned here, because we do not know what inconvenience can be caused on their part. So we must profusely apologize to them, and for them to also know that the statement has been unconditionally withdrawn and is not read into the records of these proceedings. Honorable members, it's now a 16-hour. Honorable Noval.
No clarity, Chair. The legal team has promised to consult, I don't know with who, and come back to us with a response in relation to an incident that has occurred a short while ago, the Paul O'Sullivan matter. So how far is that consultation? Are they still consulting? Because We want to be given an answer today so that we can advise on the way forward.
Chairperson, I thought before we took our lunch, I had said that there are certain people that I need to consult first before I advise the committee. One of them, for instance, is Advocate Arense, who has been interacting with the witness. We just want to get the facts right, Chairperson, before we give the advice. And we can give the committee something no later than tomorrow in writing.
Okay. Honorable Matthews.
Chair, that can't be a reason because this is something that is big. A man just walked out here and it's contempt. And this committee, number one, is not taking it serious because if the legal team needed to consult, they should have came to you and made arrangements so whatever information they needed, they got it immediately so we can act immediately. We represent the people of the country here. So it's now the people of this country must go and do a citizen's arrest because the people that we represent here in Parliament can't even do something as basic as a legal opinion and get information in a short period of time. And if we were serious, whoever needed to be sat down at a table, they should have been sat down already. If I was the speaker, if the EFF was the speaker, I can tell you now we would have summoned everybody because no one should come here and disrespect our house and then we go on as if nothing else has happened. So that excuses the reasoning that we have to be waiting for Senior Counsel Arense before we can do a legal opinion. It shouldn't be something that is acceptable. It should have been done already, Chair. Now we must be waiting until tomorrow. A man walked out of Parliament and we are waiting until tomorrow. He has a private jet. He's got passports from all different countries. We don't know whether he's a spy or he's not a spy. We don't know. But we must wait until tomorrow just to find out what our recourse is for contempt of Parliament. It's not acceptable.
Honorable James.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, I fail to understand why consultation is needed. Maybe consult on what? Because the entire country saw what happened here today. The entire country has been watching how Mr. Paul O'Sullivan has been undermining the work of this committee since day one, before he even appeared before us, sending us threats, calling us names. What are we going to consult about at this point? On social media and all over, people are calling us, what, dogs without teeth and all sorts of names. And we are allowing this to happen. Right now, the country isn't even interested. No one's even interested in listening to any other witnesses. People are sending me messages saying, what is happening? Why are you guys so quiet on the O'Sullivan matter? That man is definitely on a plane out of the country. It is something that we need to respond to South Africans, to give them the confidence that we are acting in their best interest. And I think this matter must be prioritized. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Shongwe.
Ngiyabonga Hlalo. Che, I think I echo into ekhulunywa ama members. Che, sidelelwe la. Sidelelwe ngendlela esimanga futhi akadelelanga thina udelela izwe lethu. Lelathi uyalithanda. Awukwazi ke che uthi uSolomon uthi izwe uyalithanda bese ungalihloniphi. Ngiyacela che, ngicela ukuthi usebenzise amandla ukuthi ukhiphe lesamon. Sesoxoxa later illegal team mayibuya. Sizawuya naye ecourt sixoxe into akuphumele lesi siqondiso namhlanje che ukuze kusasa ekseni uma engenza khiphe indize ezomkhipha kulelizwe leli kuthathwe leyo passport ahlale la silinde sifuna ukukhuluma naye futhi eze la sokhuluma naye 4 days asafuni 1 day che because nezinto emela ayiphendule okubalekile che ukuthi uma sizokuvumela lokukwenzeka without taking isiqondiso immediately sisetha into esingeke size siyikhona and simfundisa ukuthi akabone ukuthi yena uliphethe lelizwe nje beshilo uqale wasithuka che wathi asimkhothe izibulu sathula wahlule ukukhuluma neANCA la ukuthi axolise wenza umathanda la che so ngicela che i-court izosilandela, illegal izosilandela. Yabona lo mthetho we-Dutch Roman law chair uyasilimaza. Because kumele silinde manje indoda isidelelile. Uma ingaphuma somthathaphi. Uma ingaphuma nje kule country somthathaphi. Ngicela ukuthi usikhiphe isiqondiso usivumele nje uqonde nje ngokuthi akahlale lo mfethu abuye la azosibona sikhulume naye. Ngiyacela nje. I-legal team mhlambi ngayohlala ngahlala la ngaphandle ixoxe icede. Sobona i-court ayiqali ngaye. Mawukuthi unabantu abathembile e-court bazomnikeza lama judgment ahlala wathola ebusuku ngo12 akazi ukuyithola ke khona thina ke nje ngiyacela please.
Honorable Malem.
No, Chair, I think that there is no sense of agency from the legal team. Because if they were embarrassed by what happened, they wouldn't say the things they are saying up to us now. That should have embarrassed them. And they should have known immediately when the guy was threatening that he's going to walk out. They should have known that now the matter is going to come to them. For a quick advice, if you are not going to act on that guy, we'll rather close this committee now because we are going to be subjected to that humiliation. We are going to be subjected to that humiliation where Honorable Skosana has to stand up. He doesn't know what to do because he was being disrespected and no one is coming to our rescue. Whether we must manhandle him or what.
He was going out.
No, he blocked him here. He had to physically block him but without touching him because he will be accused of manhandling
That's
him.
why I say he was going out.
Yes.
They happened to find themselves
At the passage.
on each other's way. But
Yes.
But Honorable Skosana, I can certainly say I saw him even when he rose up here that his intention was to go out.
You know, that frustration should have made everybody to be on their feet that, okay, when this happens, what do we do? When this happens, what do we do? We appear sheepish. We appear toothless. And we want to continue business as usual. Paul O'Sullivan should have received an application in the High Court without papers, where we go to the court and say, yes, a fugitive, he's got a potential to run. He left Parliament without the permission of Parliament, and he's got so many passports, and he's got a private jet. He sits here and brags about a fraudulent pilot license, and then when it suits him, the pilot license no longer works. He has been bragging that he's got a private jet here. Then everybody must shift now because the flight is leaving. He's going to be left by the flight. Who gets left by a flight if the flight is your private jet? It means even that private jet is a lie. And that private pilot license is a lie. So the legal, we must adjourn now. We must adjourn now as we prepare to ask questions to the general. As we adjourn the legal and I don't know what they want from evidence leader because evidence leader doesn't lead those types of things. There he's got no role. There it is Parliament, the Speaker, by now should have made a call to say, what is this that I'm seeing? Can you come to my office now and give me a clarity of what's happening there? Nothing. It's business as usual. And that's what has given this Paul O'Sullivan the courage to behave in the manner he did. If you know what white supremacy means and you are unable to read, you only react to action. You saw it in action today. You don't have to read anything. Whiteness, white supremacy, the arrogance of white privilege displayed itself here today. And typical of us with victimhood mentality and the trauma we suffered as black people, we all found ourselves wanting because a white man was acting. And the first instinct was to be scared of a white man. Yes. And we reacted when the white man was long gone because that's how we were framed. That was a white supremacy in action. And it took us aback, including you, Chair. You were looking at it like, what's happening now? And you couldn't react.
I was watching him when he was walking towards you.
Yeah, I said to him, sit down, man. And then he said, no, I'm leaving. And I didn't know what to do, and then I realized later when it's left, this guy was supposed to be stopped. Because the first instinct is to say it's a white man, I must not touch a white man. And then I realized later, no man, politically I'm wrong, I should have stood up to that man. But that's how we're framed, Chair. You ought to deal with that thing because it continues the trauma of black people. He undermined us openly. And we must act with agents, not the way we're being advised.
Honorable Solis.
Chair, you see, when black people talks, there's no respect here. The white people don't respect us. Glennis must listen. There she walks out like Paul O'Sullivan. Chair, I agree with Honorable Malema that we cannot allow disrespect from anybody. But I want to distance myself from being afraid of Paul O'Sullivan because he's a white man. I'm not part of that frame. Just to be clear. I subject myself to your order and how you respond to witnesses that are procedurally wrong. So we should maintain that procedure. But no matter which race sits there, we judge you on the basis of the individual. I have said for so many times, why must the face of corruption always be black and the face of accountability always be white? When I asked for members of the DA who was implicated by General Mkwanazi to sit on the witness stand, and I was voted out by the majority. So I want to distance myself from being part of the frame. I don't fear white people. We deal with evidence and fact. But I disagree. I agree with Honorable Malema that we should not allow any disrespect of this committee. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Tejan.
Yeah, thanks, Chairperson. Chairperson, when I spoke about consultation, I didn't mean that I expect senior counsel to tell us what to do, because we are alive to the reality that it is us who advise this committee. Now, Chairperson, if you look at Section 17, for instance, of the Powers and Privileges Act, particularly 17.1, and I just want to read it. And it deals with offenses relating to witnesses. So what it says, Chair, says, a person who has been duly summoned in terms of Section 14 and who fails without sufficient cause. Now, the witness in question was not summoned. Now, number two, if you go to 17.1... Can I finish, Chair?
No, let's not do that. If you remember the last time when we discussed matters of opinion, it was this committee that said you must present a written opinion.
That's what we wanted to do, Chair.
Yeah, no, listen. So if we were going to do these things in a rush or in a haste, and it is not always that the committee agrees with the opinions or the advices that you give. And I want us to avoid a situation where we do things like this, where you just pull out a document and you start reading. It's not going to help us. We need to be calculated in what we do. So if you need time, you just say to the committee, give us time. We understand the frustrations that you may have. But this is the time we need to go and sit down and apply our minds. If we have to consult outside of the services that we can offer, we do that and we produce a written opinion for you, as you always request as the committee. I think that is what will help us. But if we are going to microwave now, I can tell you we will not get what we want. Yes. I give you a chance to speak now.
I thought you had covered me, Chair.
Okay. I think what you will do, because we are going to break, when you come back from break, you can just indicate with the chair how much time will you need to produce that written opinion. And then we will inform the committee members. You understand the sense of urgency that committee members speak about. You know, honorable members, sometimes when you are a head of a family and your kids come to you running, tell you that there is a snake in the house, you don't just look for a broomstick or anything and try to look for the snake where it is and you want to kill it. The father starts by thinking that, by the way, I'm the source of income in this house. Let me jump onto the bed because the snake is only slithering on the surface. And then when I'm on bed, I can then decide how best I attack the snake. Because the family may slid back into poverty because you responded in a manner that put you right on the fangs of the snake. So I think let's allow the legal team to produce that legal opinion that we have requested. They understand that we have to be dealing with this matter with a sense of urgency and agility that you have spoken about. It's now 16:41. We will come back at 17 hours. Thank you so much. Honorable members, can I check with yourselves? I want to suggest to allocate 20 minutes for full members. Yeah, he will ask those questions later. You still have 2 questions that you wanted to ask. Yeah? It's quick. Okay. The SC, I get a report that he has 2 questions that he wanted to ask. We allow you, SC, to ask those questions.
I don't have a problem. I'm just saying those 20 minutes, when you calculate them, what time are we going to finish with your estimation and allocation?
They will take us to around 10 o'clock.
10?
Yeah, between 9 and 10. Yeah. Yeah, so do we agree on the 20 minutes? I don't see any objection. SC, can we run very quickly on the 2 questions?
Thank you, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members. General Phahlane, it's actually all rolled into one because it's about one single topic, one single person, actually. It's whether you know Mr. Matlala. If so, how and when did you meet him? And if so, what is the nature of your relationship? And how often did you meet, if you met more than once or twice? Do you have each other's telephone numbers or WhatsApp numbers? And how often do you speak? When last did you speak to each other? And then related to this is, do you know Brigadier Rachel Macheng? She, as you may know, or I'm telling you that she testified at Matlanga and alleged that you met regularly. So these are all for your comment.
Chair, let me deal with these questions quickly. I don't even know why I must answer, but I'm forced to answer. First, I know Vusimusi Ket Matlala. He's a black young man coming from Pretoria. He comes from Mamelodi. I happen to have been in the same area. I think for the better part of my adult life, I've been in Pretoria. So I know him very well. I know Brigadier Rachel Macheng. Brigadier Rachel Macheng is used to be somebody who I worked with, and I know him, I know her. And the only reason I know Kat is because the two of them were in a relationship. That's why I got to know him. I think while I have been knowing that there is Kat, a person in Mamelodi called Matlala, I met him after I got to know that he is in a relationship with her. And I happened to meet with Kat not during my tenure in any office. I was long out of office, so my meetings with him had absolutely nothing to do with what is happening in the police or in government. So I want to confirm that I have met Kat Matlala. He happens to be someone. I happen to be attending a spa in Pretoria, in the area not far from where he lives. While I don't know his house, but I'm told he lives in that particular area. So at times after my spa sessions, there is a restaurant there where I will go and maybe have a meal or so. And on more than one occasion, when I was at the spa, I mean not at the spa, when I was at the restaurant, he will either be coming in or going out. So I definitely met Kat, and I know him, a young black man coming from Pretoria, Mamelodi.
Did you also know him as a young man or not so young man in the Middle Ages who was involved in any businesses?
What businesses?
Like VIP cat security business?
I happen to know now that he has, he's involved in business security, but I have never seen any of the work that he does. Of course, when he's moving around, he moved around with his convoy of with security. I suspect those are his VIP protectors or whatever you can call them. But I can't even tell you where the company is. All I know is that he is in business, but what other businesses he's doing, I really have got no clue.
So for what reason would Brigadier Macheng have said in a WhatsApp exchange that she will arrange with him to meet you? For what purpose would that have been?
For what purpose?
For what purpose would she have arranged a meeting between you and Kat Matlala?
But in that message that you have, she would have said to you, and it is communicated, that having met him, I think the first time I actually met Kat was somewhere in 2018, 2019. And when I met with him, he actually provided information to me on what was developing, it was like an early warning to me. So it was a security issue, which I appreciated. That was then. And if you read the message that Brigadier Macheng is referring to, he's saying, it is long that I have seen him, which is true. I have seen him, I think, 2018, 2019, following me knowing that the two of them are in a relationship wherever I met them, and that was the end of it. And we happened to have been in conversation, me and Rachel, and when she mentioned, so, oh, it's long that I've seen him, because it's not somebody that I'm regularly having contact with. That's the context.
Do you agree with the evidence that General Sabia had given to us when he appeared before this honourable committee earlier last year, that yes, of course, he would know Kat Matlala because he is seen around in SAPS circles, at the SAPS college, because of the kind of services that he was rendering to SAPS. So yes, he would know him. And I'm not referring now to his subsequent evidence before the Matlanga Commission last week. I'm referring to what he told this honourable committee.
That which General Sivia told you, he had reason to tell you that. I'm saying to you, Council, the last time or the first time I met Kat was somewhere 2018, 2019. And my meeting with him had nothing to do with any business of the police. I'm saying I was coming from a spa. I was at a restaurant where I met him. I met him early this year. That's it. As to whether he frequents police places and so on, really, I'm just an ordinary citizen of the city of Pretoria, and he happened to be in the very same city, and I met him like any other person. I don't know why are you not telling me, did you ever meet Paul O'Sullivan? I met Paul O'Sullivan in a restaurant in Woodmead. I met Robert McBride in, what is the place? Rosebank. I meet people. So I don't know why is there this thing about me having met him, because I place it on record, Chair. I had no meeting with Mr. Matlala on anything that has anything to do with the work of the police. And I hear some say, but the criminal was sitting here. He was convicted. McBride was sitting here, convicted for murder. Megoo's Bar, he was here. I'm not going to not interact with them based on that. I'm not in a business of profiling people. And unfortunately, people don't have tax. So I never read here, Cat Matlala, this and that. No, I was reading in the media on what is happening, for example, what is it, in Ekurhuleni around the issues of the Tembisa hospital and so on. I read just like any other person.
Yeah. So when did you say was the last time you met Matlala? Earlier this year?
Chair, I've answered that question. I've sponsored it.
Please,
and
if I didn't hear you or misheard you,
I have sponsored
I'm just
it.
asking you again.
I prefer not to repeat, because I think I've been very articulate. I went broader than the questions that you asked.
So you meet people and you read about people. Is that my understanding? Did you read about Mr. Matlala and the tender? The Tswane 24 medical tender?
I don't think I have to answer that question. I've already said I read about people, just like news will be running with his involvement in, what is it, the Medicare, his involvement with the police in as far as that contract is concerned, his non-performance or performance. All those issues are canvassed broadly in the media. In addition, there are issues that we read about the attempted murders and whatever that is being written lately. Now I know that there is, what is it, cartels.
But you never discuss these things when you bump into him in Mamelodi or in Pretoria, where you meet him or in a restaurant?
Chair, I've dealt with the issue. I don't think I've got the appetite to go into what I did not discuss.
Well, the issue is that he, from the evidence thus far, is at the very least, he's very well connected. He knows senior management in SAPS. He's an influential figure, and so are you. You held an influential, the most important position you held in SAPS just around about the time 2014, 2016, 2017, when he started almost infiltrating SAPS.
I'm not going to respond to an uninformed question. As far as I'm concerned, I've never had dealings with Mr. Matlala on any business of the police, and I have met him where I have met him, which I'm saying it is all around Pretoria. I've never met Cat Matlala anywhere else other than where I met him in a restaurant. That is why in the message that Rachel, the Brigadier Macheng, is communicating, is saying to him at the same spot, because that's the area where for one or other reason, when I went there on more than one occasion, I happened to have met him in that area. And I understand why, because it is in the proximity of where he is living. And even if I don't know the house, I know he lives in the particular area. So his relationship with management of the police, it really has got nothing to do with me.
And at no stage did you question or wonder what he was doing, what businesses he was involved in, and whether he was interacting with any senior police? You didn't ask him any of those questions?
Just as I never asked the spy who was here, I also never asked him questions. I see them as human beings. These are human beings that you meet, you greet where you need to greet. If you don't greet a person, so be it. But how I am brought up is that you don't just go past people because they are human beings. And greeting a person and talking to a person doesn't necessarily mean that you are friends or you are in business. I think I was hearing this question even coming when Kat was appearing in, what is the place, Hosimampuru. A question was asked, did you give General Phahlane money? And I said, where is that coming from now? No, I don't need money from Kat Matlala. I met him, as it is said, in the social circle where I met him. Money has got nothing to do with me, with Kat. And I can't question his relationship with people because I really don't know about those relationships. I so happen to know some people that he was maybe having relationships with. I'm now referring to people from within SAPS. But I also have got no reason to question their interaction or even to question those who entered into a contract with him, entered a contract with him. Now, here is an important thing, and I don't know why I'm even getting there. His contract, and for one or other reasons, this is also called the 360, was terminated because we say it did not meet the specifications. The 360 that we are talking about was never terminated. It having not met the specification. 31 million has been paid. In his contract, 48 million has been paid. Is the law different on these issues? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, let me just put it on record. Your analogy is completely wrong and misplaced. It's not the same thing.
Okay.
I'm not going to comment, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, we are going to start with questions. Can I check honorable members who requested to be released if they want to ask questions now? The honorable members who requested to be released. Honorable Malema, Honorable Breitenbach. She will ask. Okay.
No, I'm scared of white men, not white women.
Honorable Breitenbach, would you want to ask?
No, I'm fine. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
And I want to tell the Honourable Malema he's making a big mistake.
Okay. Thank you. We are going to do this. I'm going to leave with Mr. Tejana. We are going to meet with the speaker now. So the first speaker will start at 5:20. Yeah, no, I'm outlining before I'm handing over to him. The first speaker will start at 5:20, and then the second speaker will be at 20 minutes to 6. So we will run this session until 20 minutes past, until 8 o'clock. And then we will take a break. I think at the time we break at 8 o'clock, I would have come. So can we check Honorable Sangod?
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, you're putting us in a bit of a dilemma. The ANC is only going to field 2 members to ask questions. The first one would be Honorable Ngola.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if the Chair is able to at least allow us that 20 minutes and then leave.
When Honorable Ngola starts, Honorable Nomvalo presides.
Honorable Novalo will?
Presides.
Presides,
and
okay.
then Honorable
Ngola finishes.
Ngola speaks and then
He takes back the machine. No problem, Chair. Thank
Hey,
you.
what is this haphazard kind of primary school arrangement? If you want another chair, you have to elect one. You can't just have a round robin of chairs. What is this?
No, it's fine. Let's take Honorable Ngola to speak, and then I will leave after he has spoken.
Thank you, Chair. General Phahlane, I think you must take and treat this session as an Audi alteram partem opportunity. There are a lot of things that would have been said about you here in front of us, and we don't want you risking us having one-sided evidence or one-sided statements. So it's very important that you are able to clarify some of the things. Taking us to the first issue of the Sub-High Hills Estate?
Sable Hills.
Sable Hills
Waterfront
Estate.
yeah.
Did you secure any form of a bond for the building of your house?
I did secure a bond, Chair, with Nedbank.
So you dismiss the allegations that the bond was secured when the house was already under construction?
I dismiss that. One, I owned a property, a house in Montana. I sold that house in Montana. Whatever I sold that house for, I bought the site in Sable Hills. At the same time, when after buying the site, having sold the house, I went into rental, still around Pretoria, Queenswood, while the house was under construction. My bond is with Nedbank. That bond is still active as we speak.
Okay. Did you purchase a sound system for that house?
Purchase a sound system for the house?
Yeah.
Yes.
How was the sound system purchased?
My answer is between page 89 and 92 of my affidavit. And you have annexure 25 to this affidavit, which is a tax invoice from Sounds Great. If you look at that annexure, it will show you the amount that I paid. And 52 is the net bank, what is it, my statement, bank statement, which reflects the 80,075. And then there is an email, which is JKP 27, where I now direct the bank to pay that particular sound system. And date is my email 16 April 2012 at 0743. I kindly request that an amount of 80,075 is transferred from my current account for the payment of the following account. Sounds great. It's a net bank account, and this place is in Woodlands. That's where the music system was purchased.
So there is no SAPS service provider that bought you a sound system for the house?
There is no service provider who bought me the sound system. Now, maybe I must clarify, and that's where the confusion comes. We were doing, now, as if I say we, as management of Division Forensic Services, we were visiting the service providers because we had realized that some of the service providers are doing fronting, or they will claim to be established companies. So we wanted to visit each one of them to be able to see what capacity they have to deliver. So we went to one of the companies. It was called Crime Tech. Now, there are two people primarily in that company. Yolanda Komodolovic, it's commonly referred to as Yola, and Henry Deal. Okay. When we were in their offices, there was this sound system, the TVs and sound system. I wanted to hear where she purchased those because I became attracted to how the packaging was done. We then, when I said where, she said, by the way, I'm also doing interior design. It is, must I call it a hobby or a side job that she's doing apart from this? So I said, can I get the details where to buy, where you bought this? And at least give me the specifications. She then said, but it's not a problem. I will make contact to obtain the quotation for you, which she did. And that is why when you look at the reference that I was saying sounds great. I mean, the bank must reflect on the invoice, on the payment. It had to be Yola, because the invoice, the quotation was obtained by her, submitted to me. Once I got the quotation, I then paid through my bank. So there is no service provider who bought me a music system.
Okay. Mr. Paul, the walk-outer and the greatest contemptor of Parliament goes to an extent of saying he actually went to the salesman as part of his investigation and actually solicited evidence that a service provider at SAPS bought you. But we get your explanation. You do have a proof of purchase of that. And if you have instructed a bank, that's electronic, that can be retrieved anytime when needed. So we accept that. Let's move forward, General Phahlane. So you say in paragraph 13, you were fired because there was a negative publicity against you, amongst other things that were out there, even in the media, that you, corruption, is it infiltration or interference, something like that. So at that time, did you have charges preferred against you for corruption or defeating the ends of justice or any sort?
No.
So it was something that you can easily say it was concocted to achieve a certain outcome?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we have got this all over the country, all over the news. Then the former Minister Mbalula calls you and say, the best way to deal with this matter is that you step down as the acting National Commissioner. It is in the best interest of the police. Do you think that it was not at the best interest of the police when in the court of public opinion you are viewed as a corrupt top cop, and it may have a ripple effect on the confidence of the people to the entire police service. Don't you think that it was really at that time? I don't think it was a verdict on your guilty, but don't you think with the cloud that was hanging over you, was it not really in the best interest of the police service for you to voluntarily move back?
Am I answering? Yes, Honorable Mola. First, even the records will tell, and everywhere I'm speaking, I said I did not hesitate. When the minister said so, I accepted, because I believed I'm not glued to any position. And that happens following my appearance before the Portfolio Committee on the 16th of May, where these issues were ventilated. The same thing, music system, blah, 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 it was ventilated. That's 16th of May 2017. The 1st of June, I'm called by the minister to Cape Town. In less than 5 minutes, step aside. Even if I knew it is nowhere provided for, why must I remain in office? And that is why somewhere there was a judgment that was being read. That is why I even never challenged the suspension, because I understand what the purpose of moving away from the environment is, to allow an investigation, which unfortunately delivered nothing, because what I was subsequently charged for and dismissed has got nothing to do with that what was in the media and public domain.
Okay. So do you honestly believe that there can be a minister of whatever minister it is that can remove the accounting officer without the knowledge of the appointing authority?
I don't have to believe that. I don't have to believe that. Just as when you are appointed by the president. Yes. It's not by the minister. And even if it would have been a recommendation of the minister.
The point is, General Phahlane, in your affidavit, you make it clear that Mbalula unlawfully fired you. That's what you say in your affidavit.
It's true.
So we are saying, I'm asking, do you honestly believe that there can be a minister who fires the accounting officer without any concurrence from the appointing authority?
I believe so, because there is evidence to that effect.
So the allegation is that Minister Mbalula acted outside the authority of President Zuma.
It is so. It is so. The record speaks for themselves. And you say, do I believe whether that could happen? It happened in the Masitla case. It happened in the Phahlane case. It happened in, who's the DG of local government? Mlengana. It happened in Mlengana. Those are decided cases where it happened. And it happened in my case. Judge Tokota, in the judgment that was presented here, is saying so.
No, we'll look at it. It's fine. So you received no communication from President Zuma?
Absolutely none.
Okay. So you acted upon the advice of former Minister Mbalula?
No, the advice, the instruction.
Okay. No, that's fine. Let's move on. So part of what you were charged in internally in the department was acts of dishonesty. Were you found guilty of such?
No.
You were not found guilty of such. Okay.
Let me qualify.
Okay.
Let me qualify. the process that was embarked upon was an expeditious process. Lieutenant General Reid, in his finding, he say there were acts of dishonesty. He could not substantiate that even at arbitration level. Thus, the arbitrator did not find any dishonesty. The Labour Court did not find any dishonesty. The Labour Appeals Court did not find any dishonesty. In actual fact, they continue to be changing the reason, but the outcome remains the same. The last one, I think in the Labour Appeals Court, they talk about negligence. From dishonesty, from intent to some negligence, but the outcome remains the same.
Okay, you say you were wrongly and illegally, unfairly removed from SAPS, but your matter has been taken to conciliation, which failed, to arbitration, where you lost, to the Labour Court, where you lost, now recently to the Labour Appeal Court, where you lost. Do you still think that really you have a strong case on unfair dismissal?
It's for the Constitutional Court to make that determination. And the fact that I never tire to go to all those platforms that our Constitution provides for the matter to be ventilated is because we believe we have got a strong case. I don't want to talk about where they got it wrong and so on. I think let's respect them. They are the judges. They made the decisions that they have made. Let's see whether the final arbiter is going to arrive at the same decision.
Yeah, Judge Nkutangondwana of the Labour Appeals Court characterizes your legal argument in two specific words. That it's unmeritorious and it's untenable. Simple put, that your argument is without merit, it lacks value, it lacks worth, it's unworthy and undeserving, it's indefensible and undefendable. What is your take on that?
It's good English that was used, but is the English that the other judges at the Concord will engage with, and I am legally advised. That's why we went that route. So I'm not going to say anything about the Honorable Judge. It is for the Constitutional Courts to apply their minds. I think we have advanced our case there.
During our public participation process, there are three police officers who came before this committee. And amongst the issues that they had raised was the continued stealing or disappearance of narcotics and at forensics, rhino horns, drugs, blah, blah, blah. And they strongly say this is a matter that has been raised with the accounting officer, which was acting National Commissioner General Khomotso Phahlane, who did nothing in respect of that. In actual fact, he was complacent with that kind of a problem that faced the police service at that time. What's your take on that?
It is not true. How can I be an acting national commissioner while there is a national commissioner in office? At the time when they made those allegations, General Pierre was the national commissioner.
So you mean there were no narcotics and rhino horns that got lost when you were national commissioner?
No,
acting?
Honorable Member, let's not change tune. I'm saying, you say they said that there was an acting national commissioner who did nothing. So I'm answering that part first before I go to the content of what you have raised. And I'm saying The National Commissioner at the time was General Pierre. It was in...
At which time, General Phahlane?
It was 2012. And if you have regard to my submission, I have here JKP 18B, response to the allegations of corruption within forensic services. Now, concealing doctoring crime statistics, it's 2.1 on page 1114. 2.2, theft of drugs. I say there the forensic services is on record before the Portfolio Committee on Police and the National Commissioner on progress relating to investigations conducted following the incidents of loss of exhibits, drugs in respect of... So the answers are there. Those matters were dealt with comprehensively. The issue of...
Thank you so much, Honorable Ngola is now the chair. He must call the next speaker.
Thanks, Chair. Unfortunately, our time has come to an end, General Phahlane.
Yeah,
and
but-
I've now changed the seat, I'm the chair.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. I think he covered it, but wanted to elaborate more. So you can finish up that answer, then we'll take Honorable Sokanye.
Yeah. Honorable Chair, those issues, I don't have to go detail. 18A, Chairperson, 18A and 18B. 18A is my response to the issues dated the 10th of September 2012 to the National Commissioner of Police, and that was General Pierre. 18B is the same communication that I circulated within forensic services. Thirdly, the member concerned was charged departmentally, was found guilty. The member was subsequently found guilty in a court of law, and he was sentenced. So I don't know what more could have been done, but as I'm saying, the issues are comprehensively covered here. Maybe it's something that was supposed to have been said, and it was here in the records. I'll just find it. The same members, because I felt personally attacked, I lodged a civil claim. General Pierre at the time was saying, no, don't do a civil claim. I said, this is at my own cost because I'm being attacked personally. In 2017, I won the civil litigation. Now, November, was it October, I think, last year, we won the appeal. They were trying to appeal that. We are now in the process of filing for contempt of court because they partially only complied with the order of court. Amongst others, there is supposed to be retraction, blah, blah, blah. It's not there. But I'm just saying those issues were taken care of. And it is this information to suggest that there is still an appeal pending. There is no appeal pending.
Okay. Honorable Sokanyile. Mr. Skosana, what were you trying to do? Or you were trying to do that thing you did outside? No, it's fine. Let's give Honorable Sokanyile, then we'll come to you. Honorable Sokanyile.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. General Phahlane, can I refer you? I don't want to go to paragraph 47, whereby you are talking about the unfairly and unlawful dismissal of yourself as the acting National Police Commissioner. I don't want to get to that as you are saying that you are appealing that issue. And then, in paragraph 81, you are talking about the report that was submitted by the National Commissioner of SAPS addressed to AGSA, which you are saying that that report, it contained misrepresentation of facts and distortion of factual reality with regard to a timber ward. Now, I want to check which National Commissioner are you referring to? This paragraph 81.
Thanks, Honorable Member. As per JKP 17, on page 276, the National Commissioner there is General Masemola. And that report is dated 2025, 0425. So it's General Masemola.
You can talk to the report that was submitted to AGSA. Are you able? Yes.
Yes, I
When
can.
you are saying that the facts were misrepresented to that report and
Thank-
distortion of facts.
Thanks, Honorable Member. Chair, in this report attached is a legal opinion. Now, part of the legal opinion that has always been there from, is it Dupree and Botha, they have consistently advised the police that there was never compliance with the specifications and there was never a representation of expert or representative of experts as required on the bid evaluation committee, and that according to the assessment that was done, remember there was a complaint by FDA, which complaint was about how did you award this to that service provider, Atemba. And when that complaint was forwarded to forensic services, I gave it to the experts, to the people who developed the specifications. And they were able to make a determination that this contract was wrongly awarded. So that's why there was a request for an independent assessment. Now, in General Masemola's submission, he disregards even the findings of the Auditor General, because the Auditor General found that the irregular expenditure, now we are talking the 31 million, is as a result of officials of the department having failed to cancel the contract. Because as forensic services, we told them, you have to cancel this thing or go into a process. They never did. So it is as a result of that that they went ahead, and somewhere down the line there was an arbitration award by Judge Haramse, retired Judge Haramse, who then said the service provider must be paid the 31 million. So they don't want to go into the issues and of who did not cancel the contract, because forensic services, or me as forensic services, do not have the authority, we don't have local standing to cancel the contract. It could only be done by supply chain management. So this report is the one that I'm saying it's a misrepresentation of facts.
Okay. It is because when it is attached to you, it is because you are at the helm that is occupying that National Commissioner's position, or what?
Sorry, Chair, maybe just refer.
I'm saying that, you are saying that now you are being seen as a person through this report, regardless having the advice of AGSA, having the advice of other people, but the current National Commissioner see you at fault. Is it because you are at the helm, or why does it takes it upon you, this 31 million of a timber award?
That's exactly the question that I have. Because even that money, the person who approved that it must be paid, who approved the settlement and the payment, was General Sithole. It was in 2018, 2019. I was not in office since 2017. So I find it difficult to reconcile how then do you blame it on me? And it is on that basis that I say it's wrong. And that's why earlier, me and you agree, Honorable Member, that we don't have to go into the dismissal and so on. But part of what a judge is saying is that I was simultaneously performing those functions of a divisional commissioner and a national commissioner, which is impossible.
Okay. Let's pass that one. In your understanding, what do you understand of political interference in general, or it may be in subs, when we talk about political interference?
Honorable Member, I know we don't have time, but I have traversed that.
I'm saying that you just speak general, not within subs, because I'm still going to ask you about paragraph 90.
I only want to talk about subs. In as far as subs is concerned, political interference manifests itself where political decisions are taken on operational policing issues, which in my view presents us with a challenge of encroachment, because our legislation is not blind. It is very clear on what the role of the National Commissioner is as an accounting officer. His is to implement policies and ensure that policing is happening in the country. So when there is that encroachment, I call it political interference, whether it is in operations, whether it is in appointments. And in my affidavit, I'm making visible there political interference, which is written into the regulations. For the first time, you have got the regulations, the subs employment regulations, and I'm making specific reference to paragraphs there, which say when the National Commissioner is to appoint anyone from the level 14 onwards, that is Major General, that must be with the concurrence of the Minister. There is no such provision in law. Two people get appointed. The President appoints the National Commissioner. The Minister, of course, following a parliamentary process, appoints the national head of DPCI. The rest are appointments by the National Commissioner. So any appointment made by a politician boils down to political interference, except those two.
Then can you elaborate maybe during your tenure, were there incidents of the political interference within the department?
I'm an example of political interference. That which happened the 1st of June 2017, it's political interference.
What
A
happened?
minister acting without the authority or the legal authority, something called step aside, I became a guinea pig too. There is no reason why I must not leave because I was not permanently appointed. I'm an acting national commissioner at the time. But the law is very clear. The appointing authority will disappoint. Anyone else who is not clothed with those powers, it's interference. But other than that, I think I had a very good relationship with the executive authority. There was just one incident. And again, it relates to the same minister. And interesting, it relates to the question that was raised earlier about Ket Matlala. There was a guy, he was involved in the killing of the late Bozona, Vusikeke. He also so happened to be coming from Mamelodi. He was on bail. And I was called by a minister who said, but why is this person not in jail? Why are you not arresting this person? And I said, sorry, minister, that person has been granted bail. So if there is another case that we can put on him, but not just put, it must have been investigated, there must be a decision taken to say, lock this person up. The police will act. And I simply refused. That's why maybe the 1st of June 2017 arrived, and I'm sitting home.
For instance, General Phahlane, you are a national commissioner, making an example. You are a national commissioner, and we are not performing. I'm the minister in the department, because if the department is not performing, that failure goes straight to me. Then I'm advising you of the action that you must take, being the politician within a department. Then do you regard that as a political interference?
But Honorable Member,
I'm just asking. Not saying that it has happened, just asking.
I don't find relationship with that in the context of political interference. The police commissioner must account to the minister on performance. And it can never be wrong if the minister say, but you are not doing your job. We can't crowd foul and say, this is political interference. It can never be. So if that is something that you're just making an example of to make me answer, I'm saying you are not performing or crime is going up, where are your operations, or people are being ill-treated, what are you doing? It can't be political interference. It becomes political interference where decisions and directives are being taken, where you are being instructed to implement the following. Then somewhere you have crossed the line.
Okay.
Chair.
Paragraph 90, okay.
Honorable Malema, sorry.
No, sorry, Honorable. Just a quick one. If a minister sees a dangerous person like Vuskeke, running around, and then he calls a commissioner to say, why is this person on the streets and not in jail? Because we have got some information, it's a public knowledge that this guy killed a person or is dangerous or something like that. Is that a political interference?
Honorable Malema, that's not political interference, but it becomes interference when you say to me, arrest that person, he must go to jail. Why must I arrest the person? Because the person, yes, he may have committed crime, but the court of law has granted him bail. If you are aware of other crimes that he committed, and you are at liberty to say to me, listen, he murdered that one, or he did this, and I disregard that, or you raise that with me, it can't be political interference.
So which minister said to you, arrest that guy?
The minister who placed me on step aside.
No, but you must say his name, General. Where
Minister
here?
Fikile Mbalula MP, Honorable.
Yes, our terms of reference is to check political interference also. Thank you.
Proceed, Honorable Sokanyile.
Okay. In
Honorable
paragraph
Sokanyile, please
90.
proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. In paragraph 90, you indicate that you are privy to the struggles of Assistant Commissioner. It's Assistant Commissioner Mpejo in awarding of unfettered access to Secret Service account, which he grieved about. What did you mean by this? Paragraph 90.
Paragraph 90, Honorable Member, I meant exactly that General Mpejo was aggrieved with instructions coming, and I'm not going to go specific on this one, coming from the political circle to use the Secret Services account because he was located within the crime intelligence environment. He was actually the acting divisional commissioner. To use that money for properties which he did not do. And that's what I'm referring to there. Any other further information? I think General Mpejo will be consulted by me to disclose any further.
And we are also talking about a political undertone on the appointment of Commissioner Mpejo on the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence. We are talking about it had political undertone. Did you refer to that? What are you referring to?
Honorable Member, if you have regard to this affidavit of mine, remember I spoke about political interference coming from, now I'm talking South African Police Service, having manifested itself since the Polokwane conference. Now, unfortunately, Commissioner Mpejo was seen to be belonging to another faction. And it is for that reason, amongst others, that he was not appointed, because the post was advertised first time. He was recommended that time. Instead of an appointment being made, there was a directive to have the post withdrawn. It was then re-advertised. When it was re-advertised, politicians presided over the appointment of the divisional commissioner, contrary to what the prescripts say.
You are saying that there seems to be a culture in SARS where there are charges pressed against opponents. If you're fighting with someone, there will be a charge against you. How do you think this matter should be addressed?
Sorry, Honorable Member, where am I? Where are we on the affidavit that which you're referring to?
I'm saying that given the evidence you are providing in your affidavit, then reading it, it seems that to be a culture of charges being pressed against the opponents within SAPS. Then I was saying that, for instance, you are saying that this one will be charged, yourself, you have got charges, another one will be having charges, so and so having those charges. Then how can they be addressed, these issues?
Yes, that is while I did not talk about opponents, but it is something which is there. You today are sitting with a provincial commissioner of Mpumalanga who has been home forever. Why is that person not in office? a woman in that position. Her contract will be lapsing soon. What are the real reasons why that person is not in office? I think there was another one mentioned. I know she was going to come here, General Vuma. How long has General Vuma been sitting at home, and she even reached retirement age without processes against her? You have got Lieutenant General Shezi, and I'm deliberately mentioning women only for now. Lieutenant General Shezi was dismissed. She's answering in court. We are being told that money from service providers.
Why are you specifically mentioning women?
Somewhere the chairperson said women, our constitution, and I subscribe to that. All right. So you have General Shezi, who is before the courts on monies that were loaned between her and a person. She actually did not even go and loan that money. Somebody was loaning money for her.
And men also, yourself.
Well, I'm the least, not important.
Sokanyile.
General Ngobeni
Thank you very
has
much.
been home forever, dismissed. And my bride came to my office to congratulate me
Thank you, General
for
Phahlane.
suspending her.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Sokanyile.
Don't-
No, we even added 1 minute because Honorable Malema ended. We gave you 1 minute for that. But still the time is over. Honorable Skosana? Or I thought you have, okay. Honorable Mvalo?
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, we have a gentleman's agreement with Honorable Kosana that in the event I overlap, I will be eating on his time. So I want you to understand. But I'm not going to take all of his time.
But I will indicate when yours is gone and you are starting on encroaching on Skosan.
Okay, okay. Good evening, General Phahlane.
Good evening, Honorable Member.
You see, General, I think it's important that I make this statement before I pose some questions to you. When Mr. Nkabinde was here, he narrated a very unfortunate event, if it's anything to go by, of how they established a plot against you and of how they organized themselves in different groups or groupings to launch an onslaught against you, the result of which you lost your job. And we said we are not going to sleep with a clean conscience, sleeping having not granted that person an opportunity to come and give his version to this committee. So that is why we supported an idea that you must be brought to this committee and give a version to some of the aspects, but within the confines of the terms of reference. I think it's important because some of us have a practical experience of how vicious the system can be towards black faces and towards black excellence. That is why some people jump like pepcorns when a black person has made a mistake, but they keep quiet when a white man displays white arrogance. It's because some are beneficiaries of the system. So I think that statement is very important to be made. We were touched deeply by the testimony that was made by Mr. Nkabinde, because if what he said is anything to go by, you were wrongly suffocated, and today you do not work anywhere while you have a family. But we are here now to test all the allegations that Mr. Nkabinde made. Let's start here. When you inherited the organization SAPS, how can you describe the state under which it was? I'm asking this because at the first value now, the description that I can give is that there are deep-seated factional battles in SAPS which lead to a certain instability within the organization. When you inherited it, how was it?
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair. I happen to have been part of management of the South African Police Service at the time. And I'll just give one example. At a point where I came in, Marikana had happened. And Marikana having happened, unfortunately, people being killed. And in one management meeting, it was there in Midrand at the Protea Hotel, there was a discussion about what was happening in Marikana. That meeting was attended by a select few. And that's where the Marikana operation was discussed. The following day, I think when we finished the meeting in the afternoon, some of us were shocked when you saw people being killed in a manner that they were killed. And I'm going fast because we don't have time. So there was a commission of inquiry. In that commission of inquiry, one of the things that was said was that the Marikana operation was a management decision. It was never a management decision. It was of a select few. 44 people died. You have got only 10, the 2 police officers and some security guards or some minors. You have got people like General Mpembe who were hauled before courts on multiple charges for crimes they never committed. But the actual people who were responsible for the killing of the 34 to date are not yet charged. And I'm convinced that that will never happen because IPIT was given the responsibility, or it fell within their mandate to manage that crime scene. They messed up the crime scene in the sense that all the weapons were just loaded without following the protocols onto a truck and delivered in forensics. So you could not derive any evidential value from that. So I'm simply saying, part of it, we were reeling from Marikana when at a point where I took over. Secondly, we had an issue when I took over about the bogus police vehicles, which were used to rob people and so on and so on. I think one incident that happened soon after I took over was at the OR Tambo International Airport, where people went in with marked police vehicles and so on, and they took money. I think that was reported. Those vehicles were found somewhere in Mamelodi. But that was the bogus police vehicles. It is on that basis that as management we said we can't allow this situation to happen forever. That is where the process to acquire blue lights, proper blue lights, not these Hong Kong things that you find on top of the police vehicles.
Yeah, no, we will get there, General. We will get there. I'm trying to formulate my line of questioning in a certain way. We're getting there. All I wanted to know is the state of the organization in terms of it being engulfed by deep-seated factional battles. When you got in as the national commissioner, leave the position of being the divisional commissioner.
Yeah.
When you became the national commissioner, were these factional battles that we're experiencing now prevalent?
They were prevalent. Just in that regard, people were misplaced. If you take, for example, General Masemula himself, in the era of General Cele, he was a deputy national commissioner. But then He was subsequently removed from that position. In actual fact, some way he must blame me because I was the one targeted to go to Limpopo to become a provincial commissioner, and I refused. He was then deployed there. He left his family in Pretoria. It is me, after my appointment, that I brought him back. There were generals, for example, General Ngwenya was, for example, removed as a deputy national commissioner. She was placed in auxiliary services, a position that was occupied by, is supposed to be occupied by a major general. So you had a lot of those where people were misplaced. As part of the just reorganizing, we just had to bring people into positions and place them in areas where they could meaningfully contribute.
Okay.
Maybe
now, is it correct, General, you'll forgive me, I will have to cut you at some point because I've got a couple of questions. Now, the minister gets in, Minister Mbalula, he finds you in the organization. Did he ever assess your performance?
Never.
He never assessed your performance?
Never.
So, and then he invites you, you said you met him in East London, correct?
No.
You took a flight to East London?
No,
where,
to Parliament, to here.
Or to here, to
Ninth
Cape Town,
floor, there
where he was
office.
communicating
Yes.
the decision?
Yes.
So after that, did you try to reach out to President Zuma as the appointing authority to say, this is what the minister is saying? Following that, do you advise me to honor this instruction as the appointing authority, or you just complied without making that effort?
Yeah. Can you allow me to answer this way?
No, you can answer.
One, in my life, I've met President Zuma once. The day that he was appointing me as an acting national commissioner, 14 October 2015. I have never had a meeting or met President Zuma outside any working space.
No, but Mr. General Phahlane, I think the point is not about that. I think what Oram Nomvalo is saying is the appointing authority of the accounting officers is the president.
Yes.
Now, whether you met him or you didn't meet him, now
Yeah.
you are faced with this problem.
Yeah.
Have you reached out to the person who actually appointed you? That's what Honorable Nomvalo is actually
Chair,
asking.
I understand the question perfectly. That's why I started by asking, can I answer it this way? I have never made contact with President Zuma because even today I don't have President Zuma's number. And that's the point I'm trying to make, to say I have never. The only time I met President Zuma was when he was appointing me. And then other than that, I met during cabinet sessions when we were presenting. I have not seen or spoken to him after the first, because in any event, the minister, I worked long with Minister Nhleko, was the one that was collaborating with me, managing performance of the police. So I've never.
Yeah, because the widespread established practice is that before a decision is taken, especially a decision which is related to dismissal, a person affected is usually given an opportunity. Sometimes they direct that person to write a letter to explain themselves why they cannot be fired and so on. So that never happened to you?
It never happened. I was hearing when I was at the airport that I was given 24 hours to explain myself, which never happened.
So, am I correct if I say your dismissal was influenced by political dynamics?
I've got no reason to believe otherwise.
Okay. I want us to start from when your problems started. In your statement, you spoke about a contract. I think you have named it as a 360 contract. I want us to discuss about this contract and the blue lights also. If you feel that to a certain extent the discussion will compromise the current court cases, you can indicate and say, no, we can't go to this extent because it will compromise my case. I'm flexible in that regard. Now, the 360 contract, why, or am I correct if I say part of the reasons why a strategy to deal with you was formulated is because of this contract? Am I correct?
Definitely.
Yeah, you can expand.
Yes. Chair, can I proceed?
No, proceed. I'm talking to the committee secretary.
It is correct that the contracts, and I was listening to one of the committee's witnesses say, this man was not doing work, he kept himself busy with tenders. I have here a report on forensic services which will show how much ground we have covered. Today, forensic services in the South African Police Service is disaster, it's chaos. The report is contained herein. Part of the contract which created problems for me was the 360.
Yes.
Now, the 360 is a contract that was entered into following irregular processes, specifications not met, and so on. It was awarded. A competing service provider raised issues. That competing service provider happens to be FDA. Now, having raised the issue, we looked at it. And now, if I say we looked at it as forensic services, I pulled experts together. They looked at what was complained about, and they indeed found that there was non-compliance. This contract was not supposed to have been awarded. I then wrote to supply chain management, provided that information. That's actually where my role is supposed to end as the end user. For supply chain management is supposed to trigger the other processes in terms of the general conditions of contract, engage the service provider, and so on, which they did not do. But the contract, the service provider ultimately lodged a claim.
What was the name of the service provider?
Etemba.
Okay.
They lodged a claim. And once they lodged a claim, there was a process which excluded me. No one ever came to me and say, can you participate? Can you help us? They then settled and paid the 31 million to Etemba.
Yes.
And that 31 million paid to Etemba is now blamed on me. Allegedly, I caused the breach of contract.
Yes, yes.
But even tomorrow, I will never go and buy something which is substandard.
So at the time when the contract was terminated, they already started doing the work, the service provider?
They could not do work because as forensic services, the end user, the experts said, we are not going to be able to use these cameras.
So what is this money for? There's money that was paid to them, correct?
The money was paid for Angas. The money was paid, amongst others, when I see the settlement for computers.
How much general was paid to them in total?
31 million rands.
So the money was paid to a company which has done absolutely nothing?
Absolutely nothing.
Who made that payment?
General Sitole and the CFO who was here. I remember the CFO saying, no, I was not involved, but she's the one who signed as part of the settlement and the payment.
Now, I don't understand here. I'm trying to find logic, General. Why are you being suffocated for this? Because you are the one who wrote to SCM, correct?
Yes.
Who said they must review and so on.
Yes.
The result of which a decision was taken to terminate the contract.
Yes.
And you were not involved in the payment processes. You never authorized any payment. Am I correct?
Honorable Member, you are 100% correct. The records will show my letter, which was directing, starts with the 22 of October 2014, where I said to supply chain management, cancel. And then there is another letter, 10th of May 2015, cancel. I even went to an extent of say, subject this thing to an independent assessment. What that meant is if they did not believe what we are saying as forensic services. Let them take it for an independent assessment. And Treasury advised as such to say, take this thing for independent assessment to CSIR and SABS. I approved as an accounting officer, November 2016, to say they must go to an independent assessment. But when I left, today it's not done, and the whole thing is blamed on me.
So after they terminated the contract, was there any service provider that was appointed?
No.
For the same services?
No, no.
So what happened to that service that was supposed to be rendered?
I may have lost track, but to date,
there are no cameras.
No service provider has been appointed for the same thing. I know they have been running processes to try and advertise, but
payments have been made.
Payment has been made, 31 million rands.
With no services?
No service. And unfortunately, the man who was owning that company, after the 31 million, he relocated to Australia.
Yeah, that's where I'm
informed.
That's where I was going as well. I wanted to ask if you know the director of this company.
Vic Simons, who relocated from South Africa, went back. Whether he comes from there originally, I don't know.
Is he a South African?
No, I don't think he was. But he went to Australia, and unfortunately, he passed away there with the 31 million.
That is so unfortunate. If it's anything to go by. Now, let's go to the second aspect, the blue lights. When we spoke with, I think with McBride, with Mr. McBride, he characterized you as a dubious character. He said there are cases against you. You, at some point, you had a relationship with a certain service provider. I just forget the name he mentioned, the name of that service provider. But he spoke about the blue lights. Now, what is a problem here in the blue lights?
The service provider he was referring to is the owner of the company called Instrumentation for Law Enforcement. It's a company owned by Mr. Mantata, who has been doing business with the police at least dating back to 2003, 2004. All these vehicles that you see equipped with blue lights, especially of the Presidential Protection Services or Protection Services, the so-called blue light gang, are equipped with lights which Mr. Mantata fitted. Those are, in my view, superior lights. But
why are they superior?
Superior lights in that the quality is good, the warranty, none of those, according to the contract, those lights, if he has fitted, if it is bought, and the vehicle which was equipped with is boarded, in other words, it's taken out of service, they will replace that light free of charge. If, for example, the light gets damaged, it will be repaired free of charge. So there are a number of services that are included in the whole thing. And amongst others, those lights, you can't buy them from the backyard shops where you see some of these lights are being bought. So in this case, in this, now we are talking blue lights case, between Gauteng and supply chain management, he would have responded to a request for quotation initiated by Gauteng province, sanctioned by supply chain management without me. And then the BAC awarded that contract on a quotation basis to him, to Instrumentation. Then there were three orders. First is 10 million. That 10 million happened during the time when I was in office, because it was 2017 around March. He fitted the first batch. When I was home, I think it was 29th June, I was already home. The 39 million was awarded by supply chain management, between them and Gauteng. General Mutiba was the acting national commissioner then. In 2018, 35 million was given an order. So I'm simply saying, 2 of those orders happen when I'm out of circulation. And then we get to hear there are issues. But the issues, as I read the affidavit...
What were they related to, issues?
The issue...
Appointment or payments?
No, the issue was about dual payments. It is there. I read the earlier affidavit of Van Niekerk.
Yeah, can you give context to that dual payment?
Yes.
Chair, I think there's a hand. Honorable Malema.
Honorable Malema.
Chair, just quickly on Mr. Mantata, he doesn't only do blue lights, if I'm not wrong. He also provide the president with those imported vehicles of BMW with bulletproofs. Am I right?
You're correct, honorable member. He also, I think, part of the president's fleet are armored vehicles. Even motorbikes. At some point, he provided motorbikes to the same presidential protection. Yeah.
So what was the issue here? You are saying the issue was double payments.
The initial issue was an allegation that there are double payments to the tune of 3.9 million. And now, the unfortunate thing is that the same person who is Van Niekerk that ultimately said they were double payments is the same person who certified that this 3.9 million was paid for services that have been rendered and there is no duplication. So later, that was now in 2018 when I was home, that's when she now reverts back after being called by a Brigadier Buthelezi. And now the Buthelezi say, please check the invoices that were paid to Mantata, to the company. That's when she comes back and say, 3.9 million double payments. But then they make an arrangement with the company to say, here are the additional vehicles that you must equip with blue lights, which he did, and to balance out, the 3.9 million.
Or to settle
to settle the overpayment. Remember, we talked 3.9 million.
Yeah.
So of the 3.9 million, there was only one vehicle which, according to the audit, was missed. So if you say maybe he's got money that he did not deliver services for, it would have been 101,000 rands. But even that, it's not true, because when they stopped the payment, he had already done additional 17, 18 cars that the state still to date did not pay for. So if we are to be fair, he is not owing the state owes him.
So people who authorized those payments, were there any actions that were taken against them?
Nothing. I think in my affidavit, I'm talking there about the reports compiled by General Zuma, General Kwena, General Naidu, as well as a Brigadier Makashela, who were pointing to the people at province and some people at supply chain management who may not have complied with the prescripts, and action was recommended, disciplinary action, not criminal, disciplinary, but
So
nothing has happened.
Your conclusion here, General, is that there was value for money, even though there were double payments, but there was value for money because those double payments were settled through the addition of other cars.
Yes.
Is that your conclusion?
My conclusion is that there were no double payments. The vehicles, additional vehicles were brought to settle. Secondly, all those vehicles that have been equipped with the blue lights in Gauteng for this particular contract are roaming around the streets of Gauteng with the functioning blue lights, and they continue to be maintained by the same service provider. So there is value for money. Nothing has been lost.
When you say the same, you mean the initial who got a double payments that you are claiming?
Yes, the same.
You mean Mr.
And that's why I
Mr.
say
Mantata?
Mr. Mantata. That's why I say this thing of 192 million, 86 million, I don't know where they get those calculations for. Because in total, what was paid by the state is 62 million, not 86 million or 100 and whatever million. It's a dream.
So your evidence is that SAPS is owing Mr. Mantata?
SAPS owes...
Not the other way around.
SAPS owes the service provider for those additional vehicles that were equipped with blue lights, which are to date not yet paid for.
Okay, my colleague will take this further. Honorable Skosana, I think I've left 5 minutes. If you say,
Honorable Skosana.
If you say I can proceed.
No, it's actually 10 minutes.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't, if he's donating it to me, Chair, it's okay.
So, Chair, how many minutes do we have? 20 or 30? 20. Thank you. Yeah.
So you are left with 10 minutes now. When?
So he took my 10 minutes?
Yes,
Oh,
as you agreed.
But you said that you're going to mention why I said 20. So I thought about, I still have 20.
No, I did indicate to him. He saw me.
But me, you did not.
Sorry.
Okay, but it's fine. I will take the 10 minutes, Chair. But indeed, I think he has, I had the issue of the blue lights and the issue of a timber. I think I'll just make a follow-up on that. On page 1038, on your supplementary affidavit, I hope the general won't walk out as well today. Like what happened earlier, you know.
No, Chair, that's never going to happen.
Thank you,
I will
Chair
fully
General.
account, even for the rumors.
Yeah, but anyway, I've got honorable member right there, you know, Honorable Malema is watching this time. You know?
But
Yeah,
he's not this side.
Yeah, this, I'm sorry?
He's not this side.
The issue of Justice Haramse in 2018-2029, this review court application, I'm going to talk about this September. In your view, General, was that tender awarded truthfully so? Timber, they deserve to have this tender.
Timber did not deserve the tender because one, no compliance with specification. Two, you did not have experts sitting there, which means the bid was not properly evaluated.
Yes.
And a number of issues. I mean, one of the simple requirements was that the company bidding must have a 24-hour support service. What that means is they must have that support services in case the cameras are deployed, because those cameras are to be used by the crime scene experts. If there is a camera dysfunctional or breaking down, they must be able to call the center and be able to bring a replacement of have the cameras replaced. In actual fact, in that case, we can't wait for it to be fixed. We needed a replacement. So that was not in place.
So the settlement was 24 million, if I remember well, and what you submitted here. But the money which was paid eventually was 31 million, am I right?
Correct, 24 million, and then the 7 million additional was interest. I don't know how long it took between the settlement and the actual payment, but it generated interest, and that interest was the 7 million, which made it 31.
So no one was disciplined in terms of that unauthorized. In fact, I'm not sure whether it's unauthorized. Let me just use the way that it was a wasteful expenditure, so to speak. Am I right?
It's irregular and wasteful expenditure. You paid money for services not rendered.
So a timber was owned by who?
But I must answer.
What was it? Is
I
the
must
one which
answer
Matanta?
honorable member's first question.
Yes.
No one was disciplined or charged except Phahlane for that irregularity, which Phahlane had nothing to do with. But the company here is the company owned by Vic Simons.
The one who passed on.
The one who passed on, and
Now-
that timber.
So when this money was paid, you were no longer you were suspended.
Yes, I was at home. I was suspended.
I think my colleague Honorable Nomvalo asked, then why are they blaming you for this payment in your view?
I don't know. Even the judges say I'm to be blamed. For what reason? Only one day I'll find that reason. I have nothing to do with that thing. And not that one must shy away from decisions that we have taken. I have taken a decision not to buy because there is a contract that was entered into that was irregular. And I've taken a decision that an independent assessment must be done. That independent assessment is not done. So somebody who took the decision to settle and somebody who took the decision to pay, who happens to be General Sithole, blames me. I mean, he takes the decision and he comes to blame me. So there is an English I always hear someone using. It's bizarre, to say the least.
So Lieutenant General Reed at that time was the Divisional Co-Commissioner of Supply Chain Management, am I right?
Yes.
So he took that decision.
Conflicted as he was the Divisional Commissioner of Supply Chain Management, appointed by General Sithole to preside over my matter. The same environment that failed the subs in that they awarded the contract irregularly, and then the same environment which did not do the independent assessment. He is the same person who takes a decision.
Now, because of time, my 10 minutes gone. I'm going to go back again to the issue of the blue light. Because of what is submitted here, the issue of blue light, who was responsible for the procurement of those blue light? Was it national or was it provincial?
That was provincial. That request came from province because it was beyond their threshold. Their threshold at the time, I think, was something like 300,000. So they had 1,500 vehicles to be fitted. Now, having realized that they will never be able to obtain a quotation under 300,000 to fit the lights, the rules of the game they are to approach supply chain management, the BAC. And the BAC gave them the go-ahead to say, you go and publish, obtain quotations, bring it to supply chain management, because that authority beyond 300 lies with the BAC. And once they tendered there and committees did what they did, supply chain management awarded, the BAC awarded that contract. So it's between Gauteng province and supply chain management, and it did not need the accounting officer.
Now, at that time, there was Major General M.M. Mutlala, am I right?
Yeah.
And Paul O'Sullivan, who was here, he was interviewed on Business News on the 30th June 2025. It's on paragraph 286, 305, and 317. He said that, in fact, there's a portion of facts and propaganda in respect of blue lights and siren process embarked upon by Gauteng SAPS. What was the interest of Paul O'Sullivan in this matter, in your view?
His was to spread propaganda. But we do know that once the process was on and some people did not get the contract, they started making noise. Unfortunately, of all these companies, only one company was black-owned. And the contract before was given to a white-owned company. So the reality here was they wanted to continue with that company to continue to fit lights. And when it was awarded to, Idle, to Mantata, that's when Halabaloo came. The first question I got actually, I was not even aware, it was coming from Gauteng DA, who started raising issues about the blue lights contract. And I went into it and said, as supply chain management, but what is this? And then I was told, no, this is a contract which we ultimately awarded to this one. And I said, but what's the issue? Why don't you just publish so that whoever was bidding knows that the contract was given to that particular person so that we are able to move on with service delivery?
Now, you have a report from the IPIT investigators exhibit. The time is gone.
Gone.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Honorable Kola Bernard. So you are forfeiting your right, Honorable Kola Bernard.
No, Chairperson, with your indulgence, I will go first in place of Ian and then my colleague Honorable.
Oh, you are requesting to go first.
If that's fine for you.
You are requesting to go first.
Yeah, that's what I said, with your indulgence.
You must properly ask to go first.
I did send you a message too, Chairperson.
Okay, Procedural Club.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good day, Mr. Phahlane. You said in paragraph 15 that you accepted the decision to step aside without hesitation, and again when you were answering the acting chair. And in paragraph 16 you stated the minister had no authority at all in law to instruct you to step aside. If you believe that the instruction was unlawful, or as you said earlier, you were the guinea pig, why did you comply immediately instead of challenging in writing the same day? And so I do understand that you answered earlier questions that the claims are felt to allow for the space so that the issue can be ventilated. But respectfully, that doesn't really address the legal point. If it was unlawful, why did you not object formally in writing?
I have already said, Honorable Member, I did not object because I was not dismissed on the day. I was told to go home, and it was a step aside. I wanted clarity on what this step aside is, and that clarity you can seek it in that particular meeting. Later on, I'm saying on the 7th, I was then given a notice of intention to suspend, and I testified here to say when I got that notice, I called General Mutiwa, who was the acting national commissioner, to say, are you trying to resolve the mess that the minister have created? And General Mutiwa agreed and was apologetic. But there was I did not have an appetite to go and fight this thing because I'm not glued to the position. I have said so.
Yes,
and
yes,
I
correct.
wanted to allow the investigation process to take its course.
So when you were quoted on the 2nd of June, you were speaking, I think it's to News 24. You agreed to step aside after a constructive engagement with the minister. So you're saying it was a mutual agreement at that point, and only later on the 7th that you felt it was a unlawful instruction?
No, I'm saying I knew on the day that it's unlawful. I knew on that particular day.
Okay, no, but
I did not raise any issue.
All right,
I went
so
home.
on that, on the 2nd of June, and if you're saying that on the day you already knew it was unlawful,
Yeah.
on the 2nd of June, you made an engagement with News 24, and you said it was a constructive agreement with the minister. So was it an unlawful instruction by the 2nd,
or was it a mutual agreement, in your opinion?
It doesn't change the fact that it was unlawful, but I say we had a constructive engagement. I mean, the constructive engagement, the minister, whether he was acting lawfully or not lawfully, he had given reasons why.
Okay, no problems. I heard you said earlier General Mpehu belonged to another faction. What factions are you talking about? Who are the factions? And just shortly you can explain it, considering that you acknowledge that there's factions. And what do you suggest to get rid of these factions in SAPS?
Do you want me to answer the faction question?
Yeah, and how to get rid of it, but in a very short space, because I've got limited time, please.
In the
sir.
first place, we are not supposed to be having factions, irrespective of political affiliation. We all must be serving the general public,
Correct.
which is composed by people. So all what is required, stop political interference, go back, serve the people according to the oath of office.
Thank you. So I didn't understand the relevance in your original affidavit that you just deposed in January. You spoke in paragraph 16. You alluded to a apparent tweet of Honorable Malema. You claim Honorable Malema has posted, "We need to deal aggressively with criminals. And you, Phahlane, should go and McBride should be appointed the permanent police commissioner." What was the purpose of inserting that tweet in your affidavit?
But that tweet is self-explanatory. If you look at
Please
where-
allow me to finish my question, sir.
Okay.
Are you suggesting political coordination? Are you suggesting foreknowledge? Or are you attempting to create a narrative of persecution? I didn't understand the purpose of your tweet, hence my clarification question.
Am I to answer now?
Yes, you can
All
go.
right. Honorable member, that is placed under 16.
Yes.
Paragraph 16.
Correct.
And that is self-explanatory in the sense that it's a message from a member of a political party. Whatever it meant, it actually was followed through on the 1st of June, because there it is, on the 1st of June, it goes, "Well done, Chana."
Sorry, what did you say?
I thought you were
I
having-
can't hear you what you said now.
It's a "Well done, Chana." There it's written, the last sentence of that message.
All right. And you said history has no blank pages. What do you mean by that? In the same section.
Maybe it's too much English. But history has got no...
I don't understand what too much English?
Yes, it's too much
What do you
English.
mean?
No, it's too much English in the sense that it is... History has got no blank pages. In other words, something that happened in the past is recorded somewhere, and you can still trace
And you're
it back.
speaking about that
And that's
tweet
exactly-
specifically,
Yes.
history has no blank pages?
Yes.
All right. I understand English perfectly. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
You stated you remained at home and you rendered no services from the 1st of June. For how long were you at home and you were remunerated up until what point?
I would have been remunerated until 2020. I think it was 2020. I think it was August.
So
following the...
Plus minus 3 years. Just give or take a few months.
Is it 3 years, not more? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's 2020. I'm speaking on, but I think it's documented here.
And when did you get your official suspension letter? Which date was that again?
On the 7th, it was a notice for intention.
All right.
And we responded the following day through my lawyers and said, there is no reason to give me a notice because I'm already at home. I'm already suspended from the 1st of June. So I think 7th and 8th of June.
So that's when you got your official letter of
Yes.
suspension?
Yes.
All right. You mentioned a lot of generals sitting at home, including receiving salaries, yourself included, and it's no insult to you. What the question, though, is if all these generals are sitting at home and many SAPS members do not, and many SAPS members don't even have the necessary equipment to discharge their work correctly. You said, Nana, to an honourable member here, the list, you were specifying women that were sitting at home, so there's obviously many, many more. And they're also receiving full pay. How do we get rid of that?
By holding management accountable. You can't have a situation where people are sitting at home for prolonged periods. If a person has committed an act of misconduct and you are to institute disciplinary action, the regulations prescribe time frames within which that must happen. So implement what the regulations are saying to save the state and the taxpayer a lot of money. All what this is called for is compliance. And there is even a letter, a directive coming from the Minister of Public Service and Administration to say, if, for example, that suspension goes beyond the prescribed time frames, in the police, according to regulation, it's 60 days, which can be extended to for a further 30 days. If those days are exhausted, the directive is place that person in an alternative environment so that the person can at least continue rendering
So all the
services.
generals that are now currently under suspension that you named, have they been placed in alternative positions or are they sitting at home?
I'm not the National Commissioner.
No, I'm asking your opinion. You're here to assist the committee, so I'm just asking what your knowledge on it. Are they sitting at home receiving pay? The names you read out.
Earlier, Honorable Member, I told you about Lieutenant General Manamela, the Provincial
Correct.
Commissioner of
Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga. She has been sitting forever at home. And there are many more of those people.
No, that gives me direction. Thank you, you've assisted. So in paragraph 84, you say political interference has been the order of the day post Polokwane's ANC conference. Can you please name for the record the ministers, members of parliament, politicians who are part of this political interference up until your current knowledge?
No, I can't.
What is your reason for that? Because you're here to assist the committee, so...
Must I just blanket name people? I have in my affidavit outlined the specific instances. For example, I've outlined the issue relating to General Mpeho. I've outlined the issue relating to General Mdluli.
And I'm asking about the ministers, members of parliaments and politicians.
But they
Because
are
I think
named.
we've covered. Yes, I want to know their names.
Honorable Member, they are named. I said, in that period, the late Minister Mteto was the Minister of Police. After Minister of Police, Mteto, I think we had Minister between Nhleko and what is his name? Between Nhleko and Balula, I think we had the two somewhere there. So it is in those periods. So yeah, Minister.
I asked this because it's your colleagues in SAPS. You spoke specifically about the struggle credential SAPS members that are feeling the effect. You spoke about senior management that were badly affected by this.
Yes.
So that's the reason I asked that question. Did you ever witness political interference with your own eyes in operations, that you witnessed it with your own eyes?
Earlier.
Not after effects.
No, not after effects. I have said I'm an example of the effect of political interference. I've seen actually, and for one reason or another, this is not being spoken about. You have the structure here of the police, the current structure, which removes inspectorate. You have got the structure of the police currently, which reflects PCIRA, which reflects, I think it's civilian secretariat and so on, which reflects IPID. What has those to do with the police structure that the National Commissioner is by law authorized to establish? How do you go and remove inspectorate? Inspectorate has, throughout the lifespan of policing, since policing was born, it's part of the establishment because of the important work that they do. You can't say inspectorate is going to be replaced by internal audit or quality management. They've got a specific function in policing. It's directed, it is here.
Thank you. So I just want to quickly question you on McBride, Sullivan and Pop Crew. I think it's from, I'm not going to give all, it's 83, 97, 100, 309, 332 and 337, those paragraphs. You spoke at large about McBride, O'Sullivan, Pop Crew, and how they were, coordinating a target against you. So if I had to just zone in a little bit, McBride, what did he have to gain personally for targeting you? If you want to know the passages 83 and 100, but what did he have to gain?
What pages?
Not pages, paragraph 83 and 100. Or I think it's of the supplementary, if I'm correct. So I've been working between all these documents
Yeah.
with very short time.
83, you said paragraphs.
Yes, paragraph 83 and 100. I just want to know, what did McBride have to gain to personally attack you?
The heart and soul of the South African Police Service. They wanted to take control of the South
McBride
African
wanted
Police.
to.
McBride and O'Sullivan.
And O'Sullivan, so them together wanted to take over that.
Yeah.
And Pop Crew?
It is on record. Even Nkabinde was here, spoke about they wanted McBride to become the National Commissioner of Police. The SMSs and WhatsApps which are here speaks volumes to say he's about to be appointed as a National Commissioner. Please move.
And Pop Crew, what did Pop Crew, sorry, my microphone, what did Pop Crew gain institutionally? Because you spoke about Pop Crew as well.
But
I think in paragraph 97 and 100.
it is Pop Crew that held the press conference of September 2012. It is Pop Crew that I took to court.
So it's Pop Crew as a political vehicle used within SAPS against you?
Of course.
And who politically drove that deployment? Who was running the show? Who was giving direction to these two? To O'Sullivan, to McBride, to Pop Crew? Who was giving them the direction to target you?
Honorable Member, O'Sullivan was here, the handler of McBride. He was directing those operations. It is O'Sullivan, McBride. McBride came here and said to you that IPIT was infiltrated. He's not saying here. He was handling people within crime intelligence. Hlongwani, Petle, Trili. There are people, in actual fact, the people who provided this information, even about my vehicles and so on, were the people that were doing vetting on me, that McBride pulled and placed them within crime intelligence. Not within within IPIT. It is McBride who was talking here about Brigadier Khomotso to say Khomotso infiltrated, while he was busy patching them out of crime, out of IPIT, and many more. There is Major General Musimane Khape. All those people that were not in his good books, he kicked them out and he wanted to bring people. There is reference here that was made. It's even here in O'Sullivan's book of Monsami, and there's a whole report here in my affidavit that speaks volumes about his involvement and the disinformation that he has been peddling.
Thank you, sir. You didn't want to really speak much about labor issues, and I will respect that, and I agree, because we're here to speak about corruption of members within SAPS, IDAC, CI, IPID, political interference, and so forth. So I'd like to respect that, but I'm going to ask you about corruption and alleged corruption. How many criminal charges have been laid against you since 2017, regardless of the outcome?
Since 2017?
Correct.
Blue lights, it's one. The CI, what do you call, the software, it's two. There was an allegation on vehicles, which never went anywhere in the courts. Those were the three. There was a music system which they were talking about, which they themselves confessed to say, but the late Mandla confessed. The WhatsApp is here to say he actually bought it. But these are the things that were being flighted to say corruption.
All right. Did you, your wife, and Mr. Snyman appear in court in 2018 on fraud and corruption related charges?
I just mentioned
That's the one.
The vehicles.
And that was the one you were out on bail on 10,000?
You are incorrect.
At that time?
But that matter is withdrawn.
Or is it, but you were on bail at that time on 10,000. I'm just trying to get the facts straight, sir.
Of course.
You don't need to be defensive. I'm asking
No,
very simple questions.
I have to be defensive.
You
it's
don't have
about
to
me.
be. You're into inquiry. I'm not prosecuting you. Did you lay criminal charges against anyone for intimidation or malicious prosecutions? And if not, who authorized the continuation of salary payments?
Who authorized?
All of the payments that were being made. Did you lay any charges against anyone for the intimidation and malicious prosecutions that they were making against you? Because you said all of, these people were coming after you and they were charging you. So it was malicious.
I don't know why I must answer that question because that's not my initiative. And
It's not
at
you?
the right time, I will make that decision. For now, I'm calling for everyone who's making allegations to bring them, let's go to court. Let they be ventilated in court. As to what I do thereafter.
So you haven't opened any cases against anybody for malicious? I'm not saying you have to, I'm asking have you?
What I do thereafter is my business. But there is a case, Camille Drift 12 of 1, 2017, where all these people that were sitting here are supposed to be before court. And that is not happening. It may be a relevant question to ask.
Do you find it concerning that so many senior SAPS members are all facing corruption allegations, claims, and the list goes on. I mean, you've been following the Madlanga Commission, you've been following this committee. Does that not concern you that so many people in the highest of levels have been facing serious
Honourable Glover.
allegations?
Concocted.
Unfortunately, your time
All of it concocted.
finished.
Thank you very much, Mr.
You are
Phahlane, for
concocting
your
another time now.
And thank you for your time, Chairperson.
Honourable Sikosan.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a follow-up, Chair. I wanted, in fact, not a follow-up, a clarity. Because when General was, in fact, the evidence leader, unfortunately, that stopped somewhere in the middle. The issue you said about your matter was taken from Pretoria to Randburg, to a commissional court somewhere in Randburg. Am I right?
Correct.
So that's where you say...
Not Randburg, to Palm Ridge.
To Palm Ridge, I mean, yes.
Yeah, okay.
That's where I think it's IDEC, is it IDEC or IPAD, which the prosecutor issue of, that was the issue.
Correct.
Clarity on that. I'm sorry, I'm not going to take...
If I'm
your time.
accused to have acted as an accounting officer, I was acting, whatever I did, I was doing it in Pretoria, where the National Police Headquarters is. How I find myself in Palm Ridge, heavens knows.
So is it IDEC who took you to Palm Ridge?
It's IDEC, it's Richard Chabalala, it's Timani Vinang, it's Soko, and the rest, the Rogue.
The Rogue unit which we spoke about?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Honourable Kola Barnett.
I thank you, Chairperson. Good evening. In this committee, I asked ex-IPAD member, Mr. Nkabinde, who you referred to earlier, had been a senior investigator at the IPAD. And on the task team investigating you, he was on it as Mr. Phahlane. You're not a general, of course. I'm not sure why people are calling you that. That it had apparently come to light that, and I quote from the affidavit, in mid-March 2018, certain SAPS members, including General Mkonazi and you, had allegedly approached members of the IPAD task team and offered them promotions to brigadier within crime intelligence in exchange for giving false statements implicating McBride and other senior IPAD members involved in the investigation against you. Your response to that?
First, you, honourable member, you may want not to peddle this
Please
information.
drag your mic towards your mouth.
Sorry. Secondly, I, in my life, have never been in a meeting with General Mkonazi and any of the IPIT people. Never.
Okay.
Whoever is feeding that information, they must pay their school fees back.
Okay, I'm getting information out of what was presented to this committee in affidavits. I'm not fabricating it. And I'm not peddling anything, I'm asking you questions, which I think is my job here.
You have been peddling quite a lot.
I've asked you one question, sir.
All right.
Now, Mr. Nkabinde was allegedly convinced by Lieutenant General Mkonazi to give a Section 204 statement against Mr. McBride as head of the IPID at that stage in order to try and destroy the case against you. That's the claim. And it's claimed that you were involved here.
Honorable Kola Barnett, please pause. Honorable Klopper.
Sorry, Chairperson. You know, the witnesses said that the Honourable Kola Barnett is peddling information. And we requested you withdraw that statement. She's peddling nothing. She had asked one question.
General Phahlane,
I withdraw.
to accuse Honorable Barnett of peddling information.
I withdraw, Honorable Member.
Thank you. Please, let's proceed. Please, let's refrain General Phahlane to make such kind of sentiments.
My questions are based on evidence that we've had.
We
before.
must wait, Honorable Kola Barnett. We must, at all times, even if we hold strong views against any member, but we must always maintain the decorum and the respect. Even at the time when we disagree with what they may be putting in front of you. Please, let's proceed, Honorable Kola
Thank you. It's claimed that you were involved there. You deny that. From my perspective as a very, very long-serving member of the Police Portfolio Committee, and certainly on when you were the Acting National Police Commissioner, I put it to you that, in fact, that's typical SAP's behavior, to attack the very people who put forward accusations, be it to whoever it's aimed at, to try and scuttle the investigations. Your thoughts on that?
Thanks, Chair. The 204 statement of Nkabinde, it's a fact. He testified about it here. It is also on record. In actual fact, parts of it, it is in the docket. So I don't do investigations. That investigation was conducted by General Mabula, and General Mkonazi had nothing to do with a 204 statement. It flows from the investigation conducted by General Mabula, and yes, Nkabinde is a 204 witness in Camille Drift Case 12 of 1/2017 that has been gathering dust in the IPIT and the NPA environment.
Okay. It's interesting to me that your arrest, along with several crime intelligence members, including 2 major generals, arrested over that 54 million tender fraud, and the investigative directorate did that arrest and those arrests. That was in 2022, and the tender back in 2016. And again, the company iView was allegedly behind that. A Durban businessman, one Ibanathan Kistia, I think that's how you would pronounce it, who was also investigated in relation with the 45 million rand procurement of the grabber prior to the ANC's elective conference at Nasrec in 2017. Do you have a relationship with this man? Do you know him?
I don't even know him. I started knowing him the day he was brought to court, or the day I was at Brooklyn Police Station. Okay. Secondly, it's the same matter that I testified about earlier on software.
Yes.
Which software was used successfully to gather intelligence that enabled us to effectively police the fees must fall, and that made us effectively to police the Vuani community, and we were able to allow those people to go and vote. And I do not regret a minute that I signed the deviation.
That's fine.
And I don't know where the 54 million is coming from.
Okay, all of the claim is that was all paid for, but nothing was delivered. You're saying it was paid for and it was delivered. Unfortunately, we don't have investigators here, so we're reliant on the outcomes of various court cases, etc. Now, another system...
Honourable Member,
if I can
can
just
I-
finish first, Chair.
Okay.
Another system, the data list that you referred to earlier, cost 21 million, also from the same person, iView, the company iView, to encrypt phone calls. Now, of course, at that time, you were under investigation, I think, in the blue light matter. Again, payment was made, but no goods delivered. Now, that resulted, I think, in your arrest again. There was an 86 million rand issue. Again, it was Mr. Kistia who seemed to be the common factor. So again, did you not know him, although his company was the one supplying or attempting to supply or being paid for, shall we say, and not supplying goods to the SAPs?
Honourable Member, you are incorrect. I was not under investigation for the blue lights. The blue lights is an afterthought. When I appeared before the Portfolio Committee where you were present,
Yes.
the 16th of May 2017, that was already in place, that equipment. By the way, software, you don't deliver it in boxes.
Really? Who knew?
You don't deliver software in boxes. Software is loaded on computers. It's system related.
I am aware of that, sir. Please don't...
Honourable Member, am I allowed to answer that question?
Honourable Kolabanat, what question was that?
He went into explaining to me how software is delivered, which I know. So I'm just saying I'm aware of this. You don't have to go into the ins and outs of how software is delivered because it's not delivered in a box. I think he thinks that I believe it is.
Yeah, I think as much as we must be cognizant of time, General Phahlane, but I think also you'll recall that there would have been a complaint of us asking a broad question and not allowing witnesses to express themselves
Okay.
properly. So I think it is important that you allow him to respond properly and satisfactorily, but as you are going to guide him when you, I think you can be able to communicate with each other.
I did try
You don't
to.
have to intervene every now and
Okay.
then. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I start. The software and ComSec has got nothing to do with blue lights. Software and ComSec were procured by Crime Intelligence December 2016, and it was for a specific purpose. And the allegations that it was never delivered are baseless, because if they were never delivered, how was it going to be possible to use the same software to gather intelligence that allowed us to successfully police the fees must fall? How possible was it that it could have allowed us to successfully police Vuani? Delivery took place. On the ComSec, it has absolutely nothing to do with my protection. If you look, that ComSec was procured by CI for CI people. It so happens that part of the people that were amongst whom it was distributed were the divisional commissioners and some of the provincial commissioners. So there is no truth in the baseless allegations that it was meant to protect me. From what?
Okay. We've been into and had reference to items that went missing from the forensic laboratory while you were the head thereof. Reference to the cocaine and the rhino horn, etc. Now, POPCU agreed with the report that came out. You say POPCU are part of some cabal that's against you. So I think I should just move on there. Look, it's been claimed in this committee that you used your acting national commissioner position to launch a counter-investigation in terms of the IPID, bringing in a team from Northwest who attempted but failed to provide a security breach. What's your response to that?
It's a very funny question, Honorable Chair. When police establish a team, the divisional commissioner or the acting divisional commissioner of crime intelligence sanctions a threat assessment. The threat assessment confirms that there is a threat on my life and that of my family. And it even further say there is criminality. Now, the acting divisional commissioner of crime intelligence approaches a provincial commissioner of Northwest to designate officers to go and do an investigation on criminality, which investigation culminates in the opening of Gamel Drift case 12/1/2017. And people are arrested, and the case gets struck off the roll when they are about to add suspects. We now know that that docket is gathering dust. Now, you have a Phahlane task team that was comprised of people from IPIT coming from Limpopo, KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, Free State, Gauteng, all over the country. They are well enough to be constituted as a task team. In this report, I'm making again visible a project Cyborg, which was put together, comprised of Sithole, McBride, Matakata, who were to focus on me. How much money can the state afford in focusing on an individual on matters that you have got here judgments of the FDA, two, and I've given you the third one, where the very same things that they were alleging, they are found wanting. They are now to pay FDA 1.4 billion for that. But a task team of 4 people coming from Northwest, which did a job not appointed by me, even Judge Tuchten, there is a judgment here, Judge Tuchten would have said, the reason I'm saying these people must be removed is to make sure that people are not investigating each other. There is no judgment in the judge, from the judge who say, Phahlane appointed the task team.
Could I just ask you to go back a minute? You said there was a case in court and that it was pulled. Are you suggesting that the court is corrupt, or what suggestion are you making there? You said the court is now, the case is just lying there, not, but it was in court and you said it was pulled. Who by?
Honorable member, I know I'm to answer questions here, but
sorry, you said it. I was just doing a follow-up.
no, I've never spoke about the court which is corrupt. I said there is Gamel Drift case 12/1/2017, which repeatedly we have been talking about. Even Kabinde was here.
Yes.
That is gathering dust.
Earlier you said there was a case that went to court against these people.
Oh, that's exactly
And then
the
you
case
said it
I'm
was
talking
pulled.
about.
So who pulled it? Is it the court or is it the SAPs? Who pulled it away from the court?
I
You
don't-
said it's now just lying there.
Sorry, Chair. I don't understand what is pulled, but I said the case was struck off the roll
Dropped off
at
the
the
roll.
point where additional suspects were to be added.
Okay.
Pulled, I don't know where it comes from.
All right. Taken off the court roll. Apologies for using the wrong phrase. I'm very interested in Lieutenant General Adeline Shezi, who I really thought at one stage might end up being the National Police Commissioner. She's also been dismissed from the SAP, so she's Ms. Shezi now, of course. She was arrested along with her nephew, sister, and a Chepo Causa, arrested for fraud, corruption, and money laundering in relation to the Technology Management Division under Forensics, which you were running, when she used a service provider and a family member to assist her to renovate her own property and to score further SAP's contracts. Now, she, of course, you work very closely together in the Forensics Division. Did you know what she and her family were up to?
I don't have to know what she's up to with her family. I know and respect her as a colleague, and I've played a part in her development.
Yes.
When I arrived in forensic services, she was a colonel.
Yes, I know.
Competent, very competent. So as to the family affairs, they are really beyond
It's not
my
a
scope.
family affair, sir. It's fraud and corruption within the SAPs.
No, but
which
Chair, I
was
was asked-
happening under you.
I was asked about family affairs, And you got it wrong, Honorable Member, because when that matter happened, when that allegation surfaced, I was an acting national commissioner.
Yes.
And she was in technology management services.
Yes.
So what did it have to do with me?
I didn't say it had anything to do with you. I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm asking your opinion on the fact that a very prominent person of the SAPS used her entire family corruptly, used SAPS money corruptly, got SAPS tenders corruptly, and they've all been arrested. I wondered if you knew anything about her corrupt activities when you were the acting National Police Commissioner, because you had been so close.
I'm not here to come and give opinions. I'm here to testify and give evidence. And I unfortunately have got nothing to offer in as far as General Shezi's family affairs are concerned. And the Honorable Member even gets it wrong, because this, what she is referring to, even happened beyond my tenure as an acting national commissioner.
It would have
when I
happened
was at
while you
home.
were in service, sir, and she worked very closely with you. It's not a family matter. Her entire family was arrested for corruption.
I
using the
think,
SAPS.
sorry,
But
Honorable
I'm not going
Kolobana,
to say it
I
again.
think the
But-
overarching question is that were you aware at the time when you were the acting national commissioner? I think that's the part that
Exactly. Thank you.
warrants an answer.
But, Chair,
Were you aware of the alleged corrupt activities when you were the acting national commissioner?
am I allowed to answer in Sesotho?
Do we have interpretation services here?
No.
We don't. Can you proceed as you were doing, please?
All right, I'm going to answer in my other mother tongue, Afrikaans. Ek was nie bewus nie,
Okay.
omdat dit nie deur my tydperk gebeur het nie.
What does that mean? Okay. That's fine.
Okay, can we delegate Honorable Matthys to translate for us? I think the witness has left me as well now.
Shame, I don't speak Afrikaans. I can just about speak English,
Okay.
so you're asking for miracles here.
All right, let me just do Honorable Chair.
You know who can, there's honorable souls here. Khaled's life matter.
Chairperson, I will not indulge in unfairness. When I request translation, I am denied. So I refuse.
Well, will you just do it, please?
It looks like we have no one to rescue us. Okay,
Can I just
proceed,
ask the
Honorable
la-
Panay.
Honorable Chair,
just
let me
ask the
just
last
sort
question
it
then.
out.
Okay.
It never, the allegation did not happen during any of the time frames that I was in office, whether as a divisional commissioner or as an acting national commissioner. It happened beyond. While I know and heard about it and I engaged, somewhere earlier I did say, General Shezi is being accused to have received money from a service provider for the renovation of his house. Now I hear it's the sister's house. But I said in my testimony that what I do know is that General Shezi borrowed money through somebody. The details thereof do not belong here. But it did not happen during my tenure. And by the way, I can't be blamed for knowing General Shezi. I'm very proud to have associated with her. She's one of the greatest.
Honorable
policewomen.
Kolobana, unfortunately your time
Okay, thank you.
is gone. The time must out. Honorable Matthys.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, you've got a visitor, Honourable Member of Parliament, that you haven't acknowledged. My whole Treasurer General.
Apologies, and thank you
She
for that
won't pay
protest
for my
action.
flights to come here.
And
if
thank you for
don't
that protest
acknowledge her.
action. Honorable Maute, you are welcome and greetings. We have not had a good day today, but we are surging on. You can proceed, Honorable Matthys.
Thank you, Chair. Let's just, General Phahlane, let's start with General Shezi. So you're saying, so the action against her and her family of her being arrested didn't happen while you were National Commissioner, but the actual activities
did they also not happen? All what she's been charged for and what they've been arrested for, did it happen while you were National Commissioner or when you were in Forensic Services?
As far as I'm concerned, Honorable Member, I was not aware of any such.
No, you're not answering my question.
Okay.
Did it happen? What the actual acts, what she and the family have been charged and arrested for, it happened during a period, right? The charging and the arrest happened way later. So they charged for an act that happened on a particular day or during a particular period. Were you in charge of Forensic Services or the acting National Commissioner when that took place?
Without specific dates, I will not be able to, I don't want to say it definitely did not happen because I was not aware of it.
Or you
But-
haven't followed anything about the arrest?
Sorry?
You haven't followed any of it
Only
about her
after.
arrest and all the charges? I'm
Only
just saying, because you said you're very proud of someone whose entire family has been charged for corruption, and you're saying you are proud to have known her, and you're still proud to have known her.
No. That's not what I said.
Okay,
I said,
tell me what you said again.
I'm
because
saying-
No, yes?
I contributed in the development of General
I'm not
Shezi.
talking about, you said you are proud to
Yeah,
have
but
known
I'm
her.
getting there. If you can allow me to get there. I started knowing General Shezi when I got to Forensic Services. She's a very competent woman. And I've got no doubt that I am proud of what she had achieved, what she's capable of. As to the details of what is being alleged, I unfortunately was not aware, and I don't have the details. The only thing that I know is that there is an allegation to say she was paid money from a service provider to, for the renovations of a house. That's all I know. The finer details I don't know, and I was not aware of.
Hey, it's a very sad day when a former acting National Commissioner can sit here when we have an entire family that has been arrested, that is in jail for the level of corruption that they committed, and you are singing their praises on their competency in corruption. But let's park that. I'm just saying it's a very sad day.
No, but Honorable Member, we must correct. General Shezi is not in jail.
The entire family.
They are not in jail.
Corruption. But they've been charged, criminally charged and arrested.
But I thought that our constitution say you are innocent until proven guilty. She's still undergoing court.
Okay, let's even leave it there. I think we should just park it because you're just digging yourself more in the hole. They are criminally charged. They might be out on bail, but I'm saying for you, who was once a former acting commissioner of this country, to talk the way you have, you should have just submarined on that and let it go. Because we were not asking about her competency. I didn't ask about her competency. Let's talk, Lieutenant General, about the issue of you being, suspended, right? How is it possible that an entire president did not know that his minister was suspending you? I mean, it's so bizarre because it was everywhere.
I don't know. All I know is that I was asked to step aside by the minister. Whether the president knew or not, I don't know. I don't have a document today which is saying to me, you are suspended by the president.
Okay, but I think just logically, Lieutenant General, if our minister comes, it means that he has had some sort of conversation and it was agreed to. It's not possible that President Zuma did not know that you were going to be. Are you saying that he should have come personally and told you?
No, Honorable Member.
What were you expecting from President Zuma?
Even if it was not personal, even if he accordingly delegated and gave the minister the letter, I will not be asking. So I'm not going to make assumptions. What I'm saying, which is a fact, is that I was asked to step aside by a minister of police. And secondly, I have got no documentation to that effect. Thirdly, no prescripts at least that I know of, provides for step aside.
Okay.
The prescripts provide for suspension, which suspension could be effected by the National Commissioner. Not that the President can't effect the suspension, but I'm talking reality here.
So you just wanted a letter from the President because it's not possible that the minister could have been tasked to do so. So you're saying you didn't protest on the matter when you met the then Minister of Police, right? So there was no written objection. You didn't do any objection to when there was that discussion, and then they agreed that you are going to be suspended. Do you have any records that you objected to the suspension?
I'm on record as having said I have never objected. I never challenged. I never challenged that, and I went home.
Okay. So do you think by not doing or submitting, even sending a letter to the President in writing during that time to say that you have not issued a letter, I'm getting a letter, the minister is saying that even if he didn't respond, did you think that was something that you should have done?
In hindsight, no. In the first place, I never applied for the President to appoint me.
But you wanted him to release you, right?
Not me. The law says he must release me.
Right, so I'm saying that, yes. So when that didn't happen and you were not satisfied, Lieutenant General, did you do anything in writing to reach out, even if he didn't respond? There's no way you wouldn't have his email to say that I'm being told by the minister, I want to put it on record that I do not have anything in writing from you to release me from this position.
For your own benefit, Honorable Member, I don't have President Zuma's cell number, landline, email,
I'm not on-
or address.
So our whole acting national commissioner could not get that information. I'm just saying.
But you're saying I did not have, and I'm confirming that I
That's
did not
what I'm
have.
saying. So
And
you
there's no
confirm-
reason.
Leave you personally.
No.
But you were an acting national commissioner that could not, I can even get, an ordinary citizen can get an email address to send an email to the President. You didn't have capacity.
I've got much more capacity. I'm much more capable.
Oh.
I was able to function independently. And if there was something that was to go to the President, it would have went through the minister, which is part of our protocol. So I really don't need a President's numbers and so on.
Okay, we didn't ask if you needed it, but so you also didn't send a letter to the minister to say, can you please let the President know that he is the one that needs to send me the letter to say that I'm suspended? Did you have any correspondence or anything like that if you communicated with the minister?
Honorable Member, I'm not a beggar. I was sitting
not
in
asking if you
no,
beg,
but
you
I'm
went
trying
to
to answer your
court.
question. I am sitting with the minister who is saying, go home. And I say, who do I hand over to? He said, no, don't worry, go home. And that's exactly what I did.
So why did you go to court after then if you were, why did you go to court after when you were suspended? Why did you go to court?
But the court process is challenging a different thing.
What
And
was-
that's why that judgment,
You weren't challenging your suspension as being unlawful.
no,
What were you challenging?
dismissal, unfair dismissal.
Which was the result of your suspension, right?
But you can be suspended, you can return to service. It
for
doesn't
3
necessarily
years.
mean that when you are suspended, you'll be dismissed. And the focus there was on the unfair dismissal.
So you were suspended. You were suspended for full pay for 3 years, right? There was no disciplinary process that happened, and that only happened in 2020. So you were quite happy. Okay, let's go to this point. While you were suspended for those 3 years, did you write to anybody to say, when am I going to a disciplinary process?
Yeah, we are there. Now, I'm going to try and explain again. The suspension had nothing to do with
I
the...
get that. I'm asking a
No, you
different
don't get
question.
it, because there is something that I need to bring to your attention.
Okay.
The suspension had nothing to do with the 2020 charge, which relates to
Okay.
the 360.
Okay.
The suspension had to do, amongst others, with the CPN report, issues that were raised in the CPN report. It is there where Advocate Terry Mutau SC was appointed to preside over. While we were still waiting for that process, then comes 2020, July the 6th, a notice of an investigation that was not even done. So these are separate things. And there is no, conclude, there is no letter of me going somewhere to complain. The only investigation that you'll find is with the public protector, which is looking at those issues.
Okay, we're going to get to the public protector. So we are agreeing that you were suspended, and you were not suspended by the president as legally you're saying that you should have. You accepted it because you did not want to be a beggar, right? You were sat at home for 3 years with no process that happened, no disciplinary process, something just resurfaced again in 2020, right? It's not your fault that they suspended you on full pay. I'm just saying, but that was the situation. It wasn't.
No, Honorable Member, I'm trying to explain. I say, in the 3 years, when the 60-day was lapsing, remember, you have got the first, so-called step aside. You have got the 8th, where suspension is now confirmed. In that process comes in the disciplinary process that was chaired by Advocate Terry Mutau. That was done or initiated before the first 60 days lapsed. So it was proceeding. The 90 days lapsed of the provided for the suspension. In that, as the process unfolded, there was a court challenge on the authority to charge. Then there was an outcome. While the outcome was delivered, and we are saying, at that point, I think the proceedings were postponed, Synodine. Synodine. Now, while waiting for the reactivation of that process, voila, comes a notice of this expeditious process. Which process is the one that is being challenged? Which ended up at Bargaining Council, Labour Court, Labour Appeals Court. It is now in the Constitutional Court.
But overall, that whole period, it was 3 years.
Which whole period?
The 3 years of your suspension took place for 3 years.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was saying. There was a whole lot of processes that happened, but for 3 years you were suspended until 2020.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, let's park that. You were appointed the Divisional Commissioner in 2010. What was more or less the national forensic backlog at that time?
No, I was not appointed the Divisional Commissioner in 2010.
Not National Commissioner, Divisional Commissioner, I beg your pardon, for
No,
forensic
even
services.
that, I was not appointed the Divisional Commissioner in 2010.
Which
I was
year?
appointed the Divisional Commissioner in 2007 as the Divisional Commissioner Personnel Services.
Oh, okay.
And
Okay,
then,
what were the figures when you entered and when you left office? Do you know more or less?
no, I don't want to give you a guess because there is a detailed report here relating to that. And I think it's a very, yeah, it's in my affidavit. It's a very important question, Honorable Member, and I have detail in this affidavit.
You
because
gave the figures of when you started, what was the backlog in forensic services when you
Yes.
joined and when you entered? Okay,
yes,
we'll note that.
I mean, I'm trying to look for it because
No, it's fine, our
I can't-
evidence leaders will note
I
that, no
can't
problem.
just think of the figures, but I can tell you that the figures, when I arrived, they were very high.
Okay.
I left with figures, I think, overall, I'm not only talking DNA, I think it was under 6,000, but that figure has since escalated over a period.
And then what was in the procurement for the 360-degree camera system? Was that part of the documented forensic turnaround strategy?
Just come again.
So the procurement for these cameras, the 360-degree cameras, was it part of a turnaround strategy?
Correct.
Okay.
That was funded for
Where's
by the
strate-
CJS.
Okay. And do we have a copy, or do you have a copy of where the strategy was recorded?
It will be with subs. If you go to forensic services, it should be there.
Okay, so our evidence leaders will note that. So let's talk about Itemba, that dispute. Were there any prior findings against forensic services under your leadership before? So before the dispute regarding Itemba Forensic Group, were there any prior audit findings against forensic services under your leadership?
Well, I can't say they were not, because you have internal audit that continued to audit. You have the AG, but we have never had anything of this magnitude.
Okay, so they were.
And by the way, that finding relating to this 360, it's actually not a forensic services finding.
Okay.
It's a supply chain management finding.
Okay, so, but there were findings under your leaderships. Let's talk about again on the 360 camera.
Sorry, Honorable Member, I was trying to look for this. I just wanted to mention to you, you will see page 109 in terms of that the backlog issues.
Okay.
I think there is a whole report which is contained in there.
Okay.
From 109 until 115.
No problem. Let's go back to the Itemba, right? What exactly was your designation when it was advertised and awarded?
When it was
The tender,
advertised,
yeah, the 360-degree pattern.
when it was advertised, I was in forensic services from 2010, and I think it was advertised in 2013. So I
You were
was the
still there,
divisional commissioner of forensic services.
When it was advertised?
When it was advertised,
And
yeah.
awarded, okay. Then you say here, I think that you wrote to the supply chain management on the 22nd of October, indicating that Itemba offer was non-compliant, right?
Yes.
Who briefed you that the complaint was non-compliant?
Who briefed me?
Yeah. Who briefed you that Itemba's was non-compliant?
The experts in forensic services,
Who-
the head of crime scene management,
Yeah,
who
can
was
we have
Brigadier
their names?
Diko. Brigadier Diko.
Okay, how did that come about? So did you
No,
convene
let me
them?
first give the names.
Okay,
then
I'm
you
going
ask
to
the
come back
question.
to you.
Yeah.
Let's just talk about how did that come around? Did you go to them or they came to you?
I am the divisional commissioner of forensic services.
Mhm.
I received a complaint from
you-
supply chain management.
Okay.
That complaint, I write it out to the head, what is it, criminal record and crime
So
scene
supply
management.
chain, so let me just get it clear. So the supply chain management wrote to you to complain about this, saying that it was non-compliant?
No. The service provider, there were two service,
Yeah.
the
Okay, FDA.
competing service provider, FDA.
Yeah.
On the 22nd of August, after supply chain management awarded the contract on the 28th of July, FDA writes to supply chain management complaining about non-compliance. The divisional commissioner supply chain management, because we are the end user, these were the cameras that were required by us. He then sends that complaint to me and say, we have this complaint, can you look into it? That's when I put the experts together, and the experts come back and say, indeed, what is awarded are cameras that we are not going to be able to use. It is on that basis that I respond to supply chain management.
Okay, and then you were going to give me the name of who, so you didn't have an independent technical team, you used the internal technical team to confirm that it was non-compliant. You didn't get an independent.
But it is us who are supply chain management,
I'm asking,
despite
it's okay.
despite our recommendation that we as supply chain management get an independent assessor who was going to do that.
Did you get one?
To date, it's not done.
Oh, okay. Did you ever meet anybody independently, socially from FDA or from ITEMBA? Ever? Outside, informally?
What is informally? I have met,
Not officially in offices. And have you or your family, anybody benefited directly or indirectly from either ITEMBA?
No.
Or nothing?
Nothing.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Matisse, Honorable Souls.
General Phahlane, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Just bring me on the. Huh? Oh, you want to move? Okay. Just bring me up to speed in terms of the labor matter. My reading of the two judges that heard your matter, both of them, they disagreed, although they gave the same conclusion. And they upheld the appeal. The one felt that the labor court did not have jurisdiction. The other judge felt that he's going to strictly deal with it based on the Labor Relations Act on unfair dismissal. The other one felt that what should be dealt with is the unlawfulness of the removal. Now that you're going to the Constitutional Court, what is the legal question this time? Unfair dismissal? Or you're asking the Constitutional Court to test unlawfulness for constitutionality?
Our argument is still premised on unfair dismissal, because we are simply saying to the Constitutional Court, this matter was not adjudicated fairly. Having said so, we still raise, in our papers, I think we still agree with the minority judgment, which is Judge Tokota, in as far as the unlawfulness is concerned. Because the unlawful dismissal, he is premising it on, the lack of authority by the functionaries who perform certain functions.
Okay. You testified that if you had to decide on whether or not to do the deviation today on the procurement of the software, you will do the deviation again. Why would you do it again, General?
Honorable Member, I'll do it again because before me was never a procurement application. In other words, I did not know who were the companies or the bidders that responded. I had nothing to do with that. I did not even know the directors of those. I was approached with, we are in a process of doing this procurement. And the procurement is about software, it's about ComSec. And that we now are not able to finalize our procurement because we are bound by the limits of their authority, in other words, 1 million. So they simply say, having motivated and told me what they are procuring, without having to say from whom they procure, they say, can you then allow us to exceed that threshold? And for that purposes, I said yes. Why? Because this is what is required to deal with an agent and benign matter of the fees must fall. It may have been approved in December, but we know, we had intelligence that when the students comes back in January, that was going to be an issue. And our readiness was very important.
There's two issues there. What does the Act require you to do before approving a deviation for an emergency procurement? What does the Act require an accounting officer to do?
The emergency was not a factor in this case because that provision was allowed by the policy which said they are allowed. Now I'm talking about the Secret Services account policy. I'm not talking about the Public Finance Management Act or the National Treasury. I'm talking about the Secret Services account policy. Allowed them to do that. So that was a non-issue for me. All what the law required from me is apply your mind to the facts before you, whether there is justification for them to exceed the threshold or not. That's all what I was seized with.
No, sir. You were seized with a deviation that cost the taxpayer over 30 billion rand. That requires you to act according to the Act. The policy does not become priority over the law that governs how public funds should be used. So you are wrong in saying that all you had to do as an accounting officer is listen to them when they say we need to deviate, and you did not interrogate and study what was before you, including who the companies were, etc. You are required to do due diligence. That's what it means to apply your mind. Do you agree?
I don't agree because maybe I don't understand when you talk about due diligence. What due diligence?
You said apply your mind. So let's rather use your word then. What does it mean to then apply your mind? Before you allow over 30 million from the public office.
But I was not considering over 30 million. I was considering whether they can be allowed to exceed 1 million.
And they exceeded it by how many million?
Which is what has been approved. There was no limit.
Which is how much?
Which is how much?
How much was it exceeded ultimately above 1 million?
Well, they spent over 30 million, but
exactly.
I have approved a deviation from 1 million.
And that deviation caused them to spend 30 million.
Which was used because it
before we go for what it's used, before we go for what it's used, you are saying the reason why you approved it because you just approved so that they must use more than 1 million.
No, that's not what I said.
What did you say, General?
I say, you asked me the question, what was before you? What did you consider?
Indeed.
And I'm saying to you, Honorable Member, I did not consider the procurement application, the procurement process initiated.
That's the point I'm saying to you. And the fact that you didn't apply your mind to how much it will cost the public
But
when you sign, that in itself, you are saying to us,
no.
when it came to you, you just looked at a deviation of 1 million plus. You didn't apply your mind to how much above 1 million it would be. If I understand you correctly or incorrectly, please correct me, General.
Incorrectly, honorable member.
Please correct me.
Because we are not on the same page. Because
Okay. Help me, help me.
you see, if I was considering that procurement,
Yes.
that procurement,
Yes.
I'll be sitting in a worse situation now, because that would have been construed to be interference with the procurement process.
No, that's not true.
Well, if you are not happy with that answer,
That's
I
not
can't
me.
help you.
It's the law, it's not me.
No, the law is happy with me. It
The
is
law-
those that do not understand me that are not happy.
Okay, let me rephrase the question. Should you have known and interrogated how much it will cost ultimately?
No.
No. So the law does not require you to ask, when we deviate, how much will this cost the public coffers?
It is the business of those that are considering, who are evaluating the procurement, the bid evaluation committee and the BAC. That is their business.
But
I'm
when
not
you-
going to interfere at that
But
level.
when you approve a deviation, you are legally allowing them not to consider that. They coming to you for a deviation so that they can go out on procurement outside of those processes. You approved it and you didn't even know it's going to cost 30 million. That is irresponsible from an accounting officer.
No, I disagree.
That's okay. For the record, you disagree. The law requires you to do that.
Not the law that I was applying here. If you familiarize yourself with the
No, no,
law.
no. Please
in respect
familiarize
of
me.
the
Which
SS
law did you use to allow you?
The Secret Services
Read me
account.
the section.
Do you have, I know you don't have time, so.
No,
but
I'll
I
give
can-
you time because you're educating me. Read me the section that says you
I'm
should
going to
not
start
consider.
from page 144, 145, 146, so that we are very clear. And on 330.2, in terms of part 2 of the Treasury regulations for the Department and Constitutional Institutions and Public Entities, May 2002, it is required of the accounting officer to appoint a chief financial officer to serve on the management team of the department. The general responsibility of the CFO is to assist the accounting officer in discharging the duties referred
Sorry,
to.
General, just go to deviation, the deviation.
No, but Chair, I cannot immediately go there.
You
I
should.
need to.
You
I need
used
to-
a particular law that allows you to not consider how much it will cost the public when you approve a deviation. I
But
want to know which law is that.
The law is not a sentence. That's why I said.
I said section.
No,
I
you
said
said
sec-
law.
I said,
Honorable Chair.
I
don't know
said,
what
give
you
me
said.
the section that allows you to do that. You can't find it. Do you know why you can't find it?
The Secret Services account policy.
Fine, no problem. Read me the section in the policy
No, I'm
that
not
allows
going
you
to
to
be
do
able
what
to
you've
find,
done.
That now here.
Please read it, sir.
No, Chair, if I was to
No,
read,
rather
I
let's
must
say-
go through this process.
Wait, rather let's say, if you don't have it with you now, during break, because we're taking break after Honorable Sol, you can check the actual provision, then you will relay it with the chair when we come back. Thank you. You can proceed, Honorable Sol.
Let me just go here, Chair, and it's a part. It's in my affidavit 147, 330.7, Chapter 4 of the Secret Services Policy provides that at least 2 written quotations must be obtained and attached to the application form. all motivated applications, e.g. office equipment, computer equipment, technical equipment, and items which are normally used in and around a safe place or for a project, excluding applications for vehicles and cellular phones, must be accompanied by 2 comparative quotations from different distributors for the same product.
All right, so just on that section that you've read, although it doesn't speak about authorizing you to deviate without considering, but let's use your reasoning. There it says you have to consider 2 competitive service providers. You read it, not me.
So 2 competitive quotations from service providers.
Yes, that's what I said.
Yes.
Now, you had to do that. That's what you read. You said earlier, you signed without knowing who those 2 service providers are. Yet what you just read says, you have to know who. But let's talk about it. Let's talk about that. Who was the 2 service providers?
I don't know, because it is not my duty.
It is your duty.
It is not, Honorable Chair.
Sir.
I have already explained
Okay,
here.
no-
I read one.
no
You stopped
problem.
me when I was going there. 330.1, where it is
General,
saying
the only reason why I stopped you is because you actually read to me about the 2 service providers. And I'm trying to show you that when you say you apply your mind, you cannot apply your mind and not have the details of what is involved. Now the 2 service providers, seeing that you did not know, and because of your signature, 30 million was taken. The 2 service providers was iView and there was another one, Perfect Source. Because you don't know, this is what you've caused. There's supposed to be 2 competitors. Do you know that the one competitor, the one out of the 2, do you know that it was not an IT company, it was a recruiting company?
Chair, I did not know. I only know now. I did not have to know, because I do not interfere
Wow.
in procurement. There was a committee.
That's not interfering. They're coming to you for deviation.
It is interference.
They're coming to you for deviation. You're going to allow them to follow through on a process that will cost the public coffers 30 million, and you saying you're not supposed to know. Well, let me tell you what happened because you didn't know. Let me tell you what happened. What happened, sir, is out of the 2, one was not an IT company. It was not a company specializing in software. It was a recruitment company. And the person who bid for a 30 million, one of the service providers, was not the owner of the company. His wife was. Which automatically put iView in the stronger position. And iView got the tender because you say you didn't have to know. And let me tell you the law.
Which law?
The law, Regulation 16A8.3 of the National Treasury Regulations requires you to have the process to be fair, transparent, and open. And these 2
Sorry,
companies,
Chair, just repeat the law.
Regulation 16 capital A 8.3 National Treasury Regulations. You are required to give the same requirements to both bidders. And the fact that one of the bidders was not even a supplier of what you procured and you kept them, that is illegal.
Well, Honorable Member, I can't help you. And
I don't need your help, General.
Sorry?
I don't need your help.
No, but I can't help you
I'm not- I
be on
wasn't-
the same page with me
I'm
in
not
terms of
seeking
understanding.
I'm not seeking to be on the same page with you,
Oh,
General.
okay, me too. I don't seek to be on the same page with
Clearly, you
because
don't-
I implement the law. And the law...
Which one?
Paragraph 3314. And it is here on my affidavit.
Read it.
And allow me to finish reading that. Because you are reading the law that is not applicable here.
Wow.
I accordingly approve the application for deviation annexed as, JKP 60 before me, in compliance with the provisions of paragraph 16A, capital A, point 6.4 of the Treasury Regulations and Policy Prescript, which states as follows: if in a specific case it is impractical to invite competitive bids, the accounting officer or accounting authority may procure the required goods or services by other means, provided that the reasons for deviating from inviting competitive bids must be recorded and approved by the accounting officer or accounting authority. Now, after consideration of the application and facts prevailing at the time, I granted approval for deviation with this endorsement, subject to compliance with the related prescripts, no deviations allowed. What does that mean? The only thing that comes to me is to say we are limited to 1 million. Can you please consider the deviation and then motivate? I approve the deviation. It goes back to the committee, which means at that point where I'm approving the deviation, there is no approval granted yet on the procurement process because it is still going to be complied with in terms of the prescripts. And that's why I don't have to be there. Here is the law that I'm following.
Do you know
to be pushed to go and do things that the law doesn't allow me,
General
I will never
Phahlane?
do it.
Unfortunately, your time is
I need to just
up.
I just need to close because the general
Chair,
Wait,
at
Honorable
least
Member.
allow him to read the script, at least, Chair. He can't conclude like that.
No, members, let's do this, Honorable Souls. Your time is up.
No, I just want to make a statement, Chair.
You can
there's
make
no-
a statement in 3 seconds.
There's no time for scripture. I'll do it for non-violent outside. General, the law that you've read is the law that I read for you and the law that you said you didn't consider. And when you play back the tape, you will hear that you actually mentioned the National Treasury Regulations and said you didn't consider that, yet you quoted that. And that laws, I put it to you, will prove that you acted illegally. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, let's take a break. We are going to come back at 20 to 9. It's now 8:10. We're taking a 30 minutes break. We're going to come back. General Phahlane, at 20 to 9, you will be seated there for the next honorable member. Thank you.
system has nothing to do with forensic services. It's actually applicable in the broader South African Police Service. It had to do with, what do you call, like for example, with relating to firearms, track and trace, and so on, so broader subs. The contract that you can say amongst these was in the main, but not specifically solely for, because there was a decision to roll it out, is the property control and exhibit management system, which allowed the laboratories to track and trace and better manage the exhibits. So the contracts applicable were not solely or primarily for forensic services.
Okay. Now, thanks for the clarification, but they did have a huge monopoly, FDA, because they were the only company that could actually provide that system. Am I correct? That's why competitive bidding couldn't really occur, because they were the only ones that could provide the service.
No, I suspect the honourable member, some of the information at your disposal is not correct. They, even here, and IPIT, McBride and Sissoko, they were alleging that this is a, what is it, a green...
evergreen contract.
Evergreen contract.
Yeah.
In this, these are not the only so-called evergreen contract in SAPS. The property control and management system was developed initially within the service, and then later on, the person who moved out, and that development happened when FDA was contracted with PCAM. So it's not a monopoly or an evergreen contract, as it was alleged.
Well, the court in their judgment in 2025 said that that's the reason the whole system, the national security is dependent on that contract, and that's why the court ruled in favor of FTA. But the fact of the matter is, there was a lot of evidence in front of SCOPA with, for instance, members or officials from supply chain management going to Manchester United games on the ticket of Keating. Those type of things are not political interference. That's evidence. I want to go back to, you now explained what the effect of that SCOPA hearings were. But why do you say it was political interference?
Honorable member, even that part is incorrect. There is in here, and I hope to get to it, I think it is important. There is here a letter signed by the same National Commissioner General Setole to SCOPA, where they were answering on those allegations, because initially that was the allegation to say members were funded by FDA to go abroad to watch Manchester United, and that they were bought T-shirts and so on. And in this report, I'll find it. Hopefully, the team is looking for it here. It was found that the SAPS itself paid for authorized the trip and paid for the trip, and the members themselves paid for their own T-shirts. And that picture, which was shown by Tim, I think it's Honorable Tim Blores, what? Yeah.
From the DA, yeah.
That photo was actually doctored. There is a person missing in that particular picture, which was to portray what was being said. And that person, unfortunately, was involved in this IDEC and so on. It is not true.
Okay. So you are saying it was a huge manipulation of Parliament. Is that what you are alleging?
I'm not alleging, I'm confirming that it was, because it is even in the letter and the submission to the same scoper. I don't want to leave without getting that letter. Chair, once I lay my hands on it, I'm going to just make it reference to you. That's why we, amongst others, say, why did we go and risk the organization on 1.1 billion, which is even becoming more, while the facts were presented to Parliament? And I think I'm saying it somewhere in my affidavit when I'm talking about the, what is it, Project Cyborg.
Okay. But, Mr. Phahlane, you can't deny that a lot of corruption took place in subs, are taking place, but took place before your tenure, but also during your tenure. You can't deny that. There's a lot of corruption in subs.
I will deny, unless you show me specifics. I will definitely deny. And I'm denying because even today, you see, when I was made to go and sit home, step aside, investigations were conducted in that forensic services environment. This FDA, Atemba, and so on were all investigated. There is not a single one of those cases before court because it was found that those allegations are baseless.
It would be very interesting if you are so squeaky clean, but I commend you for that if that's true, because I think what we've gathered from in this time in this at our committee is that there's a lot of rot and a lot of misappropriation and a lot of fraud and corruption in subs on all levels. And you were the accounting officer for 2 years, where even if you were not directly involved in any corruption, corruption took place on your watch. Do you deny that?
I deny.
So so in those 2 years, there were no corruption in subs?
No, I won't say there was no corruption, but I'm advising that let the facts be made visible. You have cases currently in court. You, for example, have, and I know on the list you were, as honorable members, debating whether you should have, is it Krishni Chetty as a witness. Now, you have got cases, for example, in supply chain management, where over 50 people, but in total, if we include the companies, 70 something, are before court for the marking of the police vehicles. Now, honorable member, even if I was not an investigating officer, I'm just sitting. How is 50 or 70 people going to collaborate? They're old aunties who are going on pension.
I'll have to stop you. I'm running out of time. Earlier today, you were referred to the forensic reports by the evidence leader, and you took issue that it was placed in front of you.
Yeah.
But I just want to get clarity. Have you never had sight of those forensic reports?
In the report themselves, honorable member, there is a Mr. Nyatlo who was conducting those investigations. Who is saying there?
So you have seen the reports before?
I've never seen them before.
You've never
They're saying there, I did not have a meeting with General Phahlane. I never interviewed him. So it is afterwards that I was hearing these reports. And yes, I looked at them, but not with thorough scrutiny, because they really have got nothing to do with me, those particular reports.
Okay. Then you earlier said that when the Honourable Souls questioned you that you don't interfere in bidding and in procurement.
Of course.
Very effectively. But with the with the FDA issue, when the Temba contract bid was awarded, you wrote a letter to the, as divisional commissioner, to the bid committee head, or the divisional commissioner SCM, saying that it should be reevaluated. Isn't that interference?
Sorry, honorable member, what did I say?
You wrote, and this is in the in your annexure JKP 17A on page 1008, 1008, paragraph 5.3. You wrote a letter on the 22nd of October 2024, and you requested that the bid be re-evaluated. Is that not interference?
Sorry, honorable member, you said 1000?
And 8
1008?
of the annexures.
Yeah, I'm in 1008. Where is that?
5.3.
I actually would want to applaud the honorable member for going to this. If you look at this document, it's the AG, Auditor General.
Correct.
Now, the Auditor General is saying, subsequent to the award, the department received a complaint from another bidder, dated 22 August 2014, indicating that the awarded bidder did not meet the specifications. Now that's FTA.
Correct.
Now supply chain management sends this complaint to me. I did not ask them. They sent it to me because we are the end user. Now, in a letter dated 22 October 2014 from Divisional Commissioner Forensic Services, which is me, to supply chain management, it was recommended that the contract issued to the supplier be withdrawn. There is no re-evaluation.
Yeah, if you read, but we don't have time. If you continue the paragraph, you'll see that it's then recommended that the bid be re-evaluated.
No, but that cannot be attributed to me. It is the Divisional Commissioner, Supply Chain Management, who writes to the BEC. And that process is illegal. It's provided nowhere.
The process. Now the question is, if you could do this here when you had a complaint that there was not compliance to the specifications, why could you not have done it with the other bid?
Which bid?
When you were the acting commissioner, when you approved the deviation. Why could you not have then stepped in and ensured that there is compliance?
No.
Because there you say you can't interfere, but here you interfere.
Honorable member, I'm not. These are two separate matters.
It's two separate matters.
No, maybe I must be allowed to answer the question.
We don't have time for long answers.
No, there's no long answer, but you are not going to attribute something which is incorrect to me and you expect me to accept it. I'm saying, in this case, a complaint comes to me.
Exactly.
The complaint say this thing is not compliant. I send it to the expert. The expert say it is not complying. I write back with the recommendations of the expert and say, go into a process because it's provided for by the general conditions of contract, clause 2.7, which say they can go into a process. I never asked for reevaluation. Now, in that other contract, you are talking about deviation. There was no procurement sitting in front of me. It's deviation and application for deviation.
But the National Treasury Regulation says that the accounting officer should then ensure and do what it should do to ensure that there is, in such circumstances, no malfeasance. That's what the regulation says. But you say you can't interfere. But here you get a complaint and you say withdraw the contract and act on this.
Honorable member, unfortunately I can't help if I'm trying to explain something that you don't accept. I'm saying I'll do it tomorrow again. If there is a contract which is non-compliant, it must be dealt with in terms of contract management. Those responsible must embark on that process, including independent assessment. There is no way in the same Treasury regulations where it provides for reconvening the bid evaluation committee. There is no such, and it happened here. Now there I was considering deviation, not procurement. These are two separate things.
It's really not. But thank you, Chairperson. I think my time has expired. Let me just make one last comment. And that is now how you introduced Afrikaans. Let me say this in Afrikaans. Dis baie gevaarlik as 'n mens se arrogansie jou intelligensie oorskry. Thank you, Chair.
That is baie arrogant.
Gevaarlik.
Ek dink so.
Gevaarlik. Gevaarlik is koetsierlik.
Gevaarlik. Moet ek antwoord?
Gevaarlik is dangerous.
Kan ek kommentaar lewer?
Is koetsierlik in Northern South.
Ja, so. Ek gaan nie, meneer. Buitekant sal ek praat.
Yeah. Honorable James.
Thank you so much, Chair. It feels like we've been in a CCMA hearing all day today. Do you agree with me, sir?
I agree.
Yeah. Let's get back to the matters pertaining to the ad hoc committee.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Phahlane, Mr. McBride alleged before this committee that you received kickbacks from service providers contracted to SAPS. So today I'd just like to seek some clarity. You heard that, right?
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those, you know why we actually brought you here? Because when they said they were plotting against a general, we thought, no ways, we have to hear from you.
Mhm.
And we thought that you were unfairly treated.
Yeah.
That's why you came here today. But now we've seen a different side. But anyway, while serving in SAPS, did you at any stage have direct or indirect contact with any SAPS service provider outside formal procurement, contractual or operational processes?
The only service provider I had outside contractual will be criminalistic or crime, crime tech. When I sourced the services from that contractor of an interior designer, it is from that service provider or through that service provider that I procured the music system.
Okay. At any point, did you receive any financial benefit, gift, service of any kind from a service provider contracted to SAPS? Did you get anything out of it?
No.
Nothing?
No.
Okay. You spoke earlier on about visiting Crime Tech. You just confirmed again a SAPS service provider, and that it later transpired that that employer that you mentioned right now of that company assisted in the installation of a very expensive sound system at your residence. You've confirmed that. You've said that, right?
That I confirm.
And that is okay. That is okay for a general to then, you know, take services from a service provider. It's okay. It's allowed at your level.
Honorable Member, if this was using state funds, if I was drawing kickbacks, or if the service provider was doing me favors that I'm not paying for, it will be completely wrong. But I contracted that service provider as an interior designer. And
And
because
you see absolutely nothing wrong with that.
Because it has got, this service provider has never rendered services to the South African Police Service as an interior designer.
But it's a service provider, irrespective of what they do. The fact of the matter is it's a service provider.
But service providers are human beings, and they do business in other areas, in private. So I really, if it is maybe a lapse on my part, I'll admit, but at the time, I did not see anything wrong because I paid for the services that I required.
Okay, sir, so help me out here. Are you aware of the forensic report conducted by CPN?
I'm fully aware.
Right? Which found that SAPS, and in particular the Forensic Services Division, which you led at the time, right? Now you said there's nothing wrong, right? So I want to show you. That same company that was rendering services in terms of interior decorating and installing sound systems, right, was overpaid by nearly 500,000.
I'm yet to see that, Honorable Member.
I've got the report here.
Yeah, I'm yet,
Right.
I'm
So
yet
that
to see
same
that.
company that you just said there's nothing wrong,
Mhm.
that same company, after you utilized their services, they were overpaid by 500,000 rand. You've got,
I don't think so.
does that not strike you as questionable?
No, no.
Doesn't?
No. If they were paid, overpaid for services that were not rendered, it is
You
wrong.
just said now you don't know, but I'm saying to you they were overpaid 500,000.
Honorable Member, first I'm saying I did not know of overpayment. But if there is overpayment, it will be wrong because no one, irrespective of who they are, irrespective of their proximity, can they be allowed to lay hands on state funds for services that are not rendered.
All right, let's go carry on here. How do you respond to the fact that the same forensic report found that over a period of 3 financial years, payments to Crime Tech, your interior decorator, right, increased by an alarming 134%. So they got work. So it's 500,000 rand overpayment, and now it's 134%
Increase in payments.
in payments.
But if the payments increased and services were rendered,
There's no NADI installation of your sound system.
Sorry?
These things are happening.
no, Honorable Member, there is these things are separate. I'm saying, and I'm answering you. I'm saying, if there is let's say a huge, let's call it huge increase of the amount you
So
are talking of.
134% increase in payments is not huge, sir.
But Honorable Member, I just said, if there is a huge increase, like you are talking of 100 and whatever percent, and there were no services rendered for that, by that particular service provider, there will be something absolutely wrong. But if those services were rendered, were consumed by the South African Police Service, the products were delivered and they were utilized, which I know they were utilized because it is in that criminal record and crime scene management environment that we were able to reduce the backlogs. We were able to improve performance. We were able to make sure that police clearances are delivered within
Thank you,
6
sir.
days.
Do you also
It can be wrong.
recall, after all of this, do you also recall that an affidavit filed in Pretoria High Court in April 2017, which IPID investigators alleged that you were receiving bags of cash from service providers?
I still, even if they file that report, I still want proof and let that case go to court because there is no such.
So you
It's
don't
a wild allegation.
So Mr. Phahlane, you don't find it coincidental that you have this contact at a service provider, they install a radio system, suddenly they have an overpayment of 500,000, they have an increase of payments of 134,000, and then an affidavit gets laid saying that you are collecting bags of cash. And you see absolutely nothing wrong with all these coincidences. Niks fout nie.
Honorable Member, I've answered and I'm going to go in the same sequence. I have never seen the overpayment of 500,000. I'm not aware of such, and I confirm that if there is overpayment, it is wrong. You can't overpay for services not rendered. 2, if you talk about 134% increase, if it is in line with the contract delivery and what has been delivered has been utilized, there cannot be anything wrong as long as there is compliance and that which was delivered was not for private use, but it was for use by the police, which I am convinced that those deliveries were for police work, and as a country we derived value out of there. There
Mr.
can
Phahlane, you know in Afrikaans they say, jy kan dink wat jy wil, maar jy kan nie sê wat jy wil nie. This is one of those instances.
That is sure.
Yeah.
That is sure.
My last question, sir. This committee is probing patterns of criminal capture and corruption within SAPS, and you occupied some of the most senior and sensitive positions in this organization. Am I right?
Correct.
So with the persistent pattern in which senior officers, the last senior officer that has appeared before us, right, are repeatedly implicated in serious corruption allegations, yet consistently deny any wrongdoing. Everyone that has appeared before us, there's nothing wrong, has detached themselves from any wrongdoing, right? How do you explain and respond to the reality that corruption has become so entrenched within the leadership of SAPS, that even you today face a mountain of allegations?
Honorable Member, anyone who is doing anything wrong or found to be doing anything wrong, whether it is me or any other senior manager, the law must take its course. What cannot be is that there are all these baseless allegations that are never supported by anything. I have faced since 2009 allegations after allegations documented in my affidavit. They are yet to be proven. I am before court on 2 matters.
Sir, I don't want to hear about those matters. All that I'm trying to point out here today is the fact that we have a crime tech forensic report and that there are many coincidences.
It's not a crime tech, it's CPN forensic
yes,
report.
Yes, the CPN, sorry.
Yes,
yes.
CPN forensic
that
report.
highlights the service provider that you were involved with.
For
and I'm going to leave it there, sir.
No, Honorable Member.
No, sir, I don't need you to answer anything further. I just needed to point out that every person, every senior SAPS member that has appeared before this committee has distanced themselves from any wrongdoing, but are extremely close to service providers. 500,000 overpayment, 134% increase in payments, later on collecting bags of cash out of a vehicle. I leave it at that. Thank you.
It's a wild goose that you are chasing.
Here's the goose. The goose is in the form of a forensic report. He is a yellow goose, he saw. Thank you, sir.
No.
You want to comment?
I want to comment, Chair.
You are allowed.
Honorable Chair and Honorable Member, anyone who has got any evidence of wrongdoing on my part, I must be investigated. And if there is any wrongdoing on my part, I must be brought before court.
Just quickly, I still have time, sir.
Honorable,
the very same report says that crime tech, right, never delivered services on several occasions. Earlier on, you said that this was value for money.
And
they were dealing...
I was seeing the evidence leader whispering to you, it can't be true. There are no goods which were never delivered. There were no such. And for your information, Chair, I sanctioned that report. I sanctioned that investigation. The letter which I've here directed to the National Commissioner then sanctioned that report. And I'm not aware of the things that are being spoken to. There are no findings to that regard. And I was never implicated by that report.
Okay. Thank you. Honorable Shongwe.
Thank you, Chair. Baba Phahlane, uyaphileka baba.
Kuyaphileka.
Akwande. Yeah, I will take from Lao, Honorable James Ayibeke khona ukuthi we called you in here because we noticed ukuthi there was a plot. Indeed, I am starting to believe and see evidence of a plot. Can you kindly open on this one, this index book here? No whether you can see the bigger one. Page 1172.
1172. Not yet. But I can't go on my own. 1172.
Yeah, on your left, there is, okay, after 2, can I start the process?
Yes, I'm on 1172.
There's, on your left there, when you go down, there is a text there by SJT that says, okay, after 2. So I can start the process. Can you see that one? On the WhatsApps. I'm reading on the WhatsApps.
Which okay is it?
Okay, it starts with Mokotedi told John Rabi. Do you see the first one on top?
1172, sorry.
1702, page 1171.
Or 71. Oh, I'm on 17, okay.
Can you see that, okay, after 2, so I can start the process?
Oh, yeah.
We can get the media to request his attendance.
Yes.
The next text says his next interview, yeah, and then I'll read as fast as I can. Talk to your guy about doing it. Let's do our first and record it, right?
Yes.
Who and who are talking here?
It's Robert McBride and Sarah Jane Trent.
And then on page 1172, text number 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you read it?
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, also look at what he said on 702 and elsewhere.
Yeah, no. Where are you? Page 1172 on top?
1172.
Yes. There's text 1. Okay. The first text says to confirm everything is above board.
Oh yeah, the second one say, okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Will it be a presser? And then okay
I
again.
want that one.
You want me to read the
The
okay,
one, yeah.
Okay, will you confirm for Friday at the Polygraph Institute in Centurion? Better at their offices, and we can get a news camera to record it. This is news reporting live from the Polygraph Institute days after McBride challenges Mukoteti.
Okay, can you jump to page 1191? 1191.
1191. Yes, I'm the Honorable Member.
I noticed Uguti, this was a plot to get Umkotedi to be done a polygraph, ne? And ANCA was involved there. And
Yes.
it's this SJT says, Paul must write questions for me and Mukotedi. Don't forget to tell Paul to write questions for me and Mukotedi.
Which line are we on?
1191. Okay, I'll show you now. On the left, it's text number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Hello, Mr. McBride, Andres Chameleon. Cornelson. Yeah.
Yes. I
Can
can
you read
see.
that one for me?
Hello, Mr. McBride. Andres Corneliusen from ENCA News Channel. We want to arrange times and dates for the polygraph on TV. Can you please confirm that you are still willing to take part in it? Regards, Andres.
Read the last one, the last text there.
Make it clear that it is the polygrapher who will ask the questions.
Who's saying that? To who?
This is McBride. He's communicating with Sarah Jane Trent.
In your understanding, what are they plotting here?
This was a polygraph test which McBride had agreed to, or they said they want. This follows that meeting, the famous meeting at the Krecher House. So once General Mukotedi opened a case and so on, this unfolded. So they wanted him and McBride to go for polygraph test. Now, this polygraph test was arranged by Paul O'Sullivan and Sarah Jane Trent. They designated the person who was going to do the polygraph test. Payment was made by them. Questions were said by Paul O'Sullivan. McBride participated in this polygraph test, which allegedly he passed with flying colors.
Was it that? Because in here, the text says, ask Paul to write questions for me and for Mukotedi. So
Yes.
does it mean McBride was given the questions before and then he practiced them?
He had the questions and answers, and that's why he went and passed the polygraph test with flying colors. Mukotedi withdrew, did not participate in that process.
Was it on TV, on ENC?
Sorry,
Was it on
Honorable
TV, on ENCA?
Yes.
Yakhumbula ukuthi Mr. Nkabinde said in one of the meetings they had, there was 2 DA members there and ENCA members. Would I be wrong if I think the plot here is still in line with that?
I can't remember mention of ENCA members. He said there were...
A journalist.
There was a journalist and
From where?
two DA, and he mentioned
AfriForum.
AfriForum, and then with the
A
journalist, he
journalist.
said journalist, yeah.
Would you suspect that they were from ENCA?
Hey, no, I can't.
Okay.
I can't say so.
Let's go back to page 1172.
1172.
We're still on the WhatsApp, no?
Yes, I'm there.
On the right page, on the right hand side. Remember the first one you read, it said, okay, I will confirm Friday at the polygraph institution, right?
Yes.
When you go further down from that one, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 from that. Looks like polygraphy can be done on Monday. Can you read that one for me?
Looks like polygraph can be done Monday or Tuesday. The guy is going to get it up so that no one can question it. All above board, etc. And that's Sarah Jane Trent.
You understanding?
Well, in other words, it will be done to perfection, and it will be concealed in such a way that it is being seen as genuine.
All right, let's leave that one. Usara Jane Trenlo, uyini, what was she? Where was she employed?
By Paul O'Sullivan.
Was she part of the IP IDEC or something?
Well, she remains an honorary member of IP together with Paul O'Sullivan, because they've been going around with IP investigators. She has been drafting affidavits. She has been drafting applications for 205s. She has been interviewing witnesses together with Paul O'Sullivan, in addition to her other extramural activities as a girlfriend to both.
Does she have the authority to handle such document? Was she employed by SAPS?
Sorry?
Was she employed by IP or was just an honorary?
No. She's employed,
By Paul.
she was employed by Paul, but we now know that IP was managed by McBride through Paul O'Sullivan.
Just to be clear, she was not getting salary from the state,
No, she's not getting a salary.
which
from
means
the
she had no right to have information about members of the state.
state. Not at all.
Let's go to page 1139.
And 39.
And please read from the top for me.
$1,139, sorry. I'm on
1139, page 1139.
I'm there, Chair.
While we are looking, kahle kahle Sarah Jane Trenlo bekajola nobani? Bekajola no Mandla or no McBride, because la babizana love and they're planning for amabhodlela bayolala khona endlini bese no Mandla bekajola nobani?
With both. McBride and Mandla, the late Mandla.
And Mandla and McBride bebasebenza boyi-2 babangani futhi.
Correct.
So ihlanganisa beku Sarah Jane. Ayadlule lapho. Ngicela ungifundele from on the left page from the top.
There is a part, I know Honorable James went through something. It may be that she was very diplomatic. 1236.
1239 page.
You
1,
wanna bang.
Sorry, it's one. No, I'm wrong. 1139, that's the page. 1139. Can read from the top. How is it going?
Yeah, there it is on 1236. I'm just confirming what you were saying.
1236.
And Honorable James said it, although she read it selectively.
If you can even go further back.
No, Pretoria, we wanna bang. Can you please stop using that? And then there is 1236.
1236. 1236. Are we
Yeah,
allowed to
they
even
on
have-
1236 it
Yes.
starts, hi sexy, hi babe, what
Yeah.
you up to, about to go to bed,
You? It's you?
still on road, be safe.
No,
rest
I'll
will
read
try.
the other part, you read the other one. Rest. Then you read they
Yeah.
will try.
No, there is, yeah, we'll try.
Hey, babis labantu.
Yeah, there's
Bao
there's
chika
quite a
wawa.
lot.
There's a bao chika wawa. What does it mean, Honorable James? What is bao chika
On
wawa?
1235,
1235, yeah.
go 1235 from the top.
Tired and one up.
We mustn't waste time sparing. She have dinner and sex by 2100 hours, sleep at 2200 hours. Of course, I did got banged. Balls are blue, whatever that means.
Was this soccer balls? Okay, let's go back to 1139.
Shongwe and Phahlane, what are you doing?
We are reading what is here.
Eh?
We are reading what is here on the evidence.
Or is
You can
evidence?
read, you can go on the page. Because what I'm trying to get here is that
One-
there was
one-
a plot according to this text, Chair, if you check it.
No, but there is something, Honorable Member, which I thought you will get to, and I'm aggrieved with Honorable James not reading it because he had it. 1241. Breaking life. IP to raid acting police chief's home. And then there is a question, it's an ENCA breaking news. Who leaked this? Sorry, News 24. Who leaked this? At the bottom, from the bottom, me, that's Robert McBride.
Page, what is this?
It's 1241.
1241. And where exactly? Because I'm on a different one here.
Now I'm going to point from the bottom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. From the bottom.
The breaking news
That
live
is
IP.
who leaked. And then if you go down, you pass who leaked this.
Yeah.
And then you'll see there is a question. Hi there, good morning. Hi.
What's up?
What's up?
Me.
And then me.
You
so
awake?
this me, he's answering who leaked this.
Yes.
It's
Yes.
him who's saying so.
Right, before we go to that, I want us to go back to 1139. It's very important because it links with this one. Mine is what, 1242. Let's go to 1139.
1139.
Yes. Paul, I want to understand what McBride took the whole minister's ID number and gave it to Sarah Jane Trent. And I want to understand why, what was the reason for that? If this was not plotting, what was happening here? Why would Sarah Jane Trent have the minister's ID number? The first page on 1139, it says, hi How is it going? It's all inquiry cats, Colonel Andre Netling, something like that. Then when you further go down, it says, anything I can do. I saw that Ntlego is trying to get rid of me again. Do you see that one?
Yes, and then the next one say, let him
me
try.
Let him try.
And then
who's saying that? Let him try.
that's Sarah Jane Trent, and she follows it by asking, you have an ID number or cell number?
Of who?
And then that's of the minister, and that one is off. Then he said Ntleko. That's Robert McBride.
So we have it on record that Robert McBride gave ID numbers of the whole minister to a civilian.
Yes, because date is here, and then send quickly. Then try this ID. He sends an ID number. Okay, cool, and then it carries on.
Okay, before my time finish, I want us to tick certain boxes because I only have 3 minutes now. McBride is the one that said you had a sound a time where a supplier. So that was said by Paul O'Sullivan and McBride. Were they telling the truth or they lied? Do you have a slip? Sound?
Do I have?
Do you have a receipt? Do you have proof of payment for the sound?
I've proven. I've got the receipt. I've got communication to my bank.
Okay,
I've got the
let's
bank
take that.
statement which they retrieved. It is in this
So
file.
they lied.
I was hearing the Honorable Chair saying we must avoid saying lie. Maybe, I don't know. They did not tell the truth. Or they were
On
inaccurate.
the case, and then they said to Teni Moto, were they lying? Or
They
they
were not telling the truth because those vehicles were not even my vehicles. Those vehicles were vehicles belonging to the dealership, which were a sponsor to a project that we were running, and those vehicles were subsequently returned to the dealer after the lapse of the agreement period, which was 18 months.
No, tick, Bakamba Manga. I worked at Binoni Mechanical College, where we used to fit blue lights as well, in SAPS. One thing I've noticed is that e-motors Amanje, they don't have blue light. They don't have blue lights on top. The 1,000 cars that were paraded in Midrand, did you see them on the freeway?
I saw the pictures, yes.
Is this the same reason that the case you were charged with the blue light is stopping e-motors Amanje to get blue lights because there's a case there?
I am charged in a process that has to do with Gauteng and supply chain management that I've got nothing to do with. What I have approved was the specifications to establish a national contract for the police to procure blue lights. And to date, that contract, those specifications, a bit was never published and awarded. It is for that reason that millions and millions are being spent on equipping the vehicles with substandard blue lights. You will see the lights that the cars are driving around with. They don't defective.
Have blue lights. Some of them don't have.
The majority of the vehicles don't have those blue lights.
Why is that?
I used to be the accounting officer. I'm not one now, so I can't answer that question. They can do better by publishing a bit, whichever specifications they go and use, as long as it is specifications that are compliant, which will make the police procure better quality blue lights, which blue lights must not be obtainable by any member of the public, which is why you have got bogus police vehicles, because the lights they are using now, you can buy it anywhere.
So those lights that were supplied by the other company, you mean they were specifically for one customer, which is SAPS, not just anybody who can get them?
Firstly, the quality is very high. That is why the presidential vehicles as well as protection services carry those lights. And those lights are not obtainable around the corner. They get they are high end, and not that each vehicle were to get high end, because when you look at the approval granted, you have all kinds of light, including for the concealed ones, which are in the grill.
Okay, my last question. Please explain this to me in simple terms, as thoroughly as you can. How would a supplier come to you as SAPS and say, people, you've overpaid me with so much? And then that person now, after saying that, gets to be arrested for being overpaid. I don't understand, because SAPS is not the one that picked up Uguti. They made an error or overpaid. But this person comes as a business owner and say, let me be honest and tell you guys, you've overpaid me. I just want to understand, why was that now a case? Why was it called corrupt? Kwenzakalan?
It's targeting. Targeting, that is the only black-owned company supplying lights. Two, if the supplier overpaid, why did those who received money and captured the invoices, why are they not arrested? You only arrest the supplier, you arrest the staff in the supplier's office, but none of the police people in supply chain management or in Gauteng province are being arrested who process the transactions. I cannot explain why it would have happened, other than to say this is targeted, and it's one of those we say is the work of the rogue unit.
The one thing I
We can stop speaking.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Honorable Shong. Advocate Anansa.
Members. General Phahlane, you once the most senior position in the South African Police Service as the Acting National Commissioner. What would be the procedure when a person is arrested and detained with a device? Can that device be taken from such a person who is now a suspect without that person's consent? And moreover, can the device be taken from that person / suspect and the data on that person's device be downloaded without a warrant or without his or her consent?
Honorable Chair, I choose not to answer that question in detail because I happen to be a complainant in that case. Those who did the investigation and the prosecutor that dealt with the matter are better placed to answer it. So I am conflicted. I'm not going to go into that matter. Safe to say, there is nothing unlawful. Anyone who's arrested, his or her belongings are taken from that person. If that person is going to be detained in the cells, whether it is your belt, your tie, your shoelaces, whether you've got the cell phone, money, it gets removed from the person, and we don't need consent. That gets deposited into a prisoner's property register, SAP 22. So you don't need anyone's permission. I'll end there. As to the investigation will carry. I happen to have been arrested by the same IDEC rogue unit, and they wanted my phone.
Can I do what some of the honorable members also do? Please, I've asked you a question. You said you've been in a similar situation and you do not want to respond. Please, with respect, I don't want some long-winded answer. Because the response from you is absolutely shocking, coming from a senior police officer. We all know when you get into
You
a
can
police
tone down
station
a little
or
bit so that
into-
me and you are engaging on the level where
Please,
I can hear.
I've got the microphone. When you are arrested and detained in a police station, yes, especially your shoelaces so that you can't be accused of hanging yourself the next morning, or any other clothing or whatever will be taken and it will be put in a register, but you will sign for it so that you know it's your shoes, it's your shoelaces, and it's your cell phone the next day. But you cannot take a person's cell phone, open it, and download the information on that person's phone. And I'm saying this because there's two examples, and I'm not pulling it out of my head. Right here before us, Minister Mkhunu, they came to his place where he was staying in Pretoria. They wanted his cell phone. Mr. Kat Matlala, all this data that's been downloaded, including the messages that I read back to you from Brigadier Macheng and the interaction with Mr. Matlala, came from his phone, but there is a document that General Khomotso placed before this Honourable Committee and the Matlanga to show he had consented they can download it from his phone. Now, the question is this. These WhatsApp messages, which you read with great glee between Trent and McBride, where did you get that from?
Honourable
Did you
Chair,
get the permission of Ms. Trent and Mr. McBride for these messages to be placed before this Honourable Committee?
Honourable Chair, I don't know where the other part of the response which is attributed to me comes from. When someone is arrested, you take the properties, the belongings on that person. They go into an SAP 22. You don't need the permission. All what you need is acknowledgement that these are the things that you have taken from me. They go into the police custody, into the safe. And I said, and I'm not going to change, anything else that has to do with investigation, because you used this as an example, anything that relates to the investigation, including the downloading, I say that question is better answered by the investigating officers of the matter. Because while we are taking a long turn about Minister Mkhunu was not arrested, General Sivier was not arrested. It was a warrant, a search and seizure warrant, which was at play. That is not applicable in the case where the arrest is made. Kat Matlala, they went and searched the prison cells. A cell phone was found in his possession. It's not because of a search warrant coming from somewhere, but Chair, the people who are better placed to deal with the situation that is being outlined, because I'm conflicted, I'm not going to be talking to. In
General
respect of...
Phahlane, I asked you, where did you get this information from? These WhatsApps that you put in your document, which has now been referred to by Honourable Shongwe, where did you get it from? Did you get the permission?
I got them from where you got those text messages that you were sharing with me.
The text messages I shared with you, I told you where they come from. It comes from Kat Matlala's telephone and the data on his phone, which was downloaded and retrieved by General Khomotso and his team with his consent. It was shown to all of us. That is why we could refer to it. Can you give me the same assurance that you got
Babase.
the consent.
I'm not going to give assurance. I'm going to confirm that I got them in the same way that you got those WhatsApp messages. And there were people investigating this case that people were able to build it into a docket. This comes, it's part of the docket, and you will have the privilege of talking to the the prosecutor who's coming here. And those questions, I'm going to leave them there.
Now, I put it to you, and if that is your response,
Can
this
we-
was unlawfully obtained?
Can we get Honorable Nombal?
Chair, I thought you will intervene, but I think the evidence leader is abusing the platform. And he's not only abusing the platform, he's also abusing us as members of this committee. One, he is now prosecuting the witness. He is not leading evidence. Number two, they had an opportunity because he consulted with the witness. This is not an ambush. He knows these documents because they were brought to him before today's proceedings. So if he has questions,